morning, sir.
Good morning.
I believe when we left off yesterday, we were discussing the efforts to arrest or take Mr. Murphy into custody on the homicide warrant on July 30th.
Okay.
So I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what actually occurs upon Mr. Murphy exiting the apartment. Does he ultimately, around just after midnight, come out of the apartment?
And I'm sorry, Ms. Ismer, just because we have two Mr. Murphys, just for the record, if you would make sure you state a first name so it's clear who you're talking about.
Yes, Your Honor. Does Rashad Murphy on July 30th of 2024 come out of the apartment after midnight?
Yes.
Had at that point the efforts to remove him from the apartment been ongoing since about 5 o'clock or there before?
Yes, ma'am.
Upon exiting the apartment, is Rashad Murphy taken into custody by SWAT and then ultimately transferred to Jacksonville Sheriff's Detectives custody?
Yes.
And would that have been yourself?
Detectives within the gang unit.
Ultimately, is he transported to an area where he can be interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
And who conducts that interview?
Myself and Detective Craig Griffin.
Is the interview room a location which is video and audio recorded?
Yes.
And did the video and audio recording capture your contacts with Rashad Murphy in the early morning hours of July 30th of 2024?
Yes, it did.
Did you ultimately, at the conclusion of your interview, provide that video and audio recorded interview to the detectives in Tampa?
Yes.
Is that regular practice or procedure to provide the interview even though it did not occur in Hillsborough County?
Of course.
And did that, or was that interview ultimately given to Detective Ramos, the lead detective in this case?
That's who I provided it to.
Have you had an opportunity to thoroughly review the contents of that interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And approximately how long, when you were actually in the room with Rashad Murphy, did the interview last?
Between an hour and a half to 2 hours.
At the beginning of that interview itself, did you have an opportunity to read Mr. Rashad Murphy's Miranda warnings to him?
I did read him his constitutional rights prior to speaking with him in reference to this incident.
Is there a form that you also utilize after reading Miranda to a subject you're going to interview?
The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office has a form that contains the constitutional rights along with identifying information like your name and date of birth. So we'll read the constitutional rights each time from the same form.
Did that same practice occur with Rashad Murphy prior to his interview?
Yes,
Did he sign that form?
he did.
Prior to you actually entering that interview room, had you had an opportunity through investigative means to observe Rashad Murphy writing on a video of some kind before
Yes.
that interview?
Yes.
When you entered the interview room, did you know which dominant hand was utilized by Rashad Murphy in the video that you had observed from that prior video?
In the prior video, which occurred sometime
Objection, Your Honor.
before,
Can we approach?
Yeah.
In that prior video?
in that prior video, which occurred prior to my interview with him, in that video, I observed Rashad Murphy writing on a form with his left hand.
Now, on the date of your formal interview, when you asked him to sign the consent form you've already described for us, what hand did he utilize?
He attempted to use his right hand.
Did you observe his attempts to use his right hand?
Yes.
And was the writing that he was attempting to utilize, was it legible?
Not at all.
At some time during the course of your interview, strike that, I apologize. Did you inquire with Mr. Murphy about whether he was right-handed or left-handed?
In that moment, I did not. However, it was so apparent to me in the moment that he was struggling and having a hard time that I asked him if he was okay. And he asked me to hold the piece of paper so he could try and write it, try writing on the form, which I thought was strange, but it didn't occur to me later what he was attempting to do.
And had you...
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for an opinion.
Sustain as to the last comment.
Had you had an opportunity to review the surveillance footage that had been obtained from the night or early morning hours of the homicide from a Tesla vehicle?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, the state seeks to publish what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 59. Sir, can you see the image that's depicted here on the screen?
Yes.
And was this a still from the Tesla video, or one of the stills from the Tesla videos that you had an opportunity to observe?
Yes.
In reviewing that video, could you determine anything about the individual depicted to the right of this image?
The person holding the pistol is holding it with his left hand.
Is that why you made inquiries of Mr. Murphy regarding his, I guess, primary or dominant hand?
Yes.
Had you observed additional photographs of the defendant, Rashad Murphy, from the Tesla camera as well on his return to the vehicle, states 59E?
Yes.
And again, this the individual that possessed, at least based on your review of the evidence in the case, the 9mm firearm with an extended magazine.
Yes.
Lastly, 59G, as that individual again approached closer to the Tesla, is the firearm that you previously mentioned also still depicted in the same left hand?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek the court's instruction on Mr. Rashad Murphy's interview.
Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, statements made by defendant Rashad Murphy after the crime was committed to law enforcement officers are admissible only against the defendant Rashad Murphy, who made the statement. The statement is not admissible evidence against any of the co-defendants and should not be considered against any of the remaining co-defendants. Okay?
Sir, you previously indicated that you read Mr. Murphy his Miranda rights, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also have an opportunity to confirm that he understood those rights during the course of your interview?
Yes.
Did he indicate that he did understand those rights?
He did.
Did he wish to give a statement at that time?
Yes.
In speaking to him specifically about the Tampa investigation, did you ask him about how he acquired the silver Chevy Cruze on the weekend of June 22nd of 2024?
Yes.
Did he identify the individual from whom he obtained that vehicle?
He did.
And who did he identify as the person he got that vehicle from?
He described it as the mother of the children to his brother. Her name is Jasmine Glennon.
When you asked him about whether Miss Glennon was aware of his reason for obtaining that vehicle, did he indicate to you whether he told her the truth about why he was obtaining the vehicle or not?
Ask that again.
Did he tell Miss Glennon the reason he was obtaining the vehicle, the silver Chevy Cruze, for the weekend?
I believe he told her he needed to go down to Orlando.
At any point during the course of the investigation, did Mr. Rashad Murphy advise that he was lying to Miss Glennon about his reason for borrowing the car?
Yes.
And did you later determine that Miss Glennon would have been the registered owner of that silver Chevy Cruze?
She was.
Did you inquire with Mr. Murphy, at least in the very beginning of your interview, about when he had that Chevy Cruze and when he had taken possession of it prior to his arrest in Gwinnett County on June 26th after the murder?
Yes.
Had he indicated whether he had that vehicle for the weekend of June 22nd?
He advised he allowed someone to borrow that vehicle during that time period.
How was the defendant able to identify specifically the weekend that you were talking about, because it was a month earlier at the time your interview was conducted?
One of Rashad Murphy's children, their birthday is on June 23rd, which is also the same day of this incident. So we used that as a point of reference for that weekend.
Preliminarily, when you spoke to Mr. Murphy at the first part of your interview, did he indicate that he had the car himself all weekend?
No.
Throughout the course of your interview with Mr. Murphy, did he admit to reviewing some news or media related to the case itself prior to his arrest?
Yes. The Tampa Police Department had a press conference in reference to this investigation at the conclusion of the arrest of the 3 other defendants, and that was all over the news.
And that would have been in the days leading up to Rashad Murphy's arrest?
Yes,
Did Rashad Murphy also indicate to you that he had read through the probable cause of a search warrant that was executed on the vehicle he was arrested in?
yes,
Did he discuss with you that he knew some facts that surrounded the case or surrounded why he would be arrested?
he insinuated he had knowledge in reference to that, yes.
In the first version of the events of that weekend that you asked Mr. Murphy about, did you ask him directly whether he had booked an Airbnb in his name?
I did,
Did Mr. Murphy initially deny that?
yes,
Did he also deny allowing anyone else to book an Airbnb in his name?
yes,
As you go on with your interview, or at some point during the course of your interview, with the denials that come from defendant Rashad Murphy, do you slowly start to reveal some information that's come to light throughout the course of the investigation?
yes. The beginning of the interview I would describe was me offering Mr. Rashad Murphy an opportunity to share his side of the story truthfully. Once I afforded him that opportunity, I began to share actual facts in reference to this, which began to pivot some of his story.
I want to start with the first revelation, if that's what we can call it, okay? So after the denials of having possessed the silver Chevy Cruze, and did you ask if he was in Tampa?
I asked him if he was in Tampa multiple times,
And he initially denies that.
multiple times.
Now, do you first reveal that there is cell phone evidence that was retrieved from the arrest on June 26th, which includes a message of Mr. Rashad Murphy booking an Airbnb?
Yes, I do share with him in reference to the message about the Airbnb.
Do you then obtain a subsequent version of events from Rashad Murphy about what happened that weekend, now taking that information that you've revealed into consideration?
At that point, when I provided him that information about the text message and Airbnb and it being addressed to him, Mr. Rashad Murphy says that he provided someone a picture of his ID to book the Airbnb.
Did he also give any indication about having provided someone with a vehicle?
Yes, he told me that he allowed someone to borrow the silver Chevrolet Cruze.
But still, he was not, in this version, not in Tampa.
Correct.
Do you, throughout the course of the investigation, continue to ask whether the defendant was in Tampa?
I asked him if he was in Tampa, if he had ever been to Tampa at all, ever. I asked it in a variety of ways, but he continued to say no for a period of time.
Did you ask the defendant whether he was physically present in Tampa ever?
Yes.
Did he initially give you one response to that question?
His initial response to me asking if he had ever physically been in Tampa, his response to that was no.
At the end of the interview, does he ultimately admit that he had, in fact, been to Tampa before?
Yes. He couldn't recall when that time frame was.
So after these denials, it is just that he gave the vehicle and his Airbnb information and his IDs to another individual. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you reveal additional evidence after his denial of being in Tampa that actually puts him in Tampa from the TPD investigation with the Uber driver?
I do.
And what's that information?
Once we got to a point in the interview that I felt he wasn't going to share with me that he had ever been in Tampa, it was at that point I shared with him that there was an Uber ride that existed where he occupied an Uber that traveled from Tampa back to Jacksonville on June 23rd.
Now, when you provided this information about an Uber and him having been identified in that circumstance back to Jacksonville, did he still deny that that was him or deny the identification?
Yes, he challenged that fact with by asking me, how does that mean I was in Tampa?
Did you also then reveal that Mr. Murphy had been captured on Sean Gathright's residential Vivint camera returning in the Uber?
Judge, we're going to object to the continuing nature of the leading by the state and testifying.
Overruled.
At that point in the interview, I then share with Rashad Murphy that there is video surveillance at Sean Gathright's home that shows Rashad Murphy, Isaiah Chance, and Alicia Andrews exiting an Uber vehicle and with bags and walking up to Sean Gathright's house.
When you revealed this information to him, did you actually show any kind of video footage or anything like that?
No.
When you advised him if this information was true, what does that say about your version of events? Did he respond?
Yes, he said, because I asked Rashad Murphy, how does this reflect your prior statements to me at this point in the interview? And he said that contradicts everything I told you and makes me look like a liar.
When you spoke to him or asked him again about the Uber, did he initially recall getting in an Uber?
No.
Did he ultimately admit to getting in an Uber?
Yes.
Did he ultimately admit to riding in that Uber?
Yes.
And where did he ride in that Uber from?
From Tampa.
Did you, at some point, exit the interview room with Detective Griffin?
Yes.
What was the purpose, at least at this point in the interview, of you exiting at this particular time?
I wanted to provide Rashad Murphy a moment by himself in the interview room after I had shared the video surveillance facts. So I allowed him to just sit by himself and think about what I shared with him for a few moments prior to returning.
Is that a strategy that you employ as a detective during the course of your interviews, or is that something that you're also trained to do?
I do it occasionally.
In this particular case, did you actually re-enter the interview room with Rashad Murphy?
Yes.
And when you re-entered that time, is that the only break you took, where you exited?
Yes.
When you re-entered the interview room with Detective Griffin, was there a new version of the events of what occurred on the weekend of June 23rd going into June 22nd going into June 23rd?
Yes.
Did you directly ask Rashad Murphy whether he was in Tampa on June 22nd or June 23rd?
Yes.
What was Rashad Murphy's response to having been in Tampa that weekend?
So I entered back into the interview room, and upon entering, that's the first question I asked him. I asked him if he was going to be truthful about being in Tampa during that weekend. He responds by providing a news story that he had not shared over the course of the past hour and a half during the interview.
Did he, in that news story, provide a new character as well, or a new individual?
Yes.
And who is that?
He identified himself as traveling to Tampa on June 23rd with a person named Darius Beals.
Did he identify that person by legal name, or was there a nickname that was utilized in the interview?
He initially identified him as Fizzle, which is Darius's nickname.
And did you inquire about the legal name of that individual?
Yes.
Did he provide the name Darius Beals to you?
Yes, he did.
At the time that Charles Jones was killed, was Darius Beals, a.k.a. Fizzle, living?
When Charles Jones was killed on June 23rd, at that point, Darius Beals was still living, yes.
At the time of your interview on July 30th of 2024, do you know whether Fizzle or Darius Beals was still alive?
At this point, on July 30th, when I interviewed Rashad Murphy, Darius Beals was deceased.
And are you familiar with the individual named Darius Beals?
I am, yes.
When he advised that he came to Tampa with Darius Beals, did he advise where they came from?
Ask that again?
Did he say where they came from when he told you he came to Tampa with Fizzle?
I believe he said they traveled to Tampa from Jacksonville.
Did you ask him specifically for a time that they would have arrived or a date that they would have arrived to Tampa?
Yes.
And what was the response to that question?
He advised that himself and Fizzle, Darius Beals, traveled to Tampa on June 23rd in the early mornings, afternoon hours.
Do you remember the specific time that the defendant gave you that he would have come to or arrived in Tampa with Darius Beals?
Is it okay if I reference my report?
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Take a look at the report. Once your memory is refreshed, then please look up and answer the question.
Okay, my memory's refreshed.
Did he give a specific time frame for when Rashad Murphy himself and Darius Beals actually traveled to Tampa?
He indicates it was between 5 or 6 a.m.
On June 23rd.
Yes.
And the homicide of Charles Jones, do you know what time that occurred?
I know it was in the early morning hours, between 4 or 5 in the morning.
So the statement from Rashad Murphy was that he arrived to Tampa between 5 a.m. and
6 a.m. Travel to.
do you know what time Mr. Murphy would have then arrived at the Airbnb in Jacksonville?
With that estimation, it would be approximately 3.5 hour drive.
Is that your estimation that you're giving us today?
Based on my travels from Jacksonville to Tampa, yes.
Upon arriving to the address or the location of the Airbnb, did Rashad Murphy tell you what he did?
Yes.
What is it that he did?
He said he went to the rear of the door at this Airbnb, knocked on it, and learned that no one was inside and that the people occupying this Airbnb were leaving upon his recent arrival, and they were leaving in the Uber.
Did, prior to saying he knocked on that door, he also indicate he went through the door to check out the Airbnb?
Yes.
And did you confront him with whether he was captured on the Ring camera at the front door of the Airbnb?
I believe I inquired about that, and he said he wouldn't have been on the video because he went to the rear door.
So the statement from Rashad Murphy was that he went through the door and checked out the Airbnb, and then that he went to the door and knocked on the Airbnb, and no one answered.
To the rear door, and no one answered.
What did he do after that in the early morning hours of the 23rd?
Once he realized no one was inside the Airbnb, he went and made contact with people that were occupying an Uber that was traveling back to Jacksonville from Tampa.
So the statement was that upon arriving around 8 a.m. or something, the Uber driver was there and the Airbnb occupants were getting in the Uber.
Correct.
After Rashad Murphy advises that, did you confront him with receipts of when the Uber driver actually arrived to the Airbnb? Not physical receipts, but did you tell him when the Uber driver arrived to the Airbnb?
No, I don't believe I shared that with him.
Had you indicated that, would the video recording or a transcript of that video have been a more accurate depiction of what that communication was?
Yes.
So this version of events that was provided was that after the defendant's arrival to the Airbnb, the occupants of the Airbnb were already outside.
Yes.
When you were discussing the Uber vehicle itself, did Rashad Murphy describe that vehicle to you?
He kept calling it a black truck.
Did you ultimately confirm that it was, or did you discuss that with him in some way?
No, he kept saying black truck, and I think at one point I said, do you mean a black SUV?
But he did confirm that he entered that Uber vehicle.
Yes.
Did you confront him about his having traveled there just in those morning hours and then immediately traveled back to Jacksonville?
Correct.
And what was his response to that?
He continued to deny this Uber ride and how he was able to arrive to Sean Gathright's house in the Uber ride. But ultimately, he does admit that he rode in the Uber from Tampa back to Jacksonville.
Did you inquire with him about whether they stopped in utilizing that Uber for food or gas?
I asked that. I don't believe he provided a response to it.
When you were interviewing Rashad Murphy specifically about his time in Tampa, did you directly ask him whether he possessed a phone?
I did ask that.
What was Mr. Rashad Murphy's initial response to your inquiry about whether he had a phone with him in the early morning hours of June 23rd?
He initially says he has a cell phone on him.
Did he attempt to give you a phone number?
Once he provided me that answer, I inquired about the phone number for that phone.
And did that statement change as well?
When I asked him for the phone number for the phone, he attempted to provide some numbers. It wasn't a full phone number. And then he responds that he didn't have a phone.
Did Rashad Murphy ever claim to be using someone else's phone?
He also says, once he tells me he didn't have a phone, he then says that he was using the cell phone belonging to Darius Beals.
Throughout the course of your interview with Rashad Murphy, did you confront him about whether he knows Charles Jones, a.k.a. Julio Foolio?
I asked him if he knew him, yes.
What was Mr. Rashad Murphy's response to that?
He said he knew of him, but didn't know him personally and had never seen him before.
And did you inquire of Rashad Murphy about whether he knew an individual by the name of Sean Gathright?
I did ask that, yes.
Did you inquire as to how well they knew each other?
I did.
And what was Mr. Murphy's response about whether they had been in contact before?
He said he knew Sean. He addressed him as Sean. That's what he knew him as, and that he knew him through another individual, but he describes his relationship with Sean as more of like acquaintances, that he had met him a few times.
Other than the return from Tampa on the Vivint camera, did you discuss with Rashad Murphy about whether he had been on that camera or to that residence before?
Yes. Rashad Murphy tells me that he had been to Sean Gathright's home several times.
How about Isaiah Chance? Did he admit to knowing an individual by the name of Isaiah Chance?
He did confirm he knew who Isaiah Chance was.
And did he admit to the nature of that relationship?
Yes, he said he had hung around Isaiah a few times. He described him as good people.
How about Davion Murphy?
Described Davion Murphy as family, his cousin.
At some point during the interview, when speaking with Rashad Murphy about the death of Charles Jones or Julio Foolio, does he also mention an individual by the name of Joe Rod or Gerard?
Yes.
And who is that individual to Rashad Murphy?
Gerard Adams is a cousin to Rashad Murphy, went by the nickname Spaz.
Did Rashad Murphy also mention Spin Up Benz during the course of his interview?
Yes.
What was the nature or the context of him referencing Spin Up Benz?
We were discussing drill rap music in Jacksonville, and Rashad Murphy was expressing that he did not appreciate the lyrical the bad lyrics within this Jacksonville drill rap, and he expressed to Spin Up Benz, that he shouldn't be making that type of music.
Are you familiar with who Spin Up Benz is?
Yes.
Do you know the legal name of Spin Up Benz?
His name is Noah Williams.
And lastly, did you confront Mr. Rashad Murphy about J. Breezy?
Yes.
Did you speak with him about how J. would have been relevant to the investigation?
Briefly, yes.
And what was his response, if anything, to the link to J. Breezy?
I don't recall what his response to that was.
Did you make any inquiries to Rashad Murphy about the payments that were made for securing the Airbnb on Gazebo Pond Lane?
Yes.
And was that in reference to a J. Breezy?
I was made aware at some point that it was, yes.
Do you know the identity of J. Breezy?
I do, yes.
What's his legal name?
Jacory Rivers.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Sir, at the conclusion of your interview with Rashad Murphy, Was he placed under arrest or taken into custody and transported to the jail for his homicide warrant?
Yes.
Did you notify Detective Ramos about the contents of the interview that had been provided by Rashad Murphy?
I did. I supplied it to Tampa and Detective Juan Ramos.
Ultimately, after July 30th of 2024, do you have 4 of the 5 subjects that have arrest warrants for this homicide in custody?
Yes.
What do you then do as it relates to the 5th subject from July on?
Myself and other detectives within the gang unit continued our efforts to locate and apprehend Davion Murphy in reference to his active arrest warrant for this incident.
Before I have you talk to me about the efforts that you took during the course of the interview with Rashad Murphy, did you have a sufficient opportunity to see his face? Rashad Murphy. I apologize.
Ask that again, I'm sorry.
Did you have an opportunity to see Rashad Murphy's face during the course of your interview with him in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Would you be able to identify the individual that you know to be Rashad Murphy today?
Yes.
Can you do so?
Yes, he is sitting at a table that's positioned to my right with his defense counsel, and Mr. Rashad Murphy's wearing a gray jacket with a dark-colored button-down shirt underneath.
May the record so reflect.
The record shall so
I apologize. So you took some efforts to locate or execute the final arrest warrant in this case on Davion Murphy.
Yes, ma'am.
What are those efforts that you took?
We followed up on leads. There would be some leads that people would call in anonymously, so we'd follow up on that. We would conduct surveillance at known family members' houses on occasion in search of Davion Murphy and other apprehension efforts to locate him, but those were all unsuccessful.
When you say the location efforts, you go to multiple places?
Yes.
Do you go to multiple residences?
Yes.
Is it just you that's looking for Davion Murphy at this time?
No.
Were there any press conferences asking for assistance in this search as well from the public?
I know once the first 3 defendants, Alicia, Isaiah, and Sean, were arrested, there was a press conference in reference to the 2 outstanding people, Rashad and Davion. That was early in July, though. I believe that was the only press conference that I remember.
How about news or media outlets writing stories or putting out stories? Have you seen those that Davion was still outstanding?
Yes.
Was that something that was happening in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Ultimately, was Davion Murphy arrested?
Yes, he was.
Do you recall the date of that arrest?
I believe it was January 6th of 2025.
What were the circumstances of that arrest?
Davion Murphy was located inside of an apartment inside of Jacksonville. Our SWAT team responded to that apartment complex and ultimately took Davion Murphy into custody at that location.
Where would he have been transported after he was taken into custody?
He was transported to downtown to our interview room.
Is that interview room, also video and audio recorded?
Yes, it is.
And do you recall how long the interview that you conducted with Davion Murphy took?
I would estimate it was approximately 2 hours.
Just as we discussed with the earlier interview, did you provide that interview at its conclusion to detectives here in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to actually sit in on the interview of Davion Murphy?
I did.
And did you read him any warnings in advance of that interview?
Prior to beginning the interview, which is common practice, I read Davion Murphy his constitutional rights prior to asking him questions about this incident.
Who was present with you during the course of his interview?
During the interview with Davion Murphy, Detective Richard Nieder sat in on the interview with me.
Now, when you have another detective sitting on the interviews, I think you said Griffin sat in on the last one and Nieder sat in. Are there rules to who gets to talk, or explain to us why there would be one leading detective?
There's not rules necessarily. However, there usually is an appointed lead person asking questions, so the two detectives aren't speaking over each other.
It just happens to be you for Rashad Murphy's interview and now Davion Murphy's interview.
Yes.
And did Davion Murphy elect to give a statement to yourself and Detective Nieder?
He did.
Is that interview conducted in a different location than the interview of Rashad Murphy?
No, that was conducted at the same building.
During the course of the interview with Davion Murphy, when you exit the interview room, is there something that you do or is regular practice in Jacksonville with the audio in the rooms?
There is equipment for us to turn on music into these interview rooms, so the persons that are inside the interview rooms can't hear between the thin walls what's going on outside.
Okay, so there's something about the building itself that you turn the music on?
Yes.
Are you and the other detectives outside of that interview room discussing the case, or what are you doing?
That's what we usually do, yes.
And when you have a subject that's in an interview room and you are outside of that interview room, is it regular practice that you want them to hear what you're saying or do not want them to hear what you're saying?
You would prefer them not to hear what you're saying?
Throughout the course of the interview with Davion Murphy, did you play the audio or whatever it was that you were mentioning after you would exit the room?
Yes.
So will we hear or see that on an interview with Mr. Davion Murphy audio when you leave the room?
Correct.
Is there any specific preference or choice or rhyme or reason to what you play?
No, it's preset to some radio station. It's just it usually just plays like old hits music.
And when you re-enter the interview room, do you turn that music off, radio station off?
Yeah, so then upon entering back into the interview room, the music would be turned off.
Do you have an opportunity to see into the interview room or observe what's happening inside of that room from a video feed of some kind?
We have a remote viewing spot in this same building where we can watch what's occurring in the interview room, despite us not physically being in there.
And was that the same when Davion Murphy was interviewed by your agency on January 6th of 2026?
Yes.
What was the version, well, before the interview actually even formally starts, are you able to observe Davion Murphy inside of the interview room?
Yes.
What, if anything, is he doing?
Singing.
Okay. Are you able to understand or hear him singing?
I can hear him, yes.
Are there times where he's not singing, he's just talking?
Yes.
Is there anyone else present in the interview room with him?
No.
Is there anyone making an inquiry of him at that time?
No.
Who is he talking to?
Himself.
Are you able to see these events occurring before the formal interview even starts?
Yes.
As throughout the course of your interview with Davion Murphy, you exit the interview room, are you still able to see what's happening inside?
Correct.
And are there also additional times where he's talking to himself?
Yes.
What is the, I guess, version of events that you received from Davion Murphy?
Judge, we're going to object and review our previous objections to this testimony.
Very good. Same ruling, may proceed.
Prior to responding to that question, Your Honor, may I seek the instruction for Davion Murphy?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, statements made by defendant Davion Murphy after the offense occurred. Statements made to law enforcement are admissible only against defendant Davion Murphy. That statement is not admissible evidence against any of the co-defendants. It should not be considered against any of the remaining co-defendants.
Sir, before briefly discussing the contents, have you had an opportunity to observe Davion Murphy in a position where you could identify him today?
I can, yes.
Do you see him here in this courtroom?
I do.
Would you have an opportunity to please identify him and name an article of clothing he's wearing?
Thank you. He's sitting positioned to my right at a table with his defense counsel, and Mr. Davion Murphy's wearing a black jacket with a white button-down shirt that has stripes on it.
Is that the
On it.
standing individual at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if the record shall so reflect. And had you also, especially in your search for Mr. Murphy, had an opportunity to review the driver's license photo of Davion Murphy as well as the footage from the McDonald's?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce State's Exhibit 117,
Okay?
38, A, and B, completing that exhibit.
Okay. Take a
What?
look, Mr. Snarty.
118.
Is this the,
It's on
interview?
a jump drive because it's too big for a disk, so that's why it's in that kind of folder.
It's already been reduced, all right, this is what the interview.
No, these have not been admitted.
I thought that one of the McDonald's had been.
Yes, the video from McDonald's, yeah. This is yours.
No objection, Your Honor.
And your Honor, 116A through F.
No objection, Your Honor.
And any objection? Admitted.
Sir, have you had an opportunity to review the entirety of that video and audio recorded interview?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you a few specifics about the contents of that video, if I may.
Yeah.
In your observations of the defendant in the interview room before you entered the room, did Davion Murphy make any references to a Sean's green ass?
Yes.
What was the statement from Davion Murphy at that point?
I don't remember the specific quotes, but that was the context of it.
Okay, what was he talking about?
At the beginning of the interview?
Yes. Before you entered the interview room.
I remember a portion during the interview. I don't recall specifically prior to me entering.
Okay. Before your formal interview of Davion Murphy, before he's captured, was there media or news coverage about the interview of Sean Gathright?
Yes.
Was there any reference to Mr. Gathright's presence and attempt to leave the interview?
Yes, there was a.
Yep. Want to approach? Yes.
Sir, prior to the start of your formal interview with Davion Murphy, is there a time where, in speaking to himself, he indicates that Sean did something during the course of his interview while looking at the ceiling? Without
Yes.
telling me what that was.
Yes.
During the course of your interview, the content of your interview, when you enter the room, you start talking to Davion Murphy, does he deny knowing Sean Gathright?
At one point, yes.
Ultimately, at the conclusion, though, of your interview, does he admit knowing Sean Gathright?
Yes.
Does the defendant, Davion Murphy, indicate to you that he was present in Tampa on the evening of June 22nd?
Judge, we're going to object again to the leading nature of the questions.
Has been some leading, but that's not one of them, so just keep in mind, Mrs. Murphy, don't lead, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Answer.
What was Mr. Davion Murphy's statement about his location on June 23rd? Or June 22nd, excuse me.
Says in Orlando, Florida.
Did you make any inquiry about his presence in Tampa?
I did.
And what was his statement about his presence in Tampa?
I began the interview by showing Davion Murphy a video from the Airbnb Ring doorbell camera. It's a video of himself. I asked him if he recognized that person. He initially said he doesn't recognize that person, and then ultimately, when I show him the video the second time, he says, yes, that's me. So he's identifying himself at the Airbnb in Tampa via the Ring doorbell camera. Ultimately, we get to a point where I'm asking him how he got down there, what was his business down there, and he shares with me that on June 23rd, he obtained a ride from a person he knows as Brandon, and traveled from Orlando to Tampa on that day on June 23rd in the afternoon hours.
Did he specify on the afternoon of June 23rd around what time he got to Tampa?
I believe he says he leaves Orlando around 11 or noon and then arrived to Tampa around 2 p.m.
Did you inquire of him what his purpose of being in Tampa was for?
Yes.
Was he meeting an individual in Tampa?
He explained that he was going down to Tampa to meet a person he knew as Fizzle and other people.
And is Fizzle able to be identified through the course of your interview?
Yes.
Is that the same Fizzle that was referenced in your earlier interviews?
Yes, it's Darius Beals.
Is that the same individual who was no longer alive on July 30th of 2024?
Correct.
He indicated that he was traveling to Tampa to meet Fizzle and other people.
Yes.
At the time that Fizzle died, were you able to review some records associated to that individual, Darius Beals?
Eventually, yes.
By the time you actually conduct the interview of Davion Murphy, had you had an opportunity to review the cell phone records of Darius Beals?
Yes.
Had you obtained those cell phone records from another law enforcement agency?
Yes.
What agency was that?
I obtained cell phone downloads belonging to Darius Beals from an agency in Florida, in Clay County. It was the Clay County Sheriff's Office.
Do we object that's hearsay as to what those records may or may not have reflected?
Overruled.
Did you, once you received the cell phone extraction there, have an opportunity to review the contents of that cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Had you obtained that cell phone extraction after your initial interview with Rashad Murphy?
I obtained that extraction after Rashad Murphy, but before Davion Murphy's interview.
As an investigator with the Sheriff's Office, is your role to not only interview subjects, but also evaluate their statements?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of you actually obtaining the Beals cell phone extraction, Fizzle's cell phone extraction?
After communicating the summary of Rashad Murphy's interview with the Tampa Police Department, I shared with him that the person he indicates that he traveled to Tampa with from Jacksonville was Darius Beals, who had been was deceased on June 28th of 2024. And I was aware that the Clay County Sheriff's Office obtained 2 cell phone downloads from Darius Beals during their investigation, and so I traveled down there and obtained those downloads to further analyze his pattern of life through his cell phone to confirm what Rashad Murphy provided during his interview.
Had you had an opportunity to review the files that were provided to you?
Yes.
Was there data in those files to reflect Darius Beals' device location?
Judge, same objection. The best evidence are the extractions themselves, not the detective's testimony.
At this point, she's asked if the data reflected it, so overruled as to that specific question.
Did the data reflect the cell phone location of Darius Beals' device on the weekend of Charles Jones's murder?
Yes.
Were you also able to review the contents of that device and make an extraction report from that device for the media content?
Yes.
Based on your review of that cell phone data, were you able to prove or disprove that Darius Beals was in Orlando on June 23rd or 22nd, 23rd, or 24th of 2024?
Based on my review of those downloads, he was not in Orlando or Tampa on those dates.
Did you have an opportunity to review that extraction to confirm whether Darius Beals had traveled at any point from the 22nd, 23rd, or 24th from Jacksonville to Tampa?
I reviewed that. That did not occur.
Did you provide the actual device extractions as well as a part of this investigation to Tampa Police Department, Detective Ramos?
I did provide those downloads to Detective Ramos.
And did you personally have an opportunity to review the photos contained on that device from that extraction during the time frames mentioned, the 22nd through the 23rd?
I
24th?
reviewed a lot of the media files contained on those devices specifically during that time frame.
Now, Davion Murphy's version of events are that Fizzle is actually in Tampa, is that what you said?
Yes,
And that he's coming here for what purpose? To meet him?
to meet him and other people.
And on that afternoon that he indicated that he was present, did he provide what he did the night before? Was he in Tampa or not?
Davion Murphy
Correct.
He was not in Tampa the night prior.
Did you inquire of him when he got to Tampa and whether that was exclusively the only time he'd been here?
I did ask that, and he said that he traveled from Orlando to Tampa on the 23rd during the afternoon hours.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with him about subsequent evidence that was obtained in this case from a McDonald's?
Yes, I shared with him that there was a video of him at a drive-through at a McDonald's.
Did you actually show him the footage from the McDonald's?
I was unable to at that point in the interview. I didn't have access to the video.
Had you already seen it, though?
I had previously seen it.
Did you attempt to speak to him about where he was from?
Yes,
Did you specifically inquire from Davion Murphy whether he was from out east?
I did.
What was his response to that inquiry?
He said he didn't know where that was.
At a later point in your interview, does Davion Murphy directly make reference to out east?
Yeah, he references an annual event that occurs in the Out East neighborhood. It's called the Out East Reunion. And I believe he was using that as a point of reference of when he returned to Jacksonville ultimately after Orlando and Tampa.
Did you inquire specifically of Davion Murphy whether he knew anybody by the name of Robert Howard?
Yes,
Had you at that time been aware of Robert Howard's involvement in Davion Murphy's cousin's death?
I was aware of that, yes.
What was Davion Murphy's response to your inquiry about Robert Howard?
He claimed he did not know him.
Had you at that time made inquiry from Davion Murphy about whether he knew Mr. Gathright?
I did.
What was his response to that question?
He acknowledged he was aware of him and described him as the light-skinned fellow.
And throughout the course of your interview, did Davion Murphy discuss with you a little bit about the 6 block issues and the death of his cousin, Spaz?
Yes.
Towards the conclusion of the interview itself, did you and Detective Nieder confront Davion Murphy about the footage from the Tesla and the home to suites of the murder of Charles Jones?
Yes.
What was the tenor of that conversation? What was the vibe?
Detective Nieder and I were describing what's observed on the Tesla, specifically the larger male shooter, and just basically what he was doing in the video.
Can you describe the nature of what your comments to Davion Murphy about that shooter were?
Sure, we called him Goofy. He almost killed the light-skinned shooter because he didn't have the awareness to, or the the courage, I guess, suppose, lack of a better, but, excuse me, he didn't have the courage to run up on the victim like the other two shooters, and he hung out in the background.
Were you making sarcastic remarks to Davion Murphy about that shooter?
That point of the interview was partially sarcasm, yes.
And are you familiar with what occurred after you left that interview room? Did you continue watching Davion Murphy?
So during that point where Detective Nieder and I are describing what the larger male shooter is doing, that's captured on the Tesla video, Detective Nieder and I leave the interview room, and it's at that point when Davion Murphy begins reenacting the shooting.
I'm going to object, Judge. The best evidence is what's on the video, not the detective's interpretation.
What was Davion Murphy doing with his hands after you left?
He was demonstrating a shooting. He stuck his hands out, his left hand like he was holding a rifle, and his right hand like he was as if it was a trigger finger, and he's holding it in front of him, and he's making a lot of audible rifle noises. He's demonstrating the shooting inside of the interview room.
Do you continue to watch him from that point of the interview on?
Yes.
At some point, does he actually sit back down at the interview table?
Yes.
Are you at least familiar with your general knowledge of Jacksonville gangs with the sign related to 1200?
I am aware of that sign.
And did you see any indications of Davion Murphy utilizing that sign throughout the course of your observations of him?
After he completes his demonstration of the shooting, he sits back down in the chair inside of the interview room, and he looks at the camera inside of the interview room and starts throwing up the 1200 gang sign, which is where you take your middle finger and connect it to your thumb, and he starts throwing it up inside of the interview room to the camera.
And at the conclusion of this interview, you indicated that this video was also forwarded to Tampa.
Yes.
Deputy Martinez, may I have some assistance? It won't go back to PC for some reason.
Judge, your computer has frozen up.
That's all right, I'll use this. Can I get document cam back?
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No,
Not working?
no.
Okay.
I do have the physical item, but I can't publish it.
Okay, so let's just take our morning recess while we get the bugs fixed. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
All rise. All jurors are in, Judge.
Okay, very good. Welcome back, everyone. That was
Detective, I think we left off on some of the observations that you were making after you exited the interview room. At the end of your interview with Davion Murphy, could you still see him on the camera?
Yes.
I'm publishing State's Exhibit 118B. What is this a photo of, sir?
This is Mr. Davion Murphy inside of the interview room.
118E and F. You previously described for us some type of behavior and audible noises that Mr. Murphy was making. Is that what's reflected in these still images from the interview?
Yes, this is when he's demonstrating a shooting.
Lastly, in 118D, is this the hand sign that you had previously described for us as well?
Yes.
During the course of your interview with Davion Murphy, did he bring up individuals called crash dummies or created players?
Yes.
What are those, if you could describe those to the jury?
And are you done with this exhibit?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
What are crash dummies or created players, if you could describe that to the jury?
A crash dummy is a person that recklessly commits illegal activity without recognizing or the concern of potentially getting caught. So they're just doing something so reckless and they ultimately get caught. They're crashing out. A created player is a person that may not have grown up in a specific area and would be the subject of the gang world as it relates to growing up in a very tough neighborhood potentially, and they ultimately include themselves in this historical violent crime, and they reference those type of people as created players.
All right, so if I, maybe in more layman's terms, created players, are those individuals who did in fact grow up in the neighborhoods that are traditionally associated with the gangs that you see?
No.
Are those individuals who joined those groups later in time?
To my understanding, as it references created players, that's usually what they're referenced as, yes.
And then, did you also have an opportunity to interview an individual by the name of Diamond Greer?
I did not conduct that interview. I know a separate detective did.
Did you make contact with a Diamond Greer for a photo show?
I apologize. I was thinking of a separate person. I did speak with Diamond Greer. Sorry.
And did you have an opportunity during the course of that interview to show her anything?
I did, yes.
What is it that you showed her?
I showed her a still image of Davion Murphy that was captured on video surveillance.
And which video surveillance was that image from?
It was from the Ring doorbell at the Airbnb in Tampa, Florida.
I'm showing you what's been previously admitted as States 38C. Is this the image that you showed to an individual by the name of Diamond Greer?
Yes, this image was supplied to me by the Tampa Police Department, and I used it when I was interviewing Diamond Greer and asked her who this person was.
Without telling me that conclusion, did she ultimately make an identification one way or another from this image?
Yes.
At this time, I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Gonzalez?
Good morning, Detective Trey'Vionne.
Good morning.
Detective, you were assigned to the gang unit at the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department in May of 2024, approximately a month prior to this homicide, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about your previous homicide experience and experience with the office, right?
Yes, sir.
And You discussed briefly your day-to-day intelligence gathering, primarily consisting of monitoring social media for many, many accounts. Those that you are aware of that may have connection to either crime or groups or neighborhoods, as well as others who may not, simply for intelligence gathering, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as the primary source, however, it is certainly a significant one.
Well, if you were to tell us what, or if there is a primary source, what would that be?
I wouldn't identify a primary source.
So without identifying a primary source, what you would tell us is that social media and music is an integral and extremely critical part of the day-to-day intelligence, correct?
It can be. Just another source.
You wouldn't characterize it as a significant source?
I did.
Okay.
I
Sorry,
previously said
misunderstood.
significant, yes, sir.
And much of that, as you are looking at it, is unverifiable, correct? You take it for what it's worth.
It may be a stepping stone or a lead in reference to other things, but sure, the source of a social media post or live video, or whatever it may be, that thing as an individual is not the end-all be-all. There should be other investigative efforts, yes.
Are you using fake pages to interact?
I have my own personal covert fake page, yes.
Do you interact with these posts? Do you answer them? Do you provide your own commentary? Do you link it? Do you do things like that?
Occasionally, yeah.
So you were on call with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Department on June 23rd, correct?
Yes.
And what that means is that it's not a team of you, as it normally would be, based on who investigates what. It's you handling whatever occurs during that on-call period. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
Now, not precluding that you couldn't call someone else if you needed it, but that's primarily why someone's on call, to give other people, whatever, work on other cases or downtime or just maybe absenting themselves from what normally has to be done every day, correct?
That's a fair description, yes.
And as I understand it, on the 23rd, this began with your sergeant, Sergeant Cook, telling you that he had been contacted by Tampa with regard to Charles Jones, Julio Foolio being shot, correct?
Sergeant Cook did reach out to me in the early morning hours of the 23rd and provided me information of a Tampa Police Department detective to reach out to in reference to this shooting.
Were you, when you say you're on call, that doesn't necessarily mean you're in the office or you're sitting at your desk or you're working. You're just the person available if something is needed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you home?
Yes,
Were you sleeping?
I was.
What was this in the morning hours when this communication started?
Yes, sir.
Morning hours as in 7, 8, 9, when you're getting this information rolling through?
Around there, yes, sir.
And so you then look at social media, correct? When you're apprised of this.
Yes,
Because you wouldn't have been looking at social media prior to that. You would have done it in conjunction with finding out about it.
correct.
And that's one of the things you would normally do. Start looking at this person, these people, this group, that neighborhood, whatever it is you could put your hands on that might give you the ability to interpret something, correct?
That would be one of the things that we would start doing, yes.
But that's what you did in this particular situation,
Right in the beginning, yes.
okay? And when you did that, you determined that amongst the other things you were seeing, Ghost 187 was posting and Goodazay was posting during those morning hours and into the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And they were posting about the death of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, as you interpreted it, correct?
If you're looking at the post alone, you certainly wouldn't make that interpretation.
So it was your interpretation when you looked at it to make a presumption or to at least suggest, well, I'm going to tell them about it. Tampa.
Sure.
Agreed?
Yes.
And I can presume that if you were looking and casting a net here, there were other people posting, correct?
There is a tremendous amount of people posting that day in reference to this.
And some of them were celebratory posts, correct?
Yes, they were celebrating his death.
Some were sad, some were angry, some were just spewing out information, good, bad, or indifferent, correct?
A combination of
All of
sad
those.
and celebratory, yeah.
All of those things, correct?
Yes.
And that didn't even cover all of the platform that were out there, right? You didn't look at Reddit.
I look at a variety of different pages and websites.
On that morning, it was Instagram that was providing you these things, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you would agree with me that Twitter, Spaces, Facebook, Reddit, your search during that time period wouldn't have been inclusive of even everything that was being said about Charles Jones, correct?
Sure.
But how you presented it to Tampa was that you believed that in particular these two accounts were posting what you interpreted as celebratory posts. That's what you told them, correct?
From the posts I observed, yes.
And that's what they took in order to attempt to further their investigation, as you understand it.
In the beginning stages of the investigation, I would describe it more as just information sharing as it relates to Jacksonville gangs and the historical violence that existed, since they weren't aware of any of that. So those were some of the posts I shared during those conversations.
Did you share any other posts with about any other people?
I do recall sharing not different people, but I also recall sharing an X Spaces conversation between Isaiah Chance and Charles Jones that occurred prior.
That wasn't in those early morning hours, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, was it? That was later.
Well, that was captured weeks prior, but at some point I shared it, yes.
Bad question. What I meant to say is that wasn't in your the information you were sharing that morning. That was shared with them later. I know it was actually posted, or the conversation took place weeks before, but you shared it with them later, maybe not even that same day.
It may have been the same day. There was so many conversations throughout that whole day relating to the scene of the crime, who was present with Charles Jones, the historical violence. So we're sharing information back and forth. Specifically, which post was shared at that very moment during that single phone call, I don't remember that.
And so you do not have any independent knowledge or any evidence that Ghost 187 is associated with Rashad Murphy, do you?
I did not know.
And you never saw anything when you monitored that account that indicated to you and told you this is Rashad Murphy's account, correct?
Aside from my own observations, no.
Okay, well, your own observations, in fact, Detective, is that there's not a single instance where a post or a picture or a video that you found on that account would tell you that it belongs to Rashad Murphy, right? No picture of him on the profile, correct?
Correct.
No pictures of his kids or his fiance, correct?
Correct.
No, no posts that would have directly related to anything in his particular life, correct?
That's accurate.
And the way that you made this association would have been things told to you by other detectives,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Those posts that you saw on that morning, as it relates to Ghost 187, they were illustrated in State's Exhibit 108. And I just want to go through those briefly. One of them was laughing emojis, correct?
Yes.
Four laughing emojis.
Yes.
And your interpretation was that that's a celebration of his death simply because it happened the morning, that post happened the morning of Charles Jones' murder, correct?
It could be, yes.
It also could be that somebody is thinking that something that someone else has posted about some other subject is funny.
It could be, sure.
And you attach that with another post of Bill Belichick and Tom Brady after the Super Bowl, correct? That was another one of them.
Yep.
And that's all in that State Exhibit 108 that you saw and that you talked about each one of those particular posts, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that post you interpreted, again, as being a celebration because that post was after the Super Bowl, right?
So, okay, I see what you're saying. The picture of Tom Brady and Bill Belichick was captured after the Super Bowl. This post was shared in June.
Bad question. I was taking down the wrong path. That post that was posted that morning, as it related to it being posted that morning, you interpreted as, again, being a celebration of Julio Foolio's death, correct?
It could be. We have learned as detectives in the gang unit that persons involved in violent crime in the city of Jacksonville would routinely share videos and posts of people celebrating, and it was an insinuation or a subliminal message to celebrate a person's recent death. We would see that often.
It also could be interpreted along the same lines of investigation as these are people who are the greatest of all time, the GOATs. They are best player in the world, the best coach in the world, correct?
Yes.
Oftentimes considered.
Sure.
And maybe utilizing that post with some type of meaning, associating it with GOAT, greatest of all time, correct?
Yes.
And it certainly does not have to be an interpretation of someone who is posting it to be suggesting, I am the GOAT. The person posting it, it's a picture of the GOAT, I'm the GOAT.
I usually see people posting sports-related posts at the conclusion of a sporting event. As it relates to Jacksonville gang violence, we typically see these posts made at the conclusion of a person dying. I don't know if I've ever seen someone reference themselves as a GOAT with a Tom Brady post. I haven't seen that before.
Okay, so it's not been your experience, and you don't associate that with gangs. Somebody saying, I'm the man, I'm the GOAT.
I've heard that reference, but I'm sure they would be calling themselves that, not utilizing Tom Brady and Bill for that.
There's also a post during that day during that morning of Corbin shooting birds.
Yes.
Remember that? And you interpret that as, again, something relating to Charles Jones being dead, correct?
It could be.
And my assumption is if you're going to pass it along to the Tampa Police Department, it could be, it couldn't be, but you sent it for that purpose.
Yes.
And certainly it could also be the poster telling somebody to F off, correct?
Yes.
Well, in understanding that if it's a picture of someone shooting the middle finger out with both hands, you could be telling someone that you are in a conversation with, or someone that is part of that post or that sees your page or is part of a group, that you're telling them or him or her to F off.
Could be.
Or equally as possible, I don't care. I don't care what you say. I don't care about you.
Could be.
So Hate Me Kindly was also a post that you saw that morning. And that obviously could be disrespect to someone, a group, a person, another person who there's been a conversation with back and forth, as a dist. If you're going to hate me kindly. You would agree that it could be easily interpreted that way.
Could be.
And you, though, interpreted it again as being connected directly to Charles Jones' death, correct? Or else you wouldn't have given it to the Tampa Police Department.
I provided that post in a series of the posts he made. That was just one of them. Yep.
Okay? Of some relative significance to you, correct?
What stood out to me the most was the Tom Brady, Bill Belichick one. Obviously, the same stories posted within that 24-hour period existed, so those were included in what I shared because they were there.
I'm sorry, who was there?
The posts were included within that sample of posts that was still attached to his story.
Okay. When you say they were there, you mean the posts were there?
The posts, that's what, yes, sir, that's what we're discussing.
And all of these posts, either singularly or in conjunction with each other, could very well be someone, Ghost 187, celebrating the death of Charles Jones, as many, many people were on social media at that same time, correct?
A lot of people were celebrating his death, yes.
You also, as a result of looking at Instagram and Instagram records, your investigation revealed that Alicia Andrews' Instagram on June 21st indicated that it was trying to get, or the person who was posting on her Instagram page was trying to get someone to rent an Airbnb for her for the next day, June 22nd, correct?
My knowledge of the Instagram records is very limited. I did not obtain them. I was not the affiant of those warrants. However, I did become aware of the context of that message, yes.
And you saw that. I mean, it was part of your investigation. It was part of what you were doing in Jacksonville that Tampa was sharing.
Yes, sir.
And in your part of the investigation, you don't know who that communication was with as it relates to that rental, do you?
I I do not know the identity of the woman she was speaking with, no.
You also were the affiant or the author of a search warrant for the phone that was jointly possessed by Charmaine Steiger and Rashad Murphy, 904-386-0925, correct?
Not for the device, but I believe for historical cell site.
Right. So historical cell site records. And as a result of that, you were able to determine at certain periods of time during that weekend where that phone was located, correct?
Yes,
And that's what got you to the point where you located the phone on Friday, the 21st at 10:20 p.m. at the Walmart, correct?
yes,
Okay. And it was you that went to the Walmart, got video that showed Mr. Murphy, Rashad Murphy, in the Walmart at that time, 10:30-ish, buying items, correct?
yes, sir.
You were asked on direct examination about Mr. Murphy's arrest in Jacksonville, correct? At the home. You talked about what happened, the course of events that took place prior to him coming out and surrendering himself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell me, I can't remember, were you there or did you show up after he was in custody?
I was there.
And that started on the 29th of July, correct? And you ultimately interviewed him on the 30th, which would have been after midnight.
That's correct.
You detailed that scenario surrounding his arrest on your direct examination, right?
Yes,
You don't know whether or not he was afraid to come out, do you? Nothing in your investigation would have told you that he didn't come out of that house because he was afraid.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
If you know, you can answer.
I
Know
don't
one
know.
way or the other.
I don't know if he was afraid or not.
Were you aware of his arrest in Gwinnett County? You knew he had been arrested in Gwinnett County 3 or 4 weeks earlier
Yes, sir.
on a misdemeanor resisting arrest without violence. You were aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that 4 weeks earlier that upon getting out of that Chevy Cruze that he was blocked in and there was a gun pointed at him? Were you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that he panicked and ran, and while he was running, he was tased? You aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that when he was on the ground, he was again tased in his private parts? Did you know that?
I did.
Did you ever see the video of that arrest?
I have not.
Were you aware that a service weapon was placed on his temple?
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope at this point.
Overruled, go ahead.
I don't know.
Okay. You weren't aware of that, or you didn't see that on the video?
I was unaware of that.
Were you aware that his shoulder was separated and he needed to go to the hospital to get treatment for it?
No.
Based on your investigation of Rashad Murphy, do you know whether he's ever been convicted of a felony?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You talked briefly, just a little bit back, about the State's Exhibit 121, which was the Twitter Spaces conversation between Gutazay and you might be able to help me, you might be able to not help me. ESPN
98.
98, which is Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that conversation, there was nothing private about it. It was a communal conversation on Spaces, which most of the time that's the way it is, correct?
There's a portion of that X Spaces that occurred prior to me beginning my screen recording. It was Charles Jones accusing Isaiah Chance of being gay. That's what ultimately leads into the verbal dispute between the two, and that's when I begin screen recording.
Well, they're bantering back and forth in a group of 16 other people, correct?
Yes.
Not a private conversation.
No.
Okay. And people are chiming in and laughing, correct?
Yes.
In fact, both of them at one point in time or another are chuckling as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
And during the course of that conversation, it's actually Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, who says, Gutty, you got bigger fish to fry. Do you recall hearing that?
I do.
Going back to the interview that you discussed with Mr. Murphy on July 30th, it began at about 3 o'clock in the morning, correct?
I think it. Yeah, I would say so.
Concluded about 4:30 in the morning, and you said it was about an hour and a half long, give or take.
Yes, sir.
And this was not your case per se. You spoke to Detective Ramos, and instead of him traveling to Jacksonville, he either authorized or asked you to conduct the interview, correct?
Yes. Detective Ramos requested that I go ahead and interview him because he was unable to travel on that day.
And Detective Ramos obviously knew a lot more about what was going on in his investigation at that point than you did. You would agree?
Yes, Detective Ramos is the lead detective. He's responsible to know everything as it relates to the case.
And you would agree with me that you really didn't have a full and entire view of the shooting, the murder, and the intricacies of what occurred in Tampa, correct?
That's fair.
You even told Mr. Murphy that it wasn't your case.
Correct.
Was there some type of strategic purpose in you conducting this interview instead of Tampa?
No, I just said Detective Ramos was unable to travel to Jacksonville. I don't know what his circumstances were, but Rashad Murphy needed to be interviewed, and I was available to interview him.
And you would agree with me that Mr. Murphy appeared under those circumstances that we just talked about earlier to be exhausted, correct? And it was pretty obvious, was it not?
Yeah.
And he was shaking, correct?
Not when he was in the interview room.
At all. He wasn't shaking during the course of the interview. You guys had to come and bring him a big giant blanket to put over him.
Someone brought him a blanket. Yeah.
And he told you that he was really weak, correct?
I don't recall that.
You even offered him a Red Bull, did you?
I was drinking an energy drink, and I shared with him why I like him. I may have offered him one. I don't remember.
But in any sense, you believed it was appropriate to continue the interview based on what you observed his condition to be, correct?
I observed his condition to be totally fine for an interview.
Initially, he talks about his 4 kids, and you ask him about the weekend, and he tells you about his son Prosper having a birthday on June 23rd, correct? I think you testified about that on direct.
Yes, sir.
And he tells you that his cousin Davion, which again you talked about in direct, was supposed to be going to Orlando for him on behalf of his brother, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yep. Rephrase.
He told you that he had borrowed the car from his, maybe that's just not the right word, sister-in-law, but the baby's mother of his brother, correct?
Yes.
And I think you indicated to us that he originally denied being in Tampa on June 23rd, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that he had been in Tampa previously for a concert a long time ago.
To represent that more accurately, I asked him multiple times if he had been to Tampa, if he had ever physically been to Tampa. He answered those initially, no, he has never physically been to Tampa. Ultimately, he does at one point say he had been to a show at an unknown time in Tampa.
I didn't mean to insinuate that it was, have you ever been to Tampa? Oh, I've been to Tampa for a show. It took you a bit to get to that point where he made that acknowledgement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that the car was borrowed and it was brought back to him on Sunday, correct?
If Sunday was the 23rd, yes.
Yes. Sunday was the 23rd, so that's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
And he also starts to talk to you because you mention and you provide him information about the Airbnb, correct? You start a conversation with him about that portion of the investigation. Hey, look, there's an Airbnb in your name.
He actually brings up the Airbnb first, but I do start to question him about it.
And what he tells you is that he allowed, and he says this from the beginning, I'm here because I allowed people to do things and borrow things that I shouldn't have done. He tells you that very early on, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
And when it comes to the Airbnb, he says that he allowed his account to be used and provided his identification, correct?
Correct.
He also tells you that he wouldn't have booked an Airbnb in his name in Tampa, didn't he?
He does.
And that he tells you he didn't know the Airbnb was in Tampa, correct?
Initially, yes.
And what I mean by that, and based on your response initially, I'm talking about when it was booked, when the account was used. He's telling you he didn't know the Airbnb was in Tampa, correct?
At the initial part of the interview, that's the story he gives. At the initial part of the interview.
And you have seen the confirmation of the Airbnb. It was shown to you on yesterday at some time, during the course of your testimony, correct? No?
I don't recall reviewing that as an exhibit, but I have seen that before.
Okay, and you would agree with me that the confirmation on the Airbnb is to an account that is in Rashad Murphy's name, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that confirmation does not include an address or location in city of where that property is, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And one thing that remains constant throughout your investigation is that he continues to insist that someone else utilized his account and he himself did not make that reservation, correct?
At the initial part of the interview, that's what he continues to insist.
Well, then maybe we need to get to a point where I think you may be going to. Are you suggesting to me or telling me that at some point in time, he tells you, I booked this Airbnb for me or for someone else, I booked it?
At the later portions of the interview, he does confirm that he goes to the Airbnb and that is actually trying to make contact with people at the rear door because he's trying to check in on his Airbnb. Those are his words.
What he's telling you, and I agree with you, and we're going to get to that, is that he ultimately goes to the Airbnb on the 23rd of June, correct? That's what he tells you.
Yes.
Okay. And he says he's going to check on the Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
He doesn't tell you why he needs to check on the Airbnb on June 23rd, which is Sunday, in the morning, does he? He didn't tell you that.
Say that again?
He doesn't tell you why he needed to go and check on the Airbnb on June 23rd in the morning.
Right.
Okay. And what he consistently continues to tell you during the interview is that he did not have anything to do with a shooting in Tampa, correct?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't ultimately make any type of admission to being present in Tampa at the time of the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And he doesn't tell you he had or participated in or assisted in anything that had to do with Charles Jones' murder, correct?
Correct.
So there's no admission per se to a crime, correct?
Yes, sir.
He tells you, does he not, that he thought that the vehicle was going to Orlando to help take things to his brother, correct?
Yes.
And he also says that what was happening was supposed to be happening in Orlando, not in Tampa, correct?
Yes.
He also tells you he wouldn't have allowed anyone to use his Airbnb account to book an Airbnb in Tampa. Tells you that, doesn't he?
He does.
So, as we're going along in this interview, what happens is you tell him, look, we have videotape of you getting out of an Uber at Sean Gathright's house in Tampa. And that Uber leaves the Airbnb in Tampa. That's the origin of the Uber, correct?
Yes.
And he continues in a denial capacity, correct?
Yes, sir.
But then, I think you spoke to the state on direct, and you said that you left him, which is sometimes a law enforcement tool of investigation where you want someone to think about what they've been telling you, correct?
Yep.
You want to give them the opportunity on their own, by themselves, to consider why they should continue to maintain a certain line of answers to your questions.
That could be the case. specifically as it related to this, I just wanted to give him more of an opportunity to think about the information we shared and to provide a truthful statement about what happened that day.
No, it's just like an unsaid, hey, you want to think about this.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, that was a yes, right?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
So when you come back, he ultimately tells you, look, I know what I'm saying seems inconsistent. It may look like I'm lying, but I want to tell you that I didn't ride with other people to Tampa, and I wasn't there when any murder took place, correct?
Right.
And what he tells you is that he drives to Tampa in the morning hours with his friend Fizzle, correct?
Correct.
And Fizzle is Darius Beals.
That's correct.
And at the time that you did this interview on the 30th of June, Darius Beals was alive and breathing and doing whatever Darius Beals does, correct? On June 30th.
No,
I'm sorry, that is completely wrong. When this ride between the defendant and Darius Beals took place on the 23rd of June, Darius Beals was alive,
Yes, sir.
correct? Subsequently, I believe you said either on the 28th or 30th, Darius Beals is killed, correct?
Darius Beals is murdered in Clay County on June 28th of 2024.
June
28th.
28th.
2024.
And so that's when we talked about your prior answer, where he tells you that that's the reason why he went down to Tampa, is to check on this Airbnb situation, correct?
Yes.
And he goes on to tell you, I got there, but I did not stay long, correct?
Correct.
Goes on to tell you that the reason that he goes back to Jacksonville with Isaiah Chance and Alicia Andrews in that Uber is because he didn't have any other ride and no one else was going back to Jacksonville, correct?
Correct.
That's when you started asking him about the Uber ride and his presence in Tampa in the early afternoon of June 23rd, correct?
Yes.
And this is where the issue with the Airbnb becomes a topic of conversation, correct?
Yes.
And it was your testimony that Mr. Murphy indicated at one point in time, based on your questioning, that he had gone into the Airbnb, correct?
Attempted to.
So your testimony is what Mr. Murphy told you, is that he had attempted to go into the Airbnb, correct?
Yes.
And what he tells you, first of all, strike that. You're talking about the back, not the front, correct? Back door of the Airbnb.
Yes, sir.
And when he says that he attempted or he went to the back of the Airbnb, this is after you tell him that you don't see him on the camera, correct?
Right.
Which is a fact. Rashad Murphy is not on any camera relating to that Airbnb that you have seen or that you're aware of from June 22nd through June 23rd and at any point in time before or after Charles Jones is murdered, correct?
Right.
And what he tells you is that when he got there and he went to the back, he knocked on the door, no one answered, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he came back, and as he's sitting with Fizzle, there's an Uber driver there, and they come out the front door, and that's when they get into the Uber, correct?
Right.
In the meantime, he said he was sitting in the car waiting, correct?
I don't recall where he suggested he was standing, but at some point he meets him out front, yeah.
Okay. Well, he's standing or he's somewhere where the activation of the cameras for the Airbnb Ring video do not show him in that frame, in that part of the parking lot, correct?
Right.
But what you can see is you can see the Uber driver, correct?
I don't know.
Have you looked at it?
I've looked at a few of the clips.
Okay. Have you looked at the clip where the Airbnb gets there? Did you show it to him? Didn't you show him the clip of the Uber driver?
No.
Okay. Have you seen it once or enough times to talk to me about it or no?
I've seen a few of the clips.
Did you see the one specifically where the parking lot is shown and the Uber driver and the individuals going to the Uber driver, to the Uber?
I believe so, yes.
Right. You don't see Rashad Murphy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see people leaving the Airbnb, and you see somebody coming across the parking lot toward the Airbnb, correct? Toward the Uber driver location, correct?
Yes.
So when he tells you, when he changes his story after he says, look, I've told you inconsistent things and it sounds like I'm lying. That's what he said, correct? And that's when he started to change his story and give you another version, correct?
I provide him with information about Sean Gathright's video surveillance. It's at that point he realizes, yes, I look like a liar, and then he gives me another story.
Correct. So he
Yes.
didn't maintain the story with or without footage, and I'm not suggesting to you that he did that on his own. What I'm suggesting to you is after you told him, hey, look, dude, you know, why don't you just tell me about it? He then tells you, look, I know this sounds inconsistent, and, you know, I know it sounds like I'm lying. And that's when we get on the path to the story that ends the interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because you now have that information, as a good detective, you're going to try to follow up to see what you can corroborate, correct?
Potentially.
In terms of his interview. I mean, part of your investigation is always going to be, well, let me see what I can corroborate so I can determine whether or not this guy might be telling me the truth.
That's true. Someone should do that, yes, I agree.
And what you did in this case to that end is that you went to Clay County and you made a determination that Darius Beal's phones were taken into custody and that there had been a download, correct?
Yes.
And you took that download of the iPhone and you did, or there was cell site location, there was other data in it that you would potentially normally find in an extraction, correct?
Yes.
And sometimes extractions are full, sometimes extractions are partial. You don't know whether or not this was a full or a partial extraction, correct?
I don't remember.
And what that extraction or partial extraction showed you was that you thought Darius Beals was not in Tampa because there was cell site locations of that phone in Clay County and Jacksonville area during June 23rd day, correct?
I never obtained or reviewed any historical cell site. There was GPS location data contained within the phone, which is separate, but I believe someone within Tampa did follow up and did some historical cell site, which is separate from the GPS location data on the phone, but yeah.
So in any event, your determination was, and you provided Tampa information that said Darius Beals couldn't have been in Tampa, correct?
Correct.
You did that review. of that report?
I obtained the cell phone downloads. The cell phone downloads are contained on a hard drive. It's not something I can remotely share. So in the meantime, prior to providing them to Tampa, I did start to go through them.
Okay. And in going through them, you felt comfortable because of the location information and the data that was in the phone, it was traveling in Jacksonville to various locations during that day, correct?
There's more to it than just location data, but yes.
Okay. What else is there?
There's media files, financial records, social media accounts, communication logs.
During that day?
Yes,
Okay. And again, your conclusion was that Darius Beals was not in Tampa.
correct?
Okay. But there's a second phone, correct?
Yep,
And Darius Beals has two phones, correct?
yes,
And there was actually a download done on that phone too, correct?
yes, sir.
And the results of that download of that phone couldn't tell us where that phone was, correct?
That's correct.
And so you can put one of Darius Beals' phones in Jacksonville on June 23rd, correct?
Yes.
But you can't put the other one, can you?
I can't, but I can say that that phone was never powered on June 23rd.
But he could have had it with him, correct? He could have taken that phone in the event that he needed to use it.
He could have, yes.
You don't know where that phone was on June 23rd, correct?
It was never powered on. You would never be able to determine that.
You don't know where it was on that particular date, correct?
That's true.
So it doesn't necessarily follow that Darius Beals was with one phone and not another. We don't know that. You can't testify to that, can you?
He could have a phone on him that is not powered on, sure, but I don't see what the use of that would be.
Unless you wanted to power it on and use it.
But that never occurred.
Correct. It didn't occur. Could have occurred. It was capable of occurring. It was an operational phone, correct?
True.
It was there would have been monthly bills on it. There was data on it showing that it had been used, correct?
It had been, yes.
And you don't know whether Darius Beals had that phone in his possession on June 23rd, do you?
I don't.
And there was no data on that phone that would have precluded that phone could be in Tampa on June 23rd, correct? There's no data on it.
Correct. That device is never powered on. There's no opinion to be made or any data to reference to determine where it was.
Did you speak to Darius Beals' family?
No,
Did you speak to his friends?
I didn't speak to anyone in reference to Darius Beals.
You said there was a transaction, correct?
There's a financial transaction at the Orange Park Mall for some Japanese food on the 23rd.
Did you go to try to figure out whether or not Darius Beals was there that day?
No. By the time we received the information and the cell phone device, this was July 30th. It's been well over a month and some change after the fact.
So you're going to presume that there probably wouldn't be camera information at that time, correct? Is that what you're saying?
As a homicide detective in the city of Jacksonville and surrounding areas that has pulled so much video from DVRs, it's become my experience that video, more oftentimes than not, doesn't exist beyond a week. Better yet, more than a month.
Okay? And that would be the way that the system is set up by the user, correct?
Sure.
Meaning, it can be, and it's capable of being. Your experience is that most of the time it's not. You can have video for 6 months, correct? Depending on the system, depending on what you've set it as a default or a run over, and what the parent company either requires in their contract or what you pay for in order to store something longer, correct?
I've never experienced that, but I guess, yes.
Okay? So you're telling me you don't know that to be a fact? That you can determine how long something is saved, and that there are different contracts or different agreements with the storage holders of that information as to when it's going to be written over.
I'm speculating, but I've never experienced a DVR system capture video more than a month. Is it possible? Sure. I'm sure there's some remote cloud software system somewhere that could capture video beyond 30 days. I'm sure it's possible. I have not experienced that in my experience.
You would also agree with me that if we were revisiting the Airbnb connection to Mr. Murphy on the 23rd of June, that certainly his interview would tell us exactly what he said, correct? The audio, video transcript of his interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, Detective, Rashad Murphy in his interview also tells you, or he tells you in that interview, that he didn't tell you the truth in the beginning of his interview because he didn't want any parts of what was going on in Tampa, because now it's 30 days later. So, everybody knows everything about this murder. I don't mean from a investigation standpoint, but just where it happened, how it happened, who it happened to, correct? 30 days later.
Yes, sir.
And he tells you in the interview that he didn't tell you the truth in the beginning because he didn't want no parts of Tampa, and that he knew it would be bad if he was in the Tampa area on the 23rd of June, correct?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Mr. Nardi?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Still morning.
It's still,
Good morning.
still morning. As I entered, how long have you been with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Going on 9 years.
9 years?
May will be 9 years.
All right. And prior to January of 2025, you had had no contact with Davion Murphy, correct?
Correct.
Didn't know who he was until that point, correct?
I did not know who he was prior to this incident.
Correct, that's what I'm asking. All right.
Yes, sir.
And you said 9 years, going on 10 years at this time?
I'm 8 years going on 9 years.
8 years, going on 9 years, all right. And at some point in time, obviously, you've testified that there were arrest warrants issued for a number of individuals, one of which was Davion Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that as a result of those arrest warrants, officers, detectives, et cetera, with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was looking for these 5 individuals, I believe it was, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and Davion Murphy was one of those individuals.
Correct.
Do you know, Detective, pursuant to your position with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, whether or not Davion Murphy resided in Jacksonville or Orlando?
I know at one point he had historical addresses in Orlando.
Correct.
Where he established a permanent residency around this time, I don't know.
You know, but he did have a Orlando address, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, based on the arrest warrants that were issued, I'm obviously assuming that efforts were made to locate Davion Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall when it was that the arrest warrants were issued? Approximately.
July,
Sometime in July.
late July, 2024.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Davion Murphy was not located until January of 25?
Correct.
All right. And you don't know specifically his whereabouts through that period of time, is that accurate?
Not until he's interviewed.
Until his interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you did not know his whereabouts between July of 2024 and January 2025 until his interview. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is it fair to say that majority of that time he was in fact in Jacksonville, Florida?
Per his own admission, yes.
I'm sorry?
Per his own admission, yes.
Okay. And you just weren't able to locate him?
Correct.
All right. You and however many deputies, et cetera, are with the the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But there did come a time when, at some point in time, that you were able, you or other individuals with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office believed they had located Davion Murphy at an apartment complex in Jacksonville. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Did you participate in taking Davion Murphy into custody?
I was present in the area. Our SWAT team did the apprehension of Davion Murphy.
Did you actually see the apprehension of Davion Murphy from your location?
They keep a safety perimeter just because they're using breaching equipment and other SWAT techniques and equipment. So they have to keep a safety perimeter, but I was very close by.
And is it fair to say, based on your observations and your knowledge of what transpired in taking Davion Murphy into custody, he voluntarily presented himself to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office deputies there, correct?
No,
All right. Did he attempt to run?
he didn't have an opportunity to.
Was the door of the apartment complex breached in order to remove Davion Murphy?
They blew the door off of the apartment he was in, yes.
I'm saying it again?
They breached the front door, yes.
And was Mr. Murphy there present at the front door when it was breached, and he was actually injured as a result of that breach?
I'm unaware of any injuries, but he does say the door hit him upon it being breached.
All right, so he was at the door when the door was being breached. Is that accurate?
That's what he shared with me, yes.
All right. And I'm assuming, obviously, is that he was going to be transported at some point in time from that location to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I would anticipate that he was fully searched prior to being transported.
Always.
That's a safety precaution for everybody concerned, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And no weapons were found on Davion Murphy, correct?
Correct.
No firearms, guns, knives, anything of any weapons, correct?
No weapons.
Now, at some point in time, he is placed in that, they're called an interview room?
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right. And who was present in the interview room besides Mr. Davion Murphy?
At one point, myself and Detective Nieder enter the interview room.
Who was primarily responsible for the interviewing of Davion Murphy in that interview room?
Myself.
Okay. And Detective Nieder was secondary as just to assist you if you needed any assistance. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So you conducted the vast majority, if not all, of the questioning of Davion Murphy, correct?
Correct.
Prior to, and I believe you've testified to this on direct, but prior to interviewing Davion Murphy, did you advise him of his constitutional rights?
Yes.
And is that done from a form?
Yes, it is.
And did you read verbatim from that form to Mr. Davion Murphy?
Yes, sir.
And did you ask Mr. Davion Murphy if he understood his rights?
Yes,
And did you ask him to sign that form?
I did.
And did he in fact sign and execute the form?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right. And then subject to at that point in time is when you initiated your interview with Davion Murphy.
Correct.
And so that I'm clear, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that's the first contact, to your recollection, that you'd ever had with Davion Murphy, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you've gone through, and I'm not going to reiterate what your statements concerning the comments made by Mr. Murphy during that interview, so we'll go with that. I believe, is it fair to say that the time you came in contact with Mr. Murphy, Davion Murphy, so that we can keep it straight. He was intoxicated, was he not?
It did not appear to me that he was, but he did.
Did he not give signs of intoxication?
No,
You don't believe he did?
not when he was speaking with me. No.
Did he appear to be impaired in any manner?
You're asking my opinion. I'm sharing it with you.
Yes,
That
you
wasn't
don't
my
believe he
opinion.
was? And
No, sir.
We can determine that from the video itself, I presume.
That was my first time meeting him, so I don't necessarily have a good understanding of what his baseline levels are of being intoxicated or not intoxicated. However, based on my opinion of sitting next to him at a table, it wasn't my opinion that he was intoxicated.
All right, that's your opinion.
That's
Okay,
my
you don't-
opinion.
You don't believe he was, all right. But he was cooperative during your interview, is that accurate?
Correct.
And was it, say, let's use the term jovial, he was very upbeat, very happy?
Mixed emotions.
All right.
Yeah.
He was cooperative, was he not?
Yeah, I would ask him a question, he would answer it.
All right. Now, there were points in time, were there not, where both you and Detective Meter exited the interview room, correct?
Yes.
And during those periods of time when you exited the interview room, was there music playing in the background?
Yes.
And what kind of music was that? Do you recall?
I don't know what the local radio stations here are, but if you were to put on today's top hits, that's what they were playing.
How about rap music?
No,
You don't recall?
I don't recall there being rap music.
All right, all right. You don't recall what music was playing? But there was, when you and Detective Nieder exited the interview room, there was piped-in music that was going into the interview room, correct?
Right.
And was there not points in time where Mr. Davion Murphy was dancing to that music?
I remember him walking around. He may have been dancing.
All right, dancing to the music that was being piped in, correct?
Okay, yes.
All right. In fact, he was singing or verbalizing, singing with the music, was he not?
I do recall him singing. I don't know if it was the same song that was being played.
Okay. And dancing to it at the same time, correct?
He may have been dancing.
Well, you don't recall?
I remember him walking. I mean, that might be his form of dancing. I don't know.
All right. And it's your testimony that based on those actions by Mr. Davion Murphy, you don't believe that he was intoxicated or in any way impaired at that point in time?
No.
Correct?
Correct.
All right. But he was in fact singing and dancing to the music. You recall that, correct?
You've asked me a number of times if I remember him dancing. I don't. I remember him walking in the room, and if you define that as dancing, that's
All right.
that's fine. That's not what I interpreted.
Do you know who NBA Youngboy is?
I do.
Who is that?
He's a rapper.
A rapper?
Yep. Yes.
All right. Did I understand you to indicate to the state on direct that you believed you observed Davion Murphy make a gun sign? Was that you?
That's what he physically demonstrated, yes.
All right. That you recall that in the video, correct?
You can't miss that.
Okay. And if you would demonstrate for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your recollection is, the manner in which Davion Murphy mimicked whatever it was that you believe he was mimicking.
Okay. Do you want me to physically demonstrate it?
Yes.
So, would you like me to stand up? too?
Yes, I feel like it'd be easier for the
Your
ladies
Honor,
and gentlemen.
do you mind if I stand
Yeah,
up?
go ahead.
So Davion Murphy, when Detective Nieder and I leave the interview room, Davion Murphy starts to walk around in the interview room with one hand extended, his left hand, and his right hand as he's brandishing a trigger finger. And he starts to walk around the interview room just like this, and he points up at the camera and he starts going, "Bup, bup, 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 bup." And he does it a number of times. And that's what we're observing remotely from a separate room on the camera.
Thank you, Detective.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
that. Now, let's return back to NBA Youngboy. Who is he?
He's a rapper.
And have you observed any of his rap videos?
I've actually worked NBA Youngboy's concert. I've seen him
Oh, you
live.
have?
Yes.
And have you seen NBA Youngboy do that same action that you just shown the ladies and gentlemen of the jury on numerous occasions?
I have.
What's the relevance?
Wow. It is relevant, Judge.
Well, okay, he's answered the question, so what's your next question? Overrule the objection as far as the question that's on the table.
Did you have any involvement, Detective, in checking the social media of Davion Murphy?
No.
Did not have any? Well, let's do it this way. As one of the as one of the detectives, are you aware of any social media that's been recovered pertaining to Davion Murphy?
I'm not.
Did I understand you to say on direct examination that your recollection is that Davion Murphy knew Sean Gathright?
He references a press conference that was broadcasted by the Tampa Police Department that displayed Sean Gathright. At some point in the interview, we referenced that press conference, and he admits that he had hung out with the light-skinned fellow previously.
All right, so your recollection is that based on that press conference that there was some knowledge of Davion Murphy of Sean Gathright, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, as I understand it, and again, on direct examination, and correct me if I'm wrong, did you ever, my understanding is you showed still photos of some of the state's exhibits, and I don't have the exhibit numbers, but they pertain to the Ring camera at the Airbnb that purport to show Davion Murphy on that Ring camera entering the residence, correct? You recall that?
I was supplied that image by the Tampa Police Department, yes.
All right. And did you show that image to Davion Murphy during that interview?
Yes, sir.
And he identified himself, did he not, as the individual on that Ring camera, correct?
He did.
All right, and that was on the June 23rd, but I believe the early hours, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, something like that. Do you recall the time of that?
I don't remember the timestamp or the date, but I know it was captured from the Airbnb.
Okay. Did you ever show Davion Murphy any photos of, or still photos from the security cameras at McDonald's restaurant on Fowler Avenue?
I did not.
Did not do that.
I did not have access to them at the point of during this interview.
So that the record is clear, Detective, you were able to obtain the extraction data on 2 cell phones that were the property of Darius Beal, also known as Fizzle, correct?
Yes.
All right. And one was an Apple iPhone, correct?
Yes.
And based on your testimony is that during June 23rd of 2024, you believe Darius Beal was present in the Duval, Clay County areas, based on the cell phone data, correct?
Yes.
You were able to you were able to double check the location of Darius Beal with that phone data to confirm whether or not he in fact was the one possessing the phone, correct?
Double check the.
Well,
sorry, I don't understand.
You have phone data that shows he was in a certain area in Duval and Clay counties, correct?
Yes.
And we've gone through this, and you also were able to determine that he made a purchase at I believe it was a Japanese restaurant, but you weren't able to confirm whether or not Darius Beal was in fact the one possessing that phone. Is that accurate?
Ask that again?
You were never able to confirm who was actually possessing the phone that was tracking in Duval and Clay counties, correct?
The device, the review of this cell phone extraction, the phone belongs to Darius Beals. The account information belongs to Darius Beals. The communication logs, the media files, all the primary possessor of the device is Darius Beals. You're asking if there's additional layered evidence to include video surveillance. I did not obtain the information relating to Darius Beals until a month after the fact, well over a month after. So no, there is nothing additional. You're right.
So the short answer is no, you don't know who possessed that phone. Is that accurate?
Accompanied with video surveillance, no. You're right.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
All right. And we've also confirmed that Mr. Darius Beal Fizzle also possessed a second phone, correct?
Yes.
And that was a Samsung phone, correct?
Yes, the review of that phone was possessed for work purposes. It appeared he worked for a logistics company for moving.
And you don't know where that phone was on June 23rd, 2024, correct?
Correct.
All right. You don't know if Darius Beal Fizzle had that phone in Tampa, Hillsborough County, Florida on June 23rd, 2024, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Charles Jones, who went by the stage name of Julio Foolio, correct?
Yes, sir.
He had a great deal of social media posts, correct?
Yes, sir.
And a lot of them included his traveling to Tampa to celebrate his birthday and where he was going to party, et cetera, et cetera. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And did you also learn that at one point in time that Mr. Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, was partying to the extent that he got thrown out of an Airbnb? Were you aware of that?
I was made aware of that.
Okay. And it was not uncommon, or well, digress, it was fairly common for Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, to dish other rappers and other individuals, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when I say dish, what does that mean?
He's disrespecting.
Disrespecting, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, before Julio Foolio or Charles Jones came to Tampa, he was dishing Tampa and a lot of the residents of Tampa, did he not?
Never heard that before.
You don't recall that? Okay.
No.
And there were, so it's clear, there was you allege that there is a post, Bill Belichick and, I just drew a
Tom
blank.
Brady.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Tom Brady. There's no connection of that post to Davion Murphy, correct? You have no any way to connect that to Davion Murphy in any way.
Correct.
And if I asked you this before, I apologize, but you were not able to locate any social media information on Davion Murphy, correct?
I was not.
And on the post that you did identify, a lot of people, in fact, were celebrating the death of Charles Jones, Julio Foolio, were they not?
Yes.
And a rough number, I know you didn't count them, but a rough number of posts that you saw.
Hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yes.
Maybe thousands?
My answer was hundreds.
Hundreds?
Yes.
All right, we'll leave it at hundreds.
Yes.
And did those come from, do you know what areas they came from? Did they come from Tampa, Jacksonville, Orlando?
No idea.
You can't tell where they came from?
No, sir.
So that the record is clear, that obviously you've testified that Darius Beal Fizzle was murdered shortly after the death of Charles Jones, correct?
5 days after.
Right. June 28th, and the state allegations are that Julio Foolio or Charles Jones died on June 23rd, correct, 2024.
Yes.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are clear Davion Murphy has no involvement whatsoever with the death of Darius Beals, correct?
It's an ongoing investigation. I don't know the answer to that.
All right. You have a moment, Your Honor?
Yep.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Wise, any questions? Ms. Finkelstein, any questions?
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Just got a few questions for you, mostly in relation to Sean Gathright.
Okay.
I know there's a lot of us, and hard to keep track probably. Let me ask you, I know you said you were in homicide, moved to gang, and I believe it was yesterday you talked about your main assignment at this time is the 21st Street Gang
Yes,
and rack chasing family?
correct.
Which I wrote down as rat chasing, but I guess you said R-A-C-K?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But part of your work in the gang unit and with the 12 of you that are assigned, right, is to have a general knowledge of all the gangs.
For the most part, yeah.
Okay, so what we heard yesterday was that you knew information regarding 1200,
Yes,
is that correct? ATK
correct.
and 6 Block?
Yes.
And those are kind of the main focus of this case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We also saw that at the time of the homicide or predating or the day of, you were monitoring social media as it related to those 3 gangs that I just mentioned, 1200, ATK, and 6 Block.
Along with others, yes.
But the screenshot or the screen recording we saw was dealing with those 3, right?
Yes.
As it relates to this case.
Yes, ma'am.
What's relevant here, okay. From the knowledge that you have of your gangs that you're assigned to, the other gangs in Jacksonville that you have general knowledge, and then more specifically 1200, ATK, and 6 Block, you'd never heard the name of Sean Gathright before, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you weren't monitoring his social media?
I was unaware of it.
Don't know his screen name,
Correct.
anything like that, on X or Twitter or whatever we saw yesterday?
Right.
At some point when this investigation gets started, you then do learn the name of Sean Gathright, right?
Yes.
And I think we had heard a little bit yesterday and today, at some point, he's arrested.
Yes.
You were not directly involved in his arrest, correct?
Correct.
Physically arrest him.
Right.
You also personally did not stop his vehicle or were involved in the stop or search of his vehicle at any point in time.
I was not part of that.
And we heard about him being brought into the station. You didn't personally take any statements or interview him, correct?
Correct.
We also heard about a search warrant. I believe that you authored or co-authored the application for a search warrant to his mother's home in Jacksonville. Is that right?
Detective Parker did. He was the affiant of it.
Okay.
I was present at the very beginning portion of it being executed, but I left shortly after.
And for the jury's knowledge, the affiant is the person who signs or kind of swears under oath to why they want that
The
warrant.
affiant is just another word to say the person that authored or wrote the search warrant.
But you were aware of it and the reason for that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that you indicated you weren't personally involved in the search of the home. but you did have contact with his mother, you at some point were at the home.
Yes,
No issues there, right?
correct.
You served the search warrant, or they did, no problems.
I agree.
And from what you know, although you personally didn't arrest Mr. Gathright, you obviously have a lot of knowledge about the goings-on in this case, right?
For the most part,
You were kept up to speed on a lot of stuff. You weren't aware of any issues arresting him? Like taking him into custody?
right.
We heard something about having to, have standoffs and press conferences to get people arrested. Mr. Gathright was not one of those people.
Right.
No extensive searches or law enforcement resources in Jacksonville that you're aware of to locate him?
No, ma'am.
And then we touched on, or you were asked about, or I'm gonna touch on, the interview that was brought up with Rashad Murphy, where you testified on direct and cross that at some point in that interview, Rashad Murphy at some point admits to you to being an acquaintance of Sean Gathright. Is that correct?
Yes,
And this was sometime into the interview, right?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, he was not forthcoming with you to start,
Correct.
provided what I believe you stated in your opinion was either false or misleading information.
Yes,
You confronted him at some point in the interview with I don't know if it was the full video or a still shot of a camera from Mr.Gathright's mom's home, correct?
verbally, I made him aware of it. I didn't have anything to show him at that point.
Okay, so you told him that you had something showing him getting dropped off in an Uber.
Yes,
And to the best of your knowledge about the investigation and what you know is, that was just on that one date, right?
yes,
And Mr. Gathright wasn't even in Jacksonville.
in reference to that video being captured, I don't
Correct.
know.
He wasn't one of the ones alleged to have driven in the Uber that day.
He's not captured in that video.
Later, we just heard about the arrest and interview of Davion Murphy, correct?
Yes,
And would you again, I believe you kind of categorized that he was cooperative, maybe not as forthcoming with you,
yes,
correct? You stated just now on cross, with Mr. Davion Murphy's attorney, that there was, when Mr. Gathright's name was brought up, it was in reference to press conference, because this is 6 months later, right?
yes,
This interview's 6 months and change after this homicide.
right,
So there had been press conferences, Mr. Gathright had been in custody for quite some time.
yes,
That's brought up in your interview with Davion Murphy, correct?
yes,
And he was aware of those press conferences or had seen coverage of some point?
yes,
You indicated on cross just now that he tells you during that interview that he had hung out with Mr. Gathright.
he doesn't identify him as Gathright, but yes.
Okay, how does that come about in that interview?
We're referencing the publicized press conferences. He acknowledges that he had seen them. During those press conferences, it's the images of Sean Gathright, Isaiah Chance, and Alicia Andrews having been taken into custody. And it's during that conversation referencing those 3 people that Davion acknowledges he knew the light-skinned person, which was Isaiah.
Okay, do you
Or excuse
recall,
me, correction, Sean Gathright.
and do you recall his exact word? I mean, do you have a transcript or have you reviewed that interview before coming today?
I watched it yesterday. References him as the light-skinned fellow.
Okay, and what does he do? Does he say, yeah, do you show him something and he points him out, or how does that come about?
No, there was no images provided. It was just what we were discussing.
So let me ask you this. In that context, does he only admit to knowing the light-skinned person?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So do we take that to mean he denied or did not claim to know Mr. Chance? Is that how you took it at the time?
No, I'm trying to recall the conversation about Mr. Chance. As it related to Sean, which is what you were asking, he referenced him as the light-skinned fellow.
Okay. But that was, when he's talking about, and he being Davion Murphy, is talking about that press conference and knowing who the light-skinned fellow is, does he ever say his name?
No.
And he's not on, he being Davion Murphy, sorry, is not on that video that you're aware of from the Uber at Mr. Gathwright's house, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna show you, maybe, what I believe is already in evidence, or is in evidence, as State's Exhibit 118, and this is D. You were shown this photo of the hand signs, is that right?
Yes.
I'm not gonna try and zoom it in because I'll screw it up, but, what we're seeing on the left and the right hand, you described as the gang sign or hand sign that is in relation to 1200, the gang 1200.
Correct.
And it appears that Mr. Davion Murphy is doing that sign on both hands?
Yep.
Is it the same sign on both hands?
Middle finger down, connected to the thumb, yes.
Okay, so that's my question. Can you show me on your hand? You're saying the middle finger?
My
to
middle
your
finger?
thumb? Okay. And that's on both hands, same thing?
Yes.
Okay. And that, in your knowledge, or to your knowledge, is the commonly used hand sign for the gang 1200?
Yes.
Is it important what fingers are being held up? Because there's like a 1 and a 2?
The middle finger is down and connected to the thumb.
So that's part of it. Middle
Yes.
finger down, okay. And then there's a 2 and a 1. Is that where we're getting the 1200 from?
That's what it shows. Yes.
And you would say that's commonly used among members of the 1200 gang?
Yes.
Does it reference any other gang that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Does may I have a moment? I have no further questions, Detective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Petridis?
Good afternoon, Detective. It is afternoon now.
All right.
Just a few questions for you. Going back to the Spaces chat, you listened to a decent amount of it. Would you consider the tenor of that like a normal back and forth, not really angry or yelling or anything?
Yeah, it seemed routine.
Okay. And you said you weren't aware of what bigger fish to fry meant, correct?
No.
And at some point during the Spaces chat, Mr. Jones indicates that he doesn't believe the rumors, I guess, that he mentioned about Mr. Chance, correct?
Yes.
And that's audible on the chat for everyone to hear.
Yes.
And now going to the Instagram post from June 23rd of Mr. Chance, you didn't, at the time, you couldn't find a specific relevance to the Charles Jones murder, correct?
During that, ask that again?
When you saw the post initially, you couldn't see a relevance to Charles Jones murder.
Right.
And we talked, he also had a post of Brady and Belichick, and Mr. Gonzalez talked to you about that, correct?
I believe the one posted to Isaiah's account was just Tom Brady.
Okay.
Or no, it was either just Tom Brady or just Bill Belichick, or yeah, one of the two.
And then he had a post about King Von, correct?
Yes,
And King Von was a rapper,
he was.
and he's deceased.
Correct.
But he died in Atlanta during an argument with some Atlanta rappers, correct?
I don't recall specifically where that happened, but that sounds right.
And on that one, he kind of did like a praise hands for King Von, correct?
Okay. Yes.
Now, I know you probably don't memorize everything that you've seen in this case, I understand. And then he makes a post of Tilly, correct? He actually makes 2 posts of Tilly back to back.
Yes, I remember that.
And I think it's because he didn't put the caption on one because they're a minute apart and they're the same picture.
Yeah, yes,
And he's made previous posts of Tilly.
quite a few.
All right. So that wasn't a new thing for him.
Right.
And the caption said something about missing Tilly, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
And then he had a post where he said he loves his girlfriend.
I'd have to refresh my memory, but I know he had quite a few posts. That sounds right.
Okay. Do you remember the girlfriend post at all or no?
Ask that again?
To outside the
I'm
scope.
going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Judge, may I have a moment?
Yep. Okay, redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Detective, you were asked when Mr. Snarty was asking you questions about Davion, about not knowing about his whereabouts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you learn about his whereabouts specifically because he indicated those things while you were outside of the room during the course of your interview? Did he make statements about what he was doing or where he was during the course of y'all being out of the interview?
Yes, and he also told us to.
And how he essentially evaded capture from law enforcement?
He applauded himself for doing so.
You were also asked about the communication or the connection between Mr. Gathright and Mr. Murphy. Did Rashad Murphy indicate that he'd been to that residence at Sean Gathright's house on a number of occasions?
He did say that.
Was that in a particular point in discussing that surveillance footage with you?
Yes, he said if you go back and watch the video at Sean Gathright's house, I've been to his house many times.
When Mr. Gonzalez was asking you questions about whether it would, quote, be bad if Rashad was in Tampa on 6/23, were you ultimately able to get Rashad Murphy to admit that he in fact was in Tampa on June 23rd?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review the contents of Darius Beal's cell phone extraction to include the photographs contained therein?
Yes.
So as you have testified here today about the GPS location data and the media, does that media include selfie photographs taken by Darius Beals?
Yes.
Were those selfie photographs taken and on that device from June 22nd to June 24th?
Within that scope, yes, there's quite a few selfie photos, selfie videos of Mr. Darius Beals.
And you could recognize the individual depicted in those selfies as Mr. Beals himself?
Yes.
So asked several times about whether Mr. Beals actually possessed that device, did you utilize those photos in some way to also confirm that in addition to the GPS?
Yes. As well as expounding the search beyond that to see who the primary possessor of the phone is over the course of the phone being turned on. It was always Darius Beals in those photos.
You were asked whether Rashad Murphy indicated to you that he used Mr. Beals' device. He was in Tampa with Fizzle, Mr. Beals, and that he used his phone. Is that right?
Yes.
The secondary phone that you've been asked about here today, the log from that device indicated what as it related to June 23rd of 2024?
That device is never turned on, used, or at all at any point during June 23rd, 2024.
So the only device with relevant data was the device that we have just discussed,
Yes.
and that is the device with the GPS, location information, and photographs.
Correct.
You also indicated on cross-examination that Rashad Murphy said he would not allow people to book an Airbnb in his name. Did he ultimately change that story during the course of your interview to indicate he did let people use his name to book an Airbnb?
Yes.
Lastly, you were asked specifically about the wording or phrasing that Mr. Rashad Murphy utilized during his interview, and did you confirm that the best evidence of what was said as to whether he entered or did not enter the Airbnb would be the recorded video interview itself?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 145.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
One minute, Your Honor.
Correct. Correct.
No objection, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
It's a portion of Rashad Murphy's interview when he was asked about going inside the residence.
And any objection, Ms. Finkelstein? Okay, it'll be admitted?
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, may I please have the edited recording instruction?
Okay, and which defendants is applied to?
Rashad Murphy.
Okay, and again, members of the jury, this is a statement made by defendant Rashad Murphy after the offense in our case occurred, and it's admissible only against defendant Rashad Murphy. The statement is not admissible evidence against any of the co-defendants and should not be considered against any of the remaining co-defendants.
The edited recording instruction, because this is an excerpt of that, I apologize.
Yes, sorry. Also, members of the jury, you're about to view a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider the evidence.
Hold on. You ride down to Tampa with your friend Darius Beals, correct? In a dark gray car?
Yeah.
Was
So
it?
we were supposed to be going to Orlando, but we never went to Orlando.
But you went to Tampa instead.
Yeah, because that's what it
Was it-
They
was it-
never, we were supposed to go to Kissimmee, but we would, but they booked the, you know what I'm saying?
Rashad, was it in the morning?
Yeah, it was in the morning.
Early in the morning?
Yeah.
If you had to guess 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, what time would you say?
Like 5,
Okay.
6.
Is that you leaving Jacksonville around 5-ish and then getting there around 8? Or getting in Tampa around 5 or 6?
When I got there, I checked it, I had one through the back, checked the Airbnb out, made sure everything was good. And then I just, you know what I'm saying? I got in the car, I got the car with him, like,
You're saying you went through the back door at the Airbnb?
When you specifically heard the statement from Mr. Rashad Murphy, did you reiterate to him, did he specifically go through the Airbnb and check the B&B out?
Yes.
I went through the back door.
Which is why you're not on camera.
You know what I'm saying? Went to the back door, knocked on it. They didn't pick up, they didn't even answer the door.
Well, then how'd you get in?
No, they was already outside parked, and the black truck was already out there.
So you drove to Tampa and then rode an Uber straight back?
So Dad had something else to do, but he didn't want the parts, like, whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying?
What did he end up doing?
I don't know, I think he stayed and went back to Jacksonville. He said he got to go that way anyway, so I just rode with him.
Okay. So you get to Tampa in the morning, you go to the back door. I remember what time they leave in the Uber, so that was later in the afternoon. So what did you-
I just stayed in this one. I knocked on the back door.
Yes,
I
sir.
sat in the car with theirs. That's it, like, cause just like the side, I sat in the car with theirs until it was like, you know what I'm saying? Anybody never come to the door, but when they, like, I knocked them in the stitch when the car was coming out.
After defendant Rashad Murphy indicated to you that he went through the Airbnb to check it out, did he change that version of events when you confronted him about his absence on the ring camera? He went to the back door to knock.
Yes, and the inconsistency with the time.
When you confronted him about the inconsistency of the Uber driver's arrival and his statement that he arrived between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m., did he change his statement about what he was doing?
He added another point. Yes, he then added that he was sitting in a car with Darius for a period of hours now.
Because to your knowledge, was the Uber driver present at the Airbnb at 8 a.m.?
Not to my knowledge.
Lastly, did Rashad Murphy at any time during the course of his interview give to you as a reason for continuing to lie to you the fact that he was cold or exhausted?
No, that was never said to me.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, it's 12:15, or 12:16, so we will take our lunch recess. We will reconvene at 1:30. So Just remember my previous instructions while we're on the break. Don't talk to anybody about the case or read, watch, listen to any news and council social media posts. And we'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, thank you.
All rise.
Okay, very good. State, what's your lineup for this afternoon?
Judge, we have, those two witnesses that we talked about.
They're gonna be first up?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and so I'd ask the media that are in here filming, the next two witnesses are not to be filmed. They are lay witnesses. One's a family member of the defendants and the other's the Uber driver, okay? So,
Thank you.
all right, very good. See y'all 1:30. Ready to go? Yep. Okay. Okay, everyone have a seat. Welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to proceed and state who's going to be your next witness.
Dathan Wacharami.
Okay.
Wacharami. Yes, do we need to do that now? As long as we keep unlock the bag, yeah. When he's doing ballistics.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I confirm, we've already given the instruction to the media on this.
Yes, it's been given.
Sir, would you state and spell your last name for us, please?
Yes. First name Sathon, S-A-T-H-O-N. Last name Wacharami, W-A-C-H-A-R-A-M-I. TCHARAMAI.
Were you employed with Uber as a driver in June of 2024?
Yes.
How do you become employed with Uber?
Sign up to the app.
I'm sorry.
Sign up to the app.
Sign up through the app?
Yes.
Did you do that with a car that you were using to take rides through Uber, the app?
Yes, ma'am.
And what kind of a car was that?
It was a 2016 Infiniti QX60.
Were you utilizing or using that Infiniti on June 23rd of 2024 when you were working your Uber?
Yes.
Is that a compact car or an SUV?
It's an SUV.
Did you receive an Uber alert for a potential job in Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
And would that have been at Gazebo Pond Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that particular trip itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that trip unusual in length in any way? Like how long it was or how far it was?
Yeah, it was like 3 hours.
Do you remember where you were going to drop the people off from that order?
Yes, Jacksonville.
Did you normally take rides that were that long?
Not usually, but sometimes I do.
What's the difference between a ride that you would have taken in Tampa, a short one, and a longer ride?
Earnings?
Earnings?
Yes.
Do you make more money on the long distance drives?
Yes.
In this particular case, when you arrived to that Gazebo Pond Lane address, did you meet with anyone to confirm that they were the Uber rider that you were going to pick up?
Yes.
Is that something that you normally do, confirm the rider has ordered you?
Yes. As, the name of the person.
By the name of the person?
Yes.
Did you meet with someone outside of the address that confirmed that information for you?
Yes.
And was there more than one person ultimately that came from that address?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember whether those individuals actually loaded up their bags into your car?
Yes.
They did?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And did they have more than one bag?
More than one bag.
Do you know approximately how many bags were loaded?
No, but it's more than one bag.
Do you remember if you helped them to load the bags?
Yes.
Can you tell us at all what was inside of those?
No clue.
When you actually finished loading up the vehicle itself, did some people get into your car for the drive back?
Yes.
And tell me what happened when you first got into the car after you loaded the bags. Did you
Okay.
leave the parking lot?
Yes, I did.
You did.
Yeah. So after everybody get in, I just, start a trip.
Okay. And before everyone got in and you leave the actual apartment itself, did you stop for any other vehicles or add any other vehicles?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 62B. Can you see the screen in front of you there, sir?
Yes.
Do you
Okay.
recognize this as the location that you responded to pick up the riders?
Yes, ma'am.
And would your vehicle have been pointing this direction, the direction of my pen from the left side, and the Airbnb here, in the left side of the frame?
Yes.
All right. Now, were there any vehicles that you recall seeing in this particular area, these two vehicles I'm pointing to on the left side of the photograph in 62B?
Do I see the car?
Yeah, did you recognize or see any cars there when you picked up the rideshare?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was the area that you stopped at just before leaving the apartments on this side of the building? So I'm now pointing to the vehicles in the center of the photo.
Yes.
If I refer to that as the side of the apartment, will that make sense for the rest of my questions?
Yes.
All right, so you just do a stop at the side of the apartment here instead of in front of the Airbnb where you were previously, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you stop on the side there for a long time or a short time?
Just like a pit stop.
Pit stop.
Yeah.
Does that mean
Short term.
Short term. Okay. And did the same individuals who had gotten into your car at the front door also stay in your car or get in your car?
Can you
That was,
repeat?
yes, that was a terrible question. The people, when you actually exit this apartment complex, so if you look along the 62B here, the gate here, yeah?
Yes.
Do you recognize this on the other side of the gate as the exit?
Yes.
Okay. When you exited that apartment complex, how many passengers did you have?
3 passengers.
And could you describe the individual that was in the front seat? What color was his skin tone?
Dark skin tone.
Okay. When you say dark skin tone, do you mean Indian or black, or what description is dark?
American African. African American.
And did you have passengers in the back seat?
Yes.
And do you remember what those people looked like?
One a female and one male.
That was the male
African-American.
African American. And was the male in the back seat darker skin toned or lighter skin toned than the male in the front seat?
Lighter.
Did you, after you left this complex, stop anywhere until you got to your next destination at Jacksonville?
They asked me to pull over at the gas station, so I did.
At the gas station along your ride for your trip?
Yes.
Did everyone get out of the car at the gas station?
Just me and 2 other people in the back.
Did the person in the front seat, in the passenger side, get out of the car?
No, he stayed.
And did the same people that you left this apartment complex in 62B, did the same passengers that you have leaving here stay in your car, or were they the same people that you dropped off when you finally got to your destination in Jacksonville?
Yeah, same person.
On your drive to Jacksonville with the occupants of the vehicle, did you have any kind of conversations or communications with the people in the car?
I have, yes.
Do you remember whether it was the person in the passenger seat, the female, or the male in the back seat that you were talking with?
I was talking to everybody.
And were you asked at any point any specific questions that you can remember during the trip itself?
Yeah, but not, like the whole thing.
You remember some questions, but not all of the questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like, like unserious question,
I'm sorry, unserious.
Yeah.
Small talk.
Yeah, like a small talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you see, or can you tell us what the person that was in the passenger seat sitting next to you was doing on the trip back to Jacksonville, if you can remember?
No, he was just, my opinion, sleeping.
Sleeping?
Yes.
And were you communicating or conversing with the people in the back seat, talking to those people in the back seat?
Yes, I have.
Were you listening to music and talking to them about those things?
Yes.
Were you driving at any particular speed? Were you obeying the speed on the highway?
Yeah, I was speeding a little bit, and they tell me to slow down.
You were speeding a little bit? What do you mean by a little? What do you mean by a little bit?
10 over?
10 over.
Yeah.
Is that on the interstate you were doing 10 over?
Yes. It was 80, okay?
Okay. So,
I was doing 80.
Don't worry, statute of limitations is right. You're good.
okay, so you were doing 80.
Yeah.
And so that was only 10 over.
Yes.
You said they told you to slow down. Was that the person in the front or the persons in the back?
The person in the back.
Okay. Did they tell you that one time or more than one time?
Twice, and I slowed down.
Okay. And was that the man or the woman in the back?
A male.
The male. Okay. Did you slow down when they said to?
Yes.
Okay. And they only asked you twice for that?
Yes.
When you made a pit stop at the gas station itself, You did exit the vehicle?
Yeah,
Did you put gas in the car or something?
yes,
Okay. And the people in the back seat also got out, you
Yes.
said? Okay. Did those people that got into the back seat come back to the car?
yes.
All right. And ultimately, do you make any more stops before you get to Jacksonville?
No more stop.
Were you able to drop everyone off and unload your car and come back to Tampa?
Yes,
And ultimately, were you contacted by an individual by the name of Detective Ramos about this particular Uber drive?
yeah, like a few weeks after.
Did you communicate with Detective Ramos via text message and then ultimately on the phone?
He texted me.
Okay. Did you text him back?
Yes,
Okay. And did you both text each other back and forth?
yes,
Were you able to identify or provide to Detective Ramos screenshots for the specific path of travel that you were taking?
he asked me. Yeah,
He asked you, and
Yeah.
did you give that to him?
yes,
Okay. Did you also text him some kind of information from the Uber app for a confirmation of this ride? Do you get a confirmation when the ride is booked?
yes,
I'm showing you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit number 70. Can you see the screen there in front of you?
yes,
Is this a screenshot of the details that you get from the app itself when you get a ride booked?
yes,
And is this also what you provided to the detective?
yes.
Okay. Is the total value here, this amount, is that paid by the person who's riding in your car, or do you get paid somehow through Uber?
Somehow through Uber.
Okay, so you don't collect cash when you go to pick up the rider. You get paid through the app.
I get paid through that.
And this little map that's depicted here, does this depict roughly the start location and the end location of the trip?
Yes,
All right. With the message that you sent regarding this particular trip, did it also include the address that you had to pick up the riders and drop off the riders?
yes,
When you get to Jacksonville, do you communicate with the riders about the drop-off location as well? About
Yes.
where you're going to drop them off?
yes,
On page 4 of States 70, did Detective Ramos also send you some photographs from a security camera to look through? Some photographs via text message?
Mhm.
Oh, I'm sorry, you
Oh.
have to answer out loud because the court reporter is typing what we're
Oh,
saying. I
okay.
apologize. Is
All
that a
right.
yes?
yes.
Okay.
I see it.
And did you ultimately have an opportunity to review larger images of what was provided via text message?
Yes, he printed out for me.
Were you able to identify yourself in the photographs that were shown to you?
Yes,
And were you able to confirm that the individuals depicted in those photographs were the riders that you had on June 23rd?
yes,
I would seek to introduce States Exhibit 92A through D.
Any
objection?
Okay, Mr. Sonardi,
No objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise, Mr. Petridis, they'll be admitted.
I'm publishing 92A. Can you see that?
yes,
Did you have an opportunity to review each of the photographs that the detective brought to you or printed out for you?
yes, I have.
And did you have an opportunity to sign that you identified yourself and the individuals who were riding with you?
Yes, that's my signature.
Okay. And are you also depicted in this photo?
Yeah, I'm right there.
Okay, well,
Oh.
they can see this, people can see this, but not here. So if I point to this individual at the back of the trunk, is this you in the blue top and the tan pants?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
that's me.
Did you assist in also unloading the bags from the vehicle at the final destination?
Yes,
Did you also sign and date 92B?
yep,
Is this your signature and date?
yes,
And is this the individual that you've identified as being in the front passenger seat?
yes, ma'am.
In 92C, C. Did you also identify the camo jacket individual as being the backseat male?
Yes, ma'am.
And lastly, 92D is the individual in the center of this photograph here, the individual that you identified as the female that was in the back seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes?
I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez? Okay.
Is it Mr.?
Wait, just sir.
I'm sorry, Judge?
Just refer to him as sir. He's already identified himself for the record.
Oh, okay. Yes, Judge, thank you. You identified, sir, this individual I'm going to show you as the person that was sitting next to you in the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And soon after you got into the Uber, within 10 minutes or so, he was sleeping, correct?
Yes.
And he slept pretty much for the majority of the trip, if not all the trip, correct?
He must have a long night, yeah.
Well, the answer would be
Yes.
he slept for the entirety of the time, correct?
Yes.
And when you got originally to the location for the pickup, you parked in the parking lot, correct?
Yes.
And you waited for a bit for people to come to the Uber car, correct?
Yes.
And this individual that we just talked about, the one that sat next to you in the passenger seat, you did not see where he came from, correct?
Oh, well, he got in my car.
And maybe that was a poor question.
Yeah.
I know he got in the car next to you in the passenger seat. He was carrying a bag, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know where he came from within the parking lot, correct?
Yes, I was distracting, helping out with the bag and stuff.
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure.
So you were helping out the people that had brought you the bags and getting them into the back of the Uber car, correct?
Yes.
And in doing that, you were distracted and you did not see where this gentleman that got into your front passenger seat came from, correct?
Yes.
Are you sure you were not driving 90?
80.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petrides? Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused? Okay, thank you, you're free to go.
Yes.
State, call our next witness.
State calls Diamond Greer.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Very good, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Diamond Greer,
What city do you live?
Jacksonville.
And ma'am, do you know a person by the name of Rashad Murphy?
Yes,
How do you know Rashad Murphy?
my brother.
Do you also know a person by the name of Davion Murphy?
Yes,
Are you also related to Davion Murphy?
yes,
And this morning, you're here under a subpoena, is that correct?
yes,
So you are compelled to be here?
yes.
You don't want to be here, is that correct, ma'am?
Not really.
And do you recognize and do you see Davion Murphy in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He has on a black suit and white and black shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified Davion Murphy.
The record shall so reflect.
And ma'am, you have testified that he's your cousin, is that correct?
Yes,
How long have you known him?
all my life.
And going back to July 26th of 2024, did two detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office come and meet with you?
Yes,
And did they have a photograph from a still photo from a Ring video camera that they wanted you to look at to see if you could identify that person?
yes,
And prior to showing you this particular photo, what did they tell you it had to do with regards to an investigation?
they told me he had vandalized or damaged an Airbnb, and they were asking me if I had seen him.
And so during that conversation, they never mentioned to you that this actually was a homicide investigation, is that correct?
No, not at all.
And were you willing to look at that photograph under those circumstances based on how Jacksonville Sheriff's Office relayed to you the investigation?
Yes,
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 38C. Ma'am, do you recognize this a still photograph?
yes,
And is this the still photograph that those detectives from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office showed you?
yes,
And were you able to identify the person in this still photograph from the Ring video?
yes.
And who is that, ma'am?
Davion.
Your Honor, at this time, we pass the witness.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Gonzalez?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Sonardi?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
No questions.
Mr. Petratus? Okay, may this witness be excused?
She may, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am, you're free to go.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, State, who's your next witness?
The state calls Alicia Kaufman.
Yes, yes, we're good now.
Do you
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
May proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Alicia Kaufman, Kaufman.
How are you employed?
I'm a crime scene investigator with the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
16-ish years.
Back on June 25th of 2024, did you respond to the Tampa Police impound lot to assist with processing a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that pursuant to a search warrant that was obtained by law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you assisting two homicide crime scene detectives?
Yes, I was.
Who was that?
It was going to be Detective Kirkpatrick and I believe Detective Alverson.
And the vehicle that you were processing, was that a black Dodge Charger?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role in processing the black Dodge Charger?
My role was to document the Charger as is. It was already gone through prior to my arrival, and what I was there to do was just to collect any bullet fragments or casings, anything like that that we could find and collect from the vehicle.
And when you said it was already gone through, had there been other crime scene investigators that were already there that had previously documented and collected evidence from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did that vehicle already have markers from crime scene on it when you arrived?
Yes, it's a little yellow sticker.
And it had been removed from the original crime scene, is that correct?
Yes, the only location I went was our impound lot on Lois.
And there is, again, another crime scene investigator that would have documented and photographed that vehicle on scene on McKinley Drive at the Home to Suites, is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
And you were not asked to swab for DNA. Was it your understanding that that had already been done as well?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, we introduce into evidence states 68A through double M.
Any objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Admitted.
Ms. Kaufman, what is 68A?
That's just going to be our information sheet. You'll see my name, the date in the top left corner, the type of case that it was, the original location that I got was off of McKinley, and that it was at the impound lot, and the report number.
Do you take a lot of photographs as a crime scene investigator?
Yes, ma'am. It's part of my daily duties.
And is this to help you ensure that you are documenting and can account for which photos, which case it goes to?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what you are documenting in 68B.
That's going to be the exterior of the Charger.
And is that how it looked when you arrived?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did not put all of these yellow stickers there that indicated damage, is that correct?
That's correct.
What specifically were you tasked with documenting and collecting?
Specifically, I was to go through and see if I could follow any of those tracks or marks to see if we could find any bullets or fragments that were inside the vehicle, whether it was in the vehicle frame or if it was inside the vehicle, such as in a seat.
So you're looking for actual projectiles, is that correct?
That's correct.
And was there any projectiles that were still intact that you located during your processing of the vehicle?
There was one.
Where was that located?
It was going to be under the hood. When the hood lifts up, there's like a hinge, and it would be on the driver's side closest to the window.
And when you're collecting an item of evidence, for instance, a projectile, do you then document the entire path that you have to go through to uncover and locate that projectile?
As best as I can, yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to show you, and did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us what is in 68C.
So we're looking underneath the hood.
And then 68D.
So it's a little bit difficult, but there's a bar that comes down in between, kind of in the middle of the picture from right to left. It's like a hinge. So when your hood comes up, that hinge holds everything on. and it's a little difficult, but you'll get to it in another picture or two. There is a projectile underneath that hinge area.
And so do you take close-ups so that you can then get a better look at the item?
Yes.
Is that what is being shown in 68E?
Yes.
And I know it may still be difficult based on the coloring, but and the large screen behind you, could you please point it out where specifically it was located?
Sure. It's gonna be right here in the middle. The hinge that goes down, and then this is your projectile here.
And then do you actually collect it and take a photo and measurements of it?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you 68F. Is that what is being shown in 68F?
Yes.
And after you photograph it, what do you do with it?
It gets placed in an envelope, and it is sealed, and then eventually it gets released to our property room.
And though this is intact, does it still appear to be damaged?
Yes, ma'am.
And then did you then go into the interior of the vehicle and again locate any damage that was caused by projectiles and try to retrieve any sort of projectiles from the pathway?
That's correct.
What is in 68G?
So we're looking at the driver's side seat and the driver's side seat back from outside of the vehicle looking in.
Was there damage caused by projectiles to the driver's side seat?
There was damage, yes, ma'am.
I'll show you 68H. What is in 68H?
So that's just the back side of the same headrest that we were just looking at on the driver's side seat.
Okay. And can you see damage to that?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that located?
We're going to be looking right here, kind of the middle to the right portion of the photograph. You can see this mark here and this mark here.
And after you noticed that damage, what did you do?
I removed the seat back, the headrest portions.
And then did you put it on brown paper and then write on it so that you could identify exactly what it is you're taking a photograph of?
Yes, the drivers and the passengers are pretty identical, so I wanted to make sure that I had specifically what was going to be what, and that way I could keep continuity.
I'm going to show you 68I. Again, is that your handwriting depicting where you removed this headrest from?
It is.
Okay. And is there, again, damage by projectiles that is in the driver's seat headrest?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now point to it if you look on it.
Sure.
Are these the two areas that you're looking at?
Yes, ma'am.
That way you don't have to keep getting up. What are you documenting in 68J?
So we're just documenting the same points of damage that you pointed out just previously, as well as I believe there's another small fragment closer to the L crux of the measurement there.
Okay. And are you referring to this over here?
No, actually.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. Right about here.
Right here.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. 68K?
That's just going to be a more close-up photo of the previous photo. That previous photo, we kind of want to show where on the headrest it is. Now we're looking closer at each point of damage.
68L, again, still the driver, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And on what side of the headrest are we looking at now?
So now we're looking at the rear of the headrest.
And is over here where you're showing the projectile damage?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also do the same thing with the passenger headrest?
I did.
68M, is that what you're documenting?
Yes.
And can you tell us where the damage is? And I can point it if you can tell me if I'm correct. Is that where it is?
Yes,
here?
ma'am. Those small points there.
What are you documenting in 68N?
Just the second angle.
68O.
So now we're getting a little bit closer up using that measure again.
68P. And I'm gonna try to zoom because I know with the light it's hard to see. Oh, I have to go this way. And Can you see it on the?
Yes, if you look and follow where it's the 1 centimeter and 1 centimeter, it almost meets perfectly right there. It's a small piece of debris there.
.68Q,
I believe we've moved to the backside of the headrest.
passenger side.
I'm sorry,
correct?
the backside of the passenger side headrest, yes.
So there was damage, projectile damage, both to the driver's side headrest and the passenger side
Yes, ma'am.
headrest. Then what are you documenting is 68R? Let me unzoom it for you so you can see the whole photo.
So that's actually the passenger side B pillar on the Charger. We're looking at the backside of it. So where the window comes down in the front, that's going to be your A pillar. Where your two doors meet in the middle, your passenger side front door and rear door, that's a B pillar. And then the back one is a C pillar. So when I say B pillar, I'm referring to that piece of metal that goes up and down between the front and the rear door. So in this particular case, that's what we're looking at, as well as the rear passenger side door, kind of just overall showing that there's some damage to that area.
Okay, and when you point out where the damage is?
Sure. So in this particular photo, we're going to be looking right here at this white spot, also noting that the window is shattered and damaged as well, but mainly this spot is our focus point in this photo.
68S.
So that's kind of a mid-range photo, just showing again that location of where that particular spot of damage was, as well as using a measure.
68T.
That is going to be the rear seats, looking in, I believe we're going to be looking from the driver's side through to the passenger side.
And were there damage to the rear seat as well?
Yes, ma'am.
What are you documenting in 68U?
So that we're looking again in from the driver's side towards the passenger side and showing that there's some damage along the headrest area of the rear of the back seats.
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
68V.
So that's the center back seat.
Okay, and was there any damage that you saw here?
I do believe there's some, it's hard to see on the photo, but I think we've got some that'll come up to it.
Okay, yep, close-ups, I understand. 68W.
So this is going to be the rear passenger side, and if you look up in the top left corner of the brown fabric area of the seat, you'll see the damage there.
68X, is that a close-up of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And 68Y, another close-up?
Yes, ma'am.
.68Z. And again, I know it's hard to see because of the black and the glare, but what are you documenting there?
That's going to be another little point of damage on the passenger side.
I think it's a 68A.
That's going to be again on the passenger side headrest, or rear passenger side headrest, excuse me, showing some damage.
So behind where we were looking before.
Yes, ma'am.
68BB.
That is the seat that has been removed.
68C, double C.
That's going to be the damage to the back of the seat on the fuzzy fabric portion.
And that's what you're referring to?
Yes, probably about the 1.5 centimeter to the 1 centimeter.
68DD.
That is going to be the rear, excuse me, the rear driver's seat, as well as that middle seat. It came out as one attachment there. And again, just showing that it's been removed so that we can get those good photos of the damage.
Okay, and can you point out where the damage is on this particular exhibit, 68 double D?
We're going to be looking here up at the headrest area to the center back, and I believe there's some that's hard to tell, but it's along here.
Okay, sorry, because I know it's black and there's a glare.
And
I know that it's, here's a, let me show a close up of the top of that anyway, 68 EE.
So that's what we pretty much did.
And then 68 FF. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at the headrest, just that mid-range, getting a little bit closer and closer each time we take those photos of damage. And that's
Again.
gonna be, again, the driver's side.
And then 68 HH.
That is gonna be the back side of the driver's side, excuse me, the rear driver's side seat, just showing damage. It's pretty hard to see, but it's about that 2 centimeter and 2 centimeter mark where it
Here's a
meets together.
close-up, it might be a little bit
Yeah.
better. 68 II, and are you referring? Yep.
Right here, about the 2 and the 2.
And then did you try to pull back the material to see if you could get or locate any of the projectiles?
I did.
What's in 68 JJ?
That is gonna be a jacketing.
68 KK, that same area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And after you get the jacketing, what do you do with it?
It's placed into an envelope, again sealed, my initials, and then placed into our evidence.
And we did the passenger side, B-pillar and door, front door. Was there also damage to the driver's side door?
Yes, ma'am.
68 LL, what are we seeing in this particular photograph?
So we talked about those pillars before. This one, we're looking all the way down at the, do you mind if I get up?
No, please do.
So this is gonna be that A pillar that we talked about. We're gonna follow it all the way down to where the dash is down here, and we're looking specifically at this damage right here in the center of the photograph.
And 68 MM, is that a close-up?
Yes. So
And-
again, that's where we followed it all the way down. We're in that mid-range, showing again kind of where we are in the vehicle.
And for these B-pillar damages, were you able to locate any projectiles or jacketing or anything like that associated with those paths?
I believe this one might have had a couple pieces of debris, but nothing large of note that I could specifically say came from a projectile. We dug it out kind of behind the dashboard.
Any broken fragments or projectiles, would you have impounded them and collected them and put them into evidence?
I would.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd pass the witness.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez,
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi,
No questions, John.
Mr. Wise,
Yes, thank you, Your
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hey.
So we'll go back over a couple of things you testified to this afternoon. We saw at the beginning of your testimony, you collected an intact projectile from the hinge area of the car, correct?
Correct.
That projectile had not broken apart.
It was damaged, but it did not appear to be broken apart, correct?
The jacketing was still present on the outside of the lead.
No, it was just the projectile.
Okay, well, right, but the projectile is basically the bullet, right?
Yes.
And the bullet, it still had the jacketing, the copper on the outside of the bullet. Did it not?
No, that one was just the projectile itself.
Okay, so you're saying it was just the lead inside?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you a picture of that. Show you 68F. This is the projectile you're talking about?
Yes.
This yellowish material on the outside, it's your belief that's lead?
It could be copper jacketing, it could be another color jacketing, but to my recollection, I don't recall any jacketing falling off of it or any fragments coming off of it.
Right, okay, and you bring a good point. So whatever material it may have been made of, it did not appear that anything had sheared off of it.
Correct.
Correct, so whatever came out of the gun appears to still be right here in what you collected.
Potentially.
And it could have rifling on it from the barrel that it came out of, correct?
If you want to ask a ballistics or trajectory expert, that would be more of their scope.
Sure. And your job is basically to collect anything that the ballistics expert may find relevant to test.
Correct.
Counsel, can you give me the exhibit?
Oh, yes, that was 68 now. And then similarly, one of the last things I think we heard about was the piece of jacketing that you collected from within the seat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you 68JJ. I think that's a picture of the jacketing.
That's correct.
I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit on it. This is a little closer view of that jacketing, correct?
Correct.
And even when, and just for the record, this does not appear to have originated from the same projectile as the one you collected in the door hinge, right?
I can't say where they came from. All of those spots of yellow in those original first photographs were points of damage. So I can't tell you what struck where. I did not string it. I did not put rods through it. That was not part of our plan for the day.
Sure, fair enough. This jacket, though, piece of jacketing was collected in a very different portion of the car than the projectile we saw just a moment ago.
Yes.
Right? And jacketing, even when it splits off from a projectile, can still have relevance to a firearm examiner sometimes because you may still have rifling even on the jacketing that splits off, right?
That is a fair statement, yes. But again, if you wanted to talk to a firearms expert, I'm sure that they could give you a little bit more of a definition than I could.
Sure, absolutely. You're familiar with what rifling is, though, right?
I have my education and experience, yes.
Right. And it can be striations that are left on a projectile that leaves a firearm.
Correct.
And we see striations on this jacketing that you collected from the seat, correct?
I don't know that I would call those striations again because that's going to be out of the scope of my career.
Understood. You collect it, firearms examiner tests it, determines what may be relevant.
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. That's all.
You're welcome.
Okay. No redirect. It is what it needs to be used. It is what it needs to be used.
Yes, Your Honor. I
Okay,
apologize.
thank you. Free to go. All right, who's your next witness?
Bernardo De Jesus.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name?
My name is Bernardo De Jesus.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed at the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been employed with the City of Tampa Police Department?
Just shy of 12 years, sir.
12 years?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, did you have law enforcement experience?
Yes, sir.
With what agency?
With the City of Temple Terrace Police Department for a little bit over 2 years.
Okay. And did you attend a police academy?
I did.
When you were with the Temple Terrace Police Department, were you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
Did you have training at that agency to maintain that qualification to maintain the certification from the state?
Yes, sir.
And when you came to the City of Tampa to work at the City of Tampa Police Department, and since you've been there, have you gone through annual and routine in-service training to maintain your certification as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to call your attention back to June of 2024. Where were you assigned at that time within the City of Tampa Police Department?
June of 2024, I was assigned to the City of Tampa, what we call District 2, which is the north side of the city. I was assigned to the Street Anti-Crime Unit on day shift squad on A cycle.
What time did you come on duty?
My shift started at 6 a.m. and ended at 5:30 p.m. every day.
Did your duties at that time include assisting with other scenes, assisting patrol officers and detectives in other scenes?
Yes, so our main function, we were a plainclothes unit we drove regular unmarked vehicles. We were kind of a bridge between patrol officers and detectives for incidents that may occur, or crimes in progress, or assisting in latent investigations.
What is your current assignment?
I currently hold several hats here at the department, but I'm currently assigned to the Field Training Officer Squad for District 1 in South Tampa. I'm also assigned to the Bomb Squad, as well as I'm a bomb technician permanently attached to the SWAT team with the City of Tampa.
Were you assigned to the bomb squad back in June of 2024?
Yes, sir.
And as such, were you also attached to the SWAT team at that time in that capacity?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to call your attention to June 23rd of 2024. Do you recall in the early morning hours responding to a homicide scene in the city of Tampa?
I do.
Was that scene located somewhere near the University of South Florida?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember it being located literally across the street from the university?
Yes.
Do you remember what the cross street there was?
I believe the nearest major intersection is McKinley, which is just to the east of where this occurred.
Okay, and that would have been intersecting with Fowler?
Fowler Avenue, yes, sir.
And did you, the area you responded to, was it a multi-hotel complex property?
Yes, I believe there's 3 hotels on that property.
Did it include a home to suites?
Yes, sir.
And was there a Holiday Inn?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived there that morning, were you traveling by yourself or with another officer?
No, I was traveling with another police officer, now Detective Patrick DeJesus, no relation.
Okay, and what type of vehicle were you in?
I believe we were in a black Toyota Camry.
I'm going to publish Your Honor states 1. Have you previously seen this officer?
I'm very familiar with that area, yes, sir.
And I didn't ask you this. What is your rank, and what was your rank at that time with the city of Tampa?
My current rank is Master Police Officer, and I believe at the time I was officer.
Officer, all right. Do you recognize this where I'm pointing as being the home to suites?
Yes.
And then at a horizontal, the Holiday Inn?
Yes.
Can you describe for us, and then I will try to point for you to the area where you may have parked?
I would have, so if we're referring to the image on the screen, roughly, if you're looking, see the word East Fowler Avenue, which is kind of directly above this grass, which is just above the parking lot, we would have parked somewhere on that grass there between the parking lot and where the word East Fowler Avenue is, roughly.
Okay, so there's several East Fowler Avenues, but I'm
So-
assuming you mean right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in the grass here where I'm pointing,
Yes, sir.
would you agree with me that is towards the top third of the photograph, just to the left of center?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you arrived at the scene, were there other officers on scene?
There were.
Was there crime scene tape up?
There was.
So there was a secured crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Were there other units on scene?
Yes,
When you first arrived, did you make contact with other officers?
I did.
And did you talk to them?
Yes.
All right. And you were requested to respond there by somebody?
My supervisor, now detective at the time, Corporal Andrew Trotta, contacted me via telephone and asked that my partner and I, as well as the other members of our squad at the time, respond to the scene to assist the night shift patrol units and the day shift units who were coming on scene until detectives arrived to take over.
All right. So, did Corporal Trotta ask you to do that because these shifts are starting to change? Night shift is going off, day shift is coming on?
Partially, as well as it's part of our charters to assist with any investigations on serious crimes like this.
So, after speaking with officers in that scene, did you end up making contact with some civilians that were there in the scene?
Yes.
And was it drawn to your attention that they were there around the time that the shooting occurred?
Yes.
And did you speak with them?
I spoke with several individuals on scene, yes, sir.
Did you obtain from them what is called in law enforcement pedigree information?
I did.
And what is that?
Pedigree information is name, date of birth, phone numbers if the people are willing to give that information, email addresses if it's pertinent, addresses to confirm if we have to contact you in the future, stuff like that.
All right. Do you remember one of the individuals being named Armani Turner
The name sounds familiar, sir.
and a Miss Randolph?
Yes, sir.
Does that sound familiar? And was there a male Robert Howard?
Yes, sir.
That you may have spoke to?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to obtain their information?
I was.
Was there a black Charger still in the scene?
There was.
And just for reference, do you recall it being in an area generally where the tip of my pen is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Publishing states 7A. Does that appear to be that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you get near enough to the vehicle to note any potential damage? And publishing states 7B is in Bravo.
I did.
Okay. Did you note damage that you recognized?
Yes, sir.
What kind of damage?
As shown in the image that you just had on the screen, there's very obviously bullet holes riddled throughout the vehicle.
And was the victim's body still in the vehicle?
There was a deceased body in the vehicle, yes, sir.
Officer, was it brought to your attention that the victim was from the city of Jacksonville?
It eventually was brought to that fact was eventually brought to my attention, yes, sir.
And when you obtained the pedigree information from the other individuals, did you also make a note to yourself they all appeared to be from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
At some point, did family members of the deceased, of Mr. Jones, arrive on scene?
I believe so, but I didn't make contact with any to my recollection.
But you noted that, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at some point make contact with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, when I was gathering pedigree information and I realized that everybody, not everybody, but the majority of the people that I made contact with had Jacksonville addresses, I thought that was quite peculiar, seeming how we were in the city of Tampa. With the information that was given to me that the decedent was a Jacksonville native, I reached out to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office to see if there was any connection between the decedent and some of the people on scene.
So how did you go about doing that?
I just called, Googled Jacksonville Sheriff's Office phone number, and I requested to speak to a detective.
You ever worked there before?
Never.
Did you know anybody there?
No.
So just called and asked to speak to someone. Did you ask for a particular unit of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And which unit?
The gang unit.
And did you speak with an officer when you called, or was it a dispatcher, or do you recall?
I don't recall. I believe it was a civilian dispatcher or maybe a community service officer who answered the phone. But soon after, I left my information, my name, employing agency, phone number, and I was contacted shortly thereafter.
Okay. And was that a detective that called you back?
It was.
And was that Detective Trey'Vionne?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Detective Trey'Vionne?
I did.
After speaking with Detective Drayback, did you at some point make contact with the sergeant of the Tampa Police Department Homicide Unit?
I did.
And by that time, were other members of the Homicide Unit on scene?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the name of the sergeant you talked to?
Rachel Cholnick was the sergeant, and the two homicide detectives on scene, if I'm not mistaken, were Detective Juan Ramos and Detective Aaron Campbell.
And Sergeant Cholnick is the detective sergeant of the Homicide Unit.
She is.
Did you relate to them or relay to them what was told to you or your discussions with Detective Drayback at the Sheriff's Office in Jacksonville?
Yes, I relayed all that information to my immediate supervisor, who is now Detective, but then Corporal Andrew Trotta, as well as Detective Sergeant Rachel Cholnick, and at the time, the captain of major crimes, who is Captain Travis Moss.
Was Corporal Trotta also on scene, or did you just call him and tell him?
He was on scene.
He was on scene by then? Now, at some point, did you and Officer Patrick DeJesus, did you end up leaving the scene?
We did.
And where did you travel to?
There's a lounge, an after-hours lounge within the city limits of Tampa, which is just maybe 5 to 10 minutes south along off of 40th Street on Bush Boulevard called Truth 18, I believe. It's on the second floor of a two-story strip mall plaza, and we went there to see if they were open to obtain video footage.
Okay. I'm going to publish States 42, and I'm going to draw your attention. Let me zoom in so you can see the labeling. You can see the label. Let's see if that's going to focus. Truth 18. Okay. Does that appear to be, from your memory, where Truth 18 is located? And I'll back out so you can see the general area.
Yep, it's on so that's a two-story strip mall, and it's on the second floor.
How long did it take you to get from the homicide scene to there?
Less than 10 minutes.
And when you arrived, did you and Patrick De Jesus, did you all search for exterior cameras?
Yes, we were hoping that since it was relatively early in the morning that maybe some of the bar employees were still there since it is an after-hours lounge, but the business was closed, but we did note cameras in the exterior.
So no contact that morning with any employee?
No contact at all.
Did you relate your findings back to homicide or to Corporal Trotta?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other involvement in the actual investigation of this case?
Aside from contacting Jacksonville Sheriff's Office and then relaying the information that I obtained, no, that's my recollection.
All right. I want to go back before your work at the Temple Terrace Police Department. Were you enlisted in the military at some point?
I was.
What branch of the military?
United States Marine Corps.
During your time in the military, in the Marine Corps, did you receive training in the use of certain small arms and rifles?
Yes, sir.
Which rifles?
The M16, the M4, and several other machine guns.
Okay. And the M16 and the M4, are those considered to be AR platform rifles?
The AR-15 is patterned after the M4 and M16, yes, sir.
How are those two weapons different than AR-15s that would be available to civilians here in the United States?
The main difference would be the fact that an M4 and M16 has a third pin drilled in the lower receiver, which allows it for the safety to be switched to either full auto or 3-round burst.
Okay. Now, without that function, the burst or the full automatic function, would they otherwise be similar to an AR-15 rifle that a civilian here in the United States could buy at a gun store or Bass Pro Shops?
Yes, sir.
Or any other retailer that sells AR-style rifles?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you had training in the Marine Corps on that rifle?
Yes, sir.
Did you deploy with those weapons?
Yes, sir.
Did you utilize them in combat?
Yes, sir.
Throughout your years in the Marine Corps, did you have to go through any kind of regular qualification or training?
Yes, sir.
With those weapons?
Yes.
How many rounds do you think you put through AR platform rifles in the Marine Corps?
Thousands.
Did you have to learn to field strip the weapons?
Yes, sir.
And clean them?
Yes, sir.
Did you learn how the operating system worked on that platform?
Yes.
When you started your law enforcement career, starting first with the police academy, was there a firearms training component to the academy?
There was.
And how many hours or days did that consist of?
I believe the firearms was it was maybe a week or two.
Okay. And during that component, was there what type of small arms were you training with?
Handguns such as like Glocks, and M4s or AR-15s, and 12-gauge shotguns.
When you began your work at the Temple Terrace Police Department, were you issued a sidearm?
Yes, sir.
A pistol?
Yes, sir.
Did you end up utilizing, when you were employed there, a rifle pursuant to your duties?
Yes, sir.
Was that issued to you?
It was.
And was that an AR-style rifle?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive training, and did you go through annual, either in-service or other qualification on those weapons?
Yes, sir.
And you said the handgun you were carrying was a Glock brand handgun?
Yes, sir.
Was it a Model 22, is that correct?
Yeah, Model 22, which is chambered in 40 Smith & Wesson.
Now, other than being chambered in 40 Smith & Wesson, is the operating system the same as a Glock 9mm pistol that's chambered in 9mm?
Yes, it's the exact same size, shape. It just fires a different projectile and uses a different magazine.
So it would be loaded in the same fashion?
Yes, sir.
Fired in the same fashion?
Yes, sir.
After leaving the Temple Terrace Police Department, coming to the city of Tampa, and during your time over the last several years with the city of Tampa, have you been issued a duty sidearm, a pistol?
Yes.
What pistols have you been issued over the last several years?
Throughout my career, I've been issued a Smith & Wesson M&P, chambered in .40 caliber Smith & Wesson, a 6-hour P320, chambered in 9mm, but I currently, and for several years now, have carried a Glock 9mm.
All right, I'm going to come back to that. How many rounds do you believe you have fired through just the SIG 320 and the Smith & Wesson M&P while you were issued those as part of your duty at the Tampa Police Department?
Including training?
Yes.
I'd have to say roughly 20,000 rounds.
All right. And those weapons, those handguns, do they operate in a similar fashion to a Glock handgun?
Yes.
Are they striker fired?
Yes, they're both striker-fired semi-automatic handguns.
All right. So you talked about a fully automatic function and a burst function on the M16, M4 in the military, and now you've talked about semi-automatic. So I want to ask you about that. Can you just generally tell the jurors the difference, for those of us that don't know, between a semi-automatic weapon, handgun or rifle, and a fully automatic weapon?
So a semi-automatic weapon, every time, in order for the weapon to fire, there has to be an individual trigger pull for every round fired, whereas a fully automatic or a 3-round burst, in a 3-round burst's case, when you pull the trigger once, 3 rounds are fired, or a full auto function. As long as you're holding the trigger back, the rifle or the pistol will fire until the magazine runs empty.
You said at some point you made a decision of your own to switch to a Glock 9mm pistol.
Yes, sir.
But from what you were saying, it sounds like that wasn't issued to you by the city of Tampa?
It was not.
Is it on their approved duty list?
Yes, sir.
And so that was a personally owned, purchased handgun?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you currently carry?
Yes, sir.
You said that is a 9mm
Yes,
pistol?
sir.
All right. Glock 9mm pistols, AR-15 rifles that are available to the general public here in the United States, when they are fired, is there an empty shell casing ejected from the round that's fired?
If the action cycles correctly, then yes, there is a casing that is ejected from the weapon.
So if those firearms are fired on say a firing range and they work as they're designed to work properly, you should have ejected shell casings nearby?
Yes.
Over the course of your tenure with the City of Tampa Police Department, do you have any idea how many rounds you have fired, 9mm rounds that you have fired?
No
Either
clue.
in qualification or other training?
A lot.
All right. Now, uniformed officers have to go through training and they have to qualify with their firearms annually, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you have to do that too, correct?
Yes, sir.
But do you receive and do you go through a more intensive training schedule as a member being attached to the SWAT team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors about that?
As opposed to just the annual firearms qualification course that normal officers go through, the SWAT team has monthly or bi-monthly training that includes firing weapons, and as a bomb technician attached to the SWAT team, we attend all their training with them, and the same range day, same amount of rounds.
So that's monthly?
Twice a month.
Does that include, twice a month, I'm sorry, so twice a month, every 2 weeks?
Yes, sir.
So does that include shooting your Glock 9mm pistol?
Yes, sir.
Does it also include shooting an AR-style rifle?
Yes, sir.
Are you issued an AR-style rifle by the City of Tampa?
Yes, sir.
And do you have to go through annual qualifications and training to be able to carry that and use it in your duty?
Yes, sir.
And if I didn't already ask you, do you have any idea how many rounds you've put through AR platforms just while working with the City of Tampa?
In the thousands.
As part of your training, again, do you go through training to learn how to break the firearms down, how to clean them, their components and their parts?
Yes, it's our responsibility to maintain the weapons.
So now I want to move away from law enforcement to your personal time. Do you shoot extensively in your personal time?
I do,
And why is that?
just to stay proficient, and I enjoy the hobby.
Do you compete?
When time allows me to, yes, sir.
Okay, what kind of competitions?
Handgun or pistol competitions.
All right. And is that through some type of a national competition or organization?
Yep, they're publicly open ranges to any civilian allowed to have a firearm, and you can sign up for the competition, and they have rules and guidelines that have to be followed.
All right. So in your personal time, and this would be, would it be fair to say this would be in addition to all the shooting you do at work? Do you do a lot of shooting in your personal time?
Yes, sir.
And what type of handguns are you utilizing?
Glocks,
And what caliber?
9mm.
And are you shooting AR-15 rifles in your personal time?
Yes, sir.
Have you, well, let me ask, annually, how many rounds do you think you put through 9mm Glocks just on your own time?
Roughly 15,000 rounds,
What about AR-15 rifles?
probably 10 to 15,000.
Do you stay abreast of the firearms industry?
I try to.
Do you conduct at times research in the firearms industry to see what's available, what gear, what weapons, any kind of new developments?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with manufacturers of firearms?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with manufacturers, companies that make ammunition?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with companies and manufacturers that may produce components or attachments or parts for AR-style rifles?
Yes, sir.
How about magazines for either AR-style rifles or Glock handguns? Are you familiar with companies that produce magazines for those guns?
The larger ones, yes, sir.
And both of those firing systems work off of what's called a box magazine?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the common chamberings in the AR-15 and in Glock firearms?
Yes, sir.
With ammunition, let me talk to you specifically about that. The common chamberings in the AR-style rifle. Are you familiar with 5.56 NATO?
Yes.
Is that the chambering of your duty weapon?
Yes.
Is that the chambering of your personally owned weapon?
Yes.
Is that the chambering of the weapon you carried and used as part of your duty at the Temple Terrace Police Department?
Yes.
And is that the chambering, the 5.56 NATO of the M4 or the M16 that you utilized in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the specifications, the firing specifications of the 5.56 NATO?
In what regard?
As far as muzzle velocity and foot-pounds of muzzle energy?
Roughly.
And are those specifications that are published by the manufacturer?
Yes.
The 5.56 NATO round, are there common chamber or loadings for that round? And I'm talking about the
Grain weight?
grain weights of the projectile.
Yes.
Okay, would 55 grain be one of those?
On the smaller end, yes.
62 grain.
Yes.
Are there others you're familiar with?
Yes, 69 and 77.
In all of those grain weights and loadings, when that is fired out of a AR-style rifle, is that projectile traveling in excess of 1,000 feet per second, muzzle velocity?
Yes.
Is it traveling in excess of 2,000 feet per second?
Depending on the barrel length, yes.
Okay. And there are different barrel lengths, is that right, with an AR-style rifle and different styles of AR-style rifles?
Yes.
Foot-pounds of energy, does the 5.56 NATO round generate in excess of 1,200 foot-pounds of energy?
Yes.
Are you familiar with companies that manufacture 9mm ammunition?
Yes.
Can you name some for us?
Federal, MagTech, Spear, MaxTech, 6 Hour, Winchester, Remington.
Okay. Is that an exhaustive list?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this way. Are there many, many more manufacturers of 9mm ammunition?
There's significantly more that I don't know than what I know.
Okay. And those are commonly seen companies, the Remington, Winchester, Spear, CCI. Have you ever heard of a company called Fiocchi?
I have.
Okay. And do they manufacture 9mm ammunition?
They do.
Now, you mentioned Max Tech. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Are you familiar with the labeling of those different types of ammunition, the boxes they come in?
Roughly, yeah.
So let me talk to you, go back to the AR style rifle. Are there different gas block systems on different AR-15 rifles?
Yes.
And depending on the gas block system being utilized, does it affect the appearance of the rifle?
Possibly, yes.
Can it possibly affect the length of what is called a hand guard, the
Yes.
portion of the rifle in front of the receiver?
It could.
Okay. And that would depend on the style of the gas block system?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the jurors some of the standard types of gas block systems?
So the most common and what's seen on most military rifles is what's referred to as a front sight post or a front sight base or FSB. It's where the front sight for the rifle is attached to the gas block of an M16 or an M4. And then there's, more commonly in the civilian market, is what's referred to as a low-profile gas block, which doesn't have a sight attached to it, and it fits under a handguard.
Okay. And are there smaller gas block systems? Is there a mid-length gas block system?
Yes.
Is there a carbine-length gas block system?
Yes.
And with those two versus, I believe what may be called a rifle gas block system, is that correct?
Yes.
Would that change the appearance of the part of the rifle that extends past the receiver of the rifle?
If the gas block was exposed, yes.
And are you familiar with what the different gas block systems and the different AR-15 rifles, their appearance, what they look like?
Yes.
Have you seen all of those variants at one time or another?
Yes.
Have you looked at them in either industry literature or manufacturer literature or online?
And in person.
And I'm talking about images and in person.
Yes.
Have you fired multiple gas block system?
Yes.
AR? We're going to skip back to the Glock pistol. The Glock 9mm pistol, are there several models of Glocks that are chambered in 9mm?
Yes.
And has Glock gone through several iterations since its introduction in the 80s?
Yes.
Does that include, or do they phrase that as generations?
They do.
And is there a generation 1?
There is.
And does it go through a generation 5?
We're currently on 6.
Currently on 6, that was just introduced a couple months ago.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. And the generations, is that the nomenclature that Glock manufacturing utilizes?
They do.
And is there some type of roll mark or marking on the slide to indicate with the, I believe it is the Gen 2 going forward, that it is a Gen 2 or 3 or 4 or 5?
Yes, sir.
Is it abbreviated on the slide?
It is.
To GEN?
Yes.
And so in the firearms industry, is that commonly referred to as a Gen 3 or a Gen 4 or a Gen 5?
Yes, sir.
Glock. Okay, and you're familiar with those?
I am.
AR-15 style rifles, are they frequently equipped with some type of a strap system that allows the user to carry the rifle in some form or fashion?
Yes, you're referring to a sling.
Yes, okay, a sling, all right? And the weapons that you've utilized in law enforcement, including the current one that you carry or you have, your AR-15 style rifle, does it have a sling?
Yes, sir.
And slings, can they be attached at different points on AR-15 rifles, depending on the design of the rifle?
Yes.
Detaching and attaching a sling to a rifle, how complex or difficult is that?
It's not at all.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors what the purpose of the sling is?
A sling is essentially a way for you to carry your rifle with you without having to utilize your hands in case you have to do something other than hold on to the rifle itself. You can tighten it, loosen it, whatever you have to do to keep it stowed on your person without physically holding it with your hands.
Does it also have benefits such as freeing up a shooter's strong hand
Yes.
or hands
Yes.
to allow them to access a secondary weapon like a pistol?
Yes, sir.
Can a sling be utilized, or is there a technique to utilize it to support the firearm and maybe brace it or stabilize it during the firing process?
Yes, sir.
Are you trained in that?
Yes.
Do you utilize a sling for that purpose when you're utilizing your AR-15?
Depending on the style of shooting I'm doing, yes.
Okay. And there is training and proper techniques on doing that?
Yes.
Going back to the Glock 9mm pistol, I want to talk to you real quick about magazines that are produced by Glock manufacturer, okay? You would agree with me that there are other companies that make Glock, or make magazines that are compatible with Glock 9mm pistols? Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay. So I want to talk about two very common Glock 9mm models. We'll start with the Glock 17. Was that the very first Glock model, the Glock 17?
It was.
All right. And how many rounds is in the standard magazine in a state such as Florida where there are no magazine restrictions?
17 rounds.
Okay. Are there states where magazines are restricted
There are.
in capacity?
Yes.
California, New Jersey, I believe, are two of them.
Yes.
I'm going to go to another gun, which I believe, and you correct me if I'm wrong, was the third 9mm pistol introduced by Glock, the Glock 19. What is the standard capacity of a Glock 19?
15 rounds.
All right. Does Glock produce an extended magazine that will work in both of those weapons?
They do.
And when that is inserted into the mag well or the magazine well of the firearm, does it extend out away from the firearm?
It does.
And in its appearance, is it obvious that there is an extended magazine?
Yes.
The Glock brand extended magazine, are you aware of what that capacity is?
33 rounds.
It's 33 rounds.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when I was just talking about the introductions of these pistols, and that was in the 1980s, would you agree with me, early 90s? I skipped over from model 17 to 19. Was there a model, and is there a model 18?
There is.
And is that a model that is marketed specifically and only to law enforcement and military?
Yes.
Why?
It's a fully automatic, or it is a select fire, which can be fired semi or fully automatic Glock pistol.
And that is not a weapon that a civilian in the United States can walk into a store and buy.
Not without doing a lot of paperwork.
Okay. You have to have certain types of licensing from the federal government. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct? From the ATF, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with a device that has become common called a Glock switch?
I am.
What is a Glock switch?
It replaces the backplate on a Glock, which gives it access to the striker, which is what hits the primer on a round, which is what makes it able to be fired, and it also can make the weapon fully automatic.
And back in 2024, was that a pretty simple conversion that was being circulated a lot on the internet and other places?
Yes, it's very easy to manufacture.
All right. Did Glock attempt in the latter part of last year to make modifications or changes to
Yes,
the Glock guns to prevent that from happening?
Yep. They released, well, we said that there's 6 generations of Glocks. They technically came out with the Glock V as its own generation, I guess we could call it, which was to prevent the guns from being modified to be fired fully automatic.
To prevent use of that switch.
Yes.
And the current Glock Generation 6 also has that modification to prevent that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, going back to the AR style rifle, we talked about the 5.56 NATO round. Are there other calibers that can be chambered in AR-15 rifles?
Yes.
Does that include 300 Blackout?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that round?
Yes,
or that caliber.
I am.
Now, in appearance, does a loaded 5.56 NATO round, does it have a certain appearance versus a 300 blackout round?
It does.
And are they something that can be distinguished by looking at them?
Yes.
How so?
Well, the 5.56 is significantly smaller than the 300 blackout. The projectile for the 300 blackout is larger and longer. But the casing on the 300 blackout is shorter, but the diameter is the exact same. It uses the same size casing.
When you look at ammunition, would you be able to distinguish between a 5.56 round and a 300 blackout round?
Yes,
The 223 Remington round, are you familiar with that?
I am.
Is that a caliber that is commonly chambered in the AR-15 style rifle?
It is.
Is it a round, a caliber that is very similar to a 5.56 NATO round?
Yes, it can be fired out of the same gun.
Okay. So if a person has a 5.56 caliber AR-15, a 5.56 NATO chambering, they can safely and effectively fire 223 Remington ammunition in that?
Yes.
Have you ever done that with AR-15s that are chambered in 5.56 NATO?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would tender states 48A as an alpha through double Y as in Yankee.
48,
Correct. For admission?
Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes. Yep.
No objection.
Mr. Sonardi?
No objection, Tom.
Mr. Wise?
Yes, Your Honor, previously litigated Fourth Amendment objection.
Okay, same ruling, thank you. And any objection, Mr. Petridis?
I would adopt, Your Honor.
Same for Mr. Davion.
Okay. Very good, that'll be admitted.
Thank you. Publishing states 48I. Officer, if you need me to bring the photograph to you, that is fine. Do you recognize that as being consistent with a Glock 19 model?
Yes, it appears to be a Gen 4.
Okay. And is there something here on the grip that distinguishes that from a Generation 5?
Yes, so if you're looking at the grip, the side closest to the trigger guard, there are finger grooves along the grip. That is not on the Gen 5 or 6. That's on the Gen 4. And then on the slide, there's no forward cocking serrations. There's only rear cocking serrations, which is not on the Gen 5 or 6.
And this round, does that appear to you to be a 9mm round?
It does.
You indicated earlier that the standard magazine for this firearm contains 15 rounds.
Yes, sir.
The magazine to the left of that, does that appear to be a standard stock Glock magazine for that weapon?
I mean, the image is a little blurry, but it does appear to be an OEM magazine.
Let me find a better image. States 48K. Do you see the Glock insignia at the bottom of the magazine?
Yes, sir.
Is this the Glock corporate logo?
Yes.
Okay. And it's actually the word Glock?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, does this appear to be a 17-round magazine?
Yes, sir.
So this would be the standard magazine for the Glock 17?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that longer or shorter than a 15-round magazine for a Glock 19?
Longer.
And will it fit into the magazine well of this Glock 19?
It will fit, but it will extend beyond the grip.
Okay. It would extend out a short distance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. .48J, do you also see a portion of the front of this firearm on the slide that also indicates to you this is a Gen 4?
Yes.
The Gen 5 has a rounded appearance?
This has a chamfered edge.
.48O, do you now see markings on this firearm
Yes, sir.
that demonstrate what we were talking about earlier?
Yes, sir.
The GEN Gen 4?
Yes, sir.
And that 19 in front of that, is that the model number?
It is.
And is this the caliber?
Yes.
9x19, is that just another way of saying 9mm?
Yes.
Or another version of 9mm?
Another version of 9mm.
Representing
yes.
the same caliber?
Yes, sir.
I might need to bring this to you. Do you see this bag that appears to contain ammunition? Would you agree with me those are loaded rounds, live rounds?
I mean, it's a very grainy photo, but
It
they
is.
do appear to be live rounds.
States 48V is in Victor. What is this item here?
It appears to be some sort of laser.
And now looking into that same bag at a little bit better definition, do you see loaded live rounds?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell what type they are?
They appear to be 5.56 or 2.23.
This item here, what is this?
That is an aluminum magazine.
Would that, in appearance, appear to be consistent with an AR-15 magazine?
Yes.
Okay. States 48W is in whiskey.
No.
I think this is a little better.
It's a 300 blackout.
I'm sorry?
Those appear to be 300 blackout.
Those are 300 blackout. Okay. Now, we'll just take this round here. What is it about that round that's telling you that's a 300 blackout?
The size of the projectile, the lack of taper at the crimp of the case.
Okay. And some of this other loose ammunition, does that appear to be, where I'm pointing,
Those look like pistol rounds.
9mm?
Possibly, yes.
.48Y, does that appear to be boxes of ammunition?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this company, Hornady?
Yes,
Is that an ammunition manufacturer?
it is.
And this would be Winchester brand,
Yes.
these white boxes? All right. So I'm going to show you states 48Z. And if you need me to turn this, do you see roll marks or head stamps that indicate the caliber of these rounds.
Yes.
What caliber are they?
300 blackout.
And you see the word blackout and behind it, the number 300?
Yes, sir.
States 48DD. Do you recognize the brand of ammunition that's being shown here?
I do.
And I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this correctly. I've always pronounced it Cellier Balot. Are you familiar with that company?
I am.
Is that an ammunition manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
In fact, they also make 9mm handgun ammunition.
They do.
And in this instance, what caliber is this?
300 blackout.
So 300 AAC blackout, is that the full technical or industry
It's
identification?
just one of the
for that?
names. It could also be referred to as 300
300
Whisper.
blackout. What does the FMJ stand for?
Full metal jacket.
And over here, we see a 147 GRS. What does that stand for?
That's the grain weight.
And the 9.55? Could that be the grain weight
The
of the
powder.
powder?
Yep.
Are those ammunition specifications that are commonly placed on ammunition boxes?
They are.
This is states 48EE. E is an echo. I may be turning this a little bit as we look at it, so just bear with me. I'm going to start with this white box here. So even though it's oriented in this way, I'm going to turn it so you can read it. Do you recognize the labeling on that box?
I do.
Do you recognize the item depicted on the box?
Yes, sir.
So this on the top, Magpul, do you know what that means or what it is?
Magpul, it's a firearms accessory manufacturer that typically makes polymer parts, magazines, and other accessories.
Do they also make, well, you said magazines. Do they make a standard magazine that's utilized for the AR-15?
As well as the Glock.
Okay. And this says hand stop kit. So what is a hand stop?
So a hand stop is typically for, you can use it on any length hand guard, but it's typically for shorter length hand guards to prevent a shooter who maybe has longer arms from reaching past the hand guard and maybe grabbing the muzzle, so when he fires he doesn't hurt himself. Or you could use it on a longer hand guard and just use it as a reference point for your hand.
Okay. And when you say a hand guard, that would be a component or a part of an AR-15 rifle?
Yes.
This box here to the right, do you recognize that box?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize the writing up here?
I do.
What does that say?
Max Tech.
Now, you identified that earlier as one of the manufacturers of 9mm ammunition.
Yes.
Does this appear to be a box that would be consistent with holding 9mm ammunition?
Yes, sir.
Does this also appear to be a box of Max Tech ammunition?
Yes, sir.
States 48 double F as in Foxtrot. Now, does this appear to be some of those items spread out that we were just looking at?
Yes, some of them.
Do you see the hand stop over here, the Magpul
I do.
box?
Yes, sir.
And the two boxes of Max Tech ammunition?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to start with those in this exhibit. Anything about that that changes your opinion that that is Max Tech ammunition?
No, sir.
All right. Now, Let me go to this. On the bottom left of the photograph and in the center, there are 3 items that are vertical to the photograph. What are these 4 items?
Those appear to be handgun magazines.
So I'm going to zoom in on the 2 to the left. First of all, have you previously seen this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And did you recognize these 2 as being, at least those 2 as being Glock magazines?
Yes, those appear to be OEM magazines.
OEM meaning that's Glock manufactured magazines?
Yes.
Okay. And then this center magazine, does that appear to be a magazine for a Glock pistol?
It looks like it, but I can't say for sure.
What are these items?
Those are hand guards.
Okay. And what is that for?
That's to cover the barrel and the gas operating system of the rifle so you can fire it safely without burning your hand.
On the top of the photograph, we see a small black box. Does that appear to contain fired shell casings?
It does.
Would they be consistent with being 5.56 or 223 Remington?
Yes.
Below that, see this item here. Do you
Yeah.
recognize that item?
I do.
What is that?
That's a Vortex micro red dot.
Vortex, is that the company that produces that?
Vortex is a company, yes.
Okay. And does Vortex produce optics for handguns and rifles?
Yes.
And when I say optics, let me be more specific. Optic sights?
Yes.
I believe you said a red dot? Did
Yes,
you
sir.
say- Okay. Is that an electronic sight?
It is.
And is somewhere on that device, is there some kind of a battery that runs the electronic sight?
Yep, there should be a battery or a solar panel or something.
And then this item here, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That appears to be another micro red dot.
States 48HH, the small black box at the top of the prior exhibit. Now looking at that, does that appear to contain 5.56 or 223 Remington shell casings?
Yes, sir.
That would be empty fired shell casings or empty casings?
Yes, sir.
48I is an India double I. If that is a casing from that box, would that indicate that the round was fired?
It would.
Well, let me go back. Is that due to this marking in the center of the shell casing, the head? What-
That's considered a primer strike. When you pull the trigger, hammer falls, hits a firing pin. The firing pin strikes the primer of the round, and that's what ignites the powder and fires the weapon.
And so it leaves this mark, the firing pin does?
Yes, sir.
And going back to the Max Tech ammunition, I think we have a better photo now. This is states 48, double L is in Lima. Now looking at this, can you see the ammunition, the caliber of the ammunition?
Yes, sir.
And what is the caliber?
9mm.
And this writing here on the box, can you see it enough to tell me what all of that means walking across there?
115 is the grain weight of the projectile. It's a full metal jacket. Non-corrosive means they didn't use a corrosive lacquer on it to preserve the metal, so it won't damage your barrel when you fire it. Box primer is the type of primer that's used to ignite the powder, and brass case is the gold-looking casing that holds the projectile and the powder.
States 48M is in Mike double M. Does it appear one of the boxes is fully, has a full box of ammunition?
It appears so.
And there are some rounds missing from the other box?
Yes, sir.
States 48 double Q as in Quebec. The item on the top, is that a Glock magazine?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a Generation 5 magazine, or can you tell?
That appears to be a Generation 5 magazine.
Is that based on this lip sticking out on the base plate?
And the orange follower at the top.
Okay. And then are those 9mm rounds below it?
It appears so.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would tender 52A as an alpha through N as in November.
Objection?
52A through N, counsel.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, reading previously litigated pre-trial motions.
Okay. Submitted.
Publishing states 52A. Do you recognize this black container?
I do.
Have you ever seen containers like that before?
I have.
What is that container?
That's the container that a Glock pistol comes in when you purchase it.
States 52B. Is that the same container now opened?
Appears to be.
And does there appear to be a couple of magazines in the container?
Yes.
Does this label on the exterior of the box, does it have the model number?
Yes.
And is this the model number?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a model that is a 9mm Glock?
Yes.
Okay, chambered in 9mm.
Yes.
All right. And the FXD, does that refer to the sights on the pistol?
I do not know what FXD refers to. I know the 5.5 is referring to the weight for the trigger.
Okay. And is this the serial number?
Yes.
The 2 10-round, does that reference the magazines?
Yes, sir.
Is that the standard capacity for that gun?
Yes, sir.
States 52E is an Echo. Do you recognize that as also being a Glock box?
Yes, sir.
I know we're getting a lot of glare. Let me see. Does that help? States 52F. Does that also appear to be a label for a Glock case?
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Well, it's hard to see on this, but do you see the same 5.5 pound there
Yes.
and 17 RD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the 5.5, that is reference to the trigger pull weight?
Yes, sir.
17 RD is a description of the capacity of the magazines that come with the gun?
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach real quick?
Yeah, and I tell you what, let's do this, 3:24, so we're going to take our 10-minute afternoon recess, okay? Jury can step into the jury room.
All rise.
Let's go a little bit more.
You can tell he loves this stuff, right? You can tell. Can't get enough of it. He We're on the break, but since you've not yet been cross-examined, you just can't talk to anyone, including the state, about.
Originally, we had agreed by defense motion to keep out, but then I think they would have withdrawn that. And I just want to make clear, because there was a motion, I believe at this point, Mr. Wise said that he now wanted it in.
Well, I'm not objecting to it. I guess I had my mask mixed up, so
Okay.
that's the one I asked about, so I don't have a problem with it.
So are you
And
seeking?
Judge, that was the same, there were also testimony about Glocks from Isaiah Chance's house, as well as the Glock from the car, which they questioned Officer Ramos about. So those are in now.
Well, and I was about to say, I should clarify this. I am withdrawing the motion in limine where I moved to exclude that as on 403 grounds. I am not withdrawing. All of this comes from the search of the house.
I understand.
That's why
You're,
no need to withdraw.
sure.
I
You're
understand
presuming your rights regarding the denial of the motion to suppress. But as far as, since I've denied your motion to suppress, you're not objecting any further to the photos that, and for the record, what are they?
This is 52J, 52K, which show, it looks like a ballistic mask.
Okay.
That's correct.
Judge, one more thing for the record. There were times where I momentarily lost my mind and I stood up and I said no objection to the admission of pieces of evidence admitted during Mr. Harmon's direct. I do any motions that were denied that were subject of the evidence that's coming in through Detective or Officer DeHaven.
Okay, very good. Same with you, Mr. Sonardi?
Same position, Your Honor.
Okay, same with you, Mr. Petrides and Mr. Wise. Okay. Duly noted. Okay, be back in 10 minutes.
Subject to previous rulings by the court, and everyone can preserve any objections previously made. Other than that, any additional objections?
Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Sonardi, Mr. Wise, and Mr. Petrides. Okay, admitted.
Publishing 54A. Do you recognize that item I'm pointing at?
I do.
And what is that?
It's a safe.
And do you recognize that as a type of safe that is commonly used to store firearms?
Yes, sir.
Do you see this circular pad up here on the top of the safe?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a keypad to put in a code to unlock the safe.
States 54B. Does that appear to be the interior of the safe with the door open?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to ask you, first of all, do you recognize these down here?
Yes.
What is that?
Those look like pistol cases.
And do you recognize these items over here?
Yes.
And what are those?
Long guns or rifles, potentially shotgun.
States 54G. Can you tell now at least two of those long guns what they are, or what they most likely are?
Yes, the one, as I look at it, the far left, it appears to be a bolt-action rifle of some sort.
The one I'm pointing at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the one next to it appears to be a shotgun.
States 54H. Can you now see the muzzle or the tip of the muzzle of a shorter firearm?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is an AR patterned rifle, or potentially pistol.
Do you see an item here with some mesh on it?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is a brass catcher.
Let me ask you about that real quick. When we talked about the fact that Glock pistols and AR-15 rifles expel shell casings when they're fired, right?
Yes, sir.
The term brass, is that a term that's commonly associated to spent shell casings?
Yes, sir.
Is that a term that's utilized frequently on firing ranges, including law enforcement, military ranges?
Yes, sir.
States 54L is in Lima. Does that appear to be another Glock case?
Yes, sir.
Can you see the label? It's on the front.
Yes, sir.
All right. And G19 Gen 4, is that a Gen?
Glock 19 Gen 4.
So it's a Glock 19 Gen 4. That's the model.
Yes.
That's the generation.
Yes.
Same thing with the trigger weight.
Yes, sir.
This comes with 3 10-round magazines. Is that what that stands for?
Yes, sir.
Is this the serial number to the left?
Yes, sir.
States 54S. And I'm just showing you this for a reference, officer. And I'm going to draw your attention to this item that's sticking out above my finger. States 54T. It's in Tango. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's either a 5.56 or 2.23 round.
States 54V is in Victor. I'm going to ask you about these two items. Does this still appear that we're looking at the interior of the safe?
Yes.
What is this item here?
That is a Magpul polymer magazine.
Okay, and is that for an AR-15?
Yes, sir.
The item on the right, what is that?
That is a brass catcher.
Now, that one's detached, sitting by itself?
It appears so, yes, sir.
Not attached to a weapon, or doesn't appear to be?
Not attached.
States 54W. Is that another view of the brass catcher?
Yes.
Brass catchers, is that something that you commonly see at public ranges or law enforcement ranges?
No, sir.
And these, are they designed to be attached somewhere on a rifle?
Yes, they're
What-
designed,
go ahead.
designed to be attached on the right side of the upper receiver, where that opening can completely cover the ejection port of the rifle, which is where the casing comes out of when you fire a round. So the casing will land inside the net, not hitting the ground, and you can maintain all of your casings after you fire them.
States 54X. Do you see two items inside that brass catcher?
I do.
Do those appear to be pistol caliber shell casings?
Yes.
Z. Just another photo of the brass catcher?
Yes.
Okay. And it appears that it has a wire frame and then has this mesh or netting that makes up the brass catcher?
Yes.
States 54 double C is in Charlie. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
I do.
What is that?
That appears to be the muzzle end of an AR patterned rifle with a brass catcher attached, a flip-up front sight, and a hand stop.
Would this be the muzzle?
Yes, sir.
What is this item?
Hand stop.
And that's the same thing that we saw in the box in the previous photographs? The
Yes.
Magpul box?
Yes, sir.
States 54 double D is in Delta. Does this appear to be the same weapon?
Yes.
And does this depict, other than just the tip of the muzzle, does this appear to depict the rest of the ejection side of the firearm.
Yes, sir.
So I want to ask you, this would be a brass catcher?
Yes,
Does it appear to be attached?
it does.
This here, what is this?
That is the pistol grip,
And what is this curved device here?
the trigger,
And what is this tubular thing sticking out the back?
buffer tube.
Does this weapon have a stock or what's commonly called a butt stock attached to it?
It does not.
States 54 double C as in Charlie. Does this appear to be the opposite side of that weapon?
Yes,
Okay. And this area of the weapon here, what is this?
those are the roll marks on the lower receiver.
Does this indicate the manufacturer of the weapon?
Manufacturer and serial number, yes, sir.
This area here, what is this?
That is the magazine well.
And the magazine would be inserted into there?
Yes, sir.
What is this up on top of the rifle?
It looks like some sort of electronic sight.
And what is this strap?
That's a sling.
States 54 double I as in India. Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is an AR-15.
Have you had an opportunity to look at that actual weapon?
I have.
So I want to ask you some questions about this. Let me get a pointer. Can you tell us, first of all, this area here, what is that?
That's referred to as a handguard.
And earlier, we saw two pieces that you said were a handguard.
Yes, sir.
So would those come together to form this cylindrical shape?
Yes, sir.
What's underneath the handguard?
The barrel and gas tube.
This area here, is that similar to what we just looked at on the other weapon, a magazine well?
Yes, sir.
What is this triangle-shaped item up here?
That is the, where we spoke about earlier, that's where the gas block is. That is a front sight base or front sight post. So it does double duty as the front sight for the weapon as well as the gas block for the weapon.
Okay. Now, what size gas block would this weapon have?
Well, the operating system of this, I believe is what you're referring to, appears to be a carbine length.
Carbine length.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it common on these, on a firearm like this with a carbine length to have the sight, if there is a sight mounted in that area?
Yes.
And you indicated that it is a block of some type, the sight itself?
It's referred to as a gas block.
Okay. So how does the sight affect or work with the gas system?
So the gas system is underneath it. The sight, it's just a place for the sight to go over, it's just a place to place the sight. But the gas block itself that's operating is the horizontal piece below the actual triangle.
Okay, this right here?
Yes.
Now, extending out, what is this?
That is the remainder of the barrel.
And on the tip of the barrel, is there some item here?
Yes, that's what is referred to as an A2 bird cage.
What is that purpose of having that there?
The purpose is to mitigate flash and muzzle rise from firing the weapon or recoil.
So muzzle flash and also control the rise of the weapon when it's firing?
Yes, sir.
This type of gas block or the shape of the handguard, is that something that you've seen before?
Yes.
And is it something that's distinctive and you can recognize it if you see it?
Yes.
What is this item up here?
That is what's referred to as a carrying handle, but it works as the rear sight for the weapon.
54 double J is in Juliet. From the front of the handguard and the beginning of that front sight, does this photograph depict the weapon going all the way back, almost to the back of the stock, the butt stock?
Yes, sir.
So this gun does have a stock.
It does.
The handguard we were previously talking about, is it shown here?
The handguard?
I'm sorry, not the handguard, the handle, the carrying handle.
Carrying handle, yes, sir.
All right. And in this photograph, does this assist you, or would it assist you in advising the jury as to the difference between the upper portion of an AR-15 and the lower portion, on what's commonly called the upper and the lower?
So, can you repeat the question? You're asking me to distinguish them, like
Yes.
explain the two separate items?
Yes.
Sure, I can do that, yeah. So the upper receiver from the barrel, the front of the barrel coming back to where the carrying handle is, I know it's very difficult to see in the photo, but there's a seam that runs horizontal separating the two, the upper and lower half. So that is all connected, the upper receiver with the operating system and the barrel as considered the upper receiver, as well as the carrying handle. The lower receiver, you'll see two pins on the far left and then the far right just above the safety. If you push those two pins apart, you can separate the upper from lower. The lower receiver holds the firing mechanism, which is the trigger, and also is where you feed the magazine into the weapon, and where the grip is, as well as the buffer tube is attached to the rear of the lower receiver.
Would this be the seam you were talking about that I'm tracing with my pen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would this be the first pin and the second pin?
Yes, sir.
Staying on the same side of the rifle, do we also have roll marks here for the manufacturer and the serial number?
Yes, sir.
Black Forge, is that a manufacturer of AR rifles?
I'm sure they are. I've never heard of them, though.
Are there numerous manufacturers of AR style rifles?
Yes, sir.
And are they all, they follow the same design?
Yes.
For the most
For
part?
the most part.
What is this item up here?
It's a charging handle.
Now, below the handguard, these two bolts here, what are those for?
That's to remove.
I'm sorry, not below the handguard, below
The carrying handle.
Yes.
That is to remove the carrying handle, which is operating as the rear sight for the weapon system, and it'll expose a rail system that's below it, so you can attach red dot or other electronic sights.
So does this weapon have the ability to, by changing these or removing these, to pull that carrying handle off and attach some type of an optic sight, like that vortex sight that we saw
Yes.
earlier?
Yes.
Going around to the other side, this is states 54, double O is an Oscar, the other side of the weapon. Do we see the area of the weapon where, and it's not very reflected very well because it's dark, but where the shell casings would eject from the weapon when it's fired?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna publish states 54, double P, as in Peter. Would this be the area here?
Yes, that is the ejection port.
And is this the area generally where a brass catcher would be attached?
Yes.
What is this up here? This little knob right there above my finger?
That's the other side of the charging handle.
States 54 double Q is in Quebec. Now that we have kind of a better view of this, I want to talk to you about the gas block. You indicated this site here, this triangular shape, is near or a part of the gas block system or the gas block, right? Does that gas block extend out, or is it underneath there going back?
It's underneath of that piece of metal going back into the handguard.
And are there different lengths of gas blocks?
Yes,
And you said this was a carbine length. Does that have a certain dimension or measure?
it's approximately 7 inches long.
What is this little bump here below the front of the sight that's on the bottom of the barrel?
That's referred to as a bayonet lug.
And frequently on AR-15s designed in this fashion, do you see this design of rifle, the design or the shape of that extended rifle?
Yes,
Why is that?
it's called a government profile barrel. It's the most common profile of barrel that's forged.
So this handguard length, the gas block system, the sight, the, you just told us what that was.
Bayonet lug.
The bayonet lug, and then this government-shaped barrel. Is that something that has a distinctive appearance that you have seen on numerous occasions?
Yes, sir.
Would you recognize it if you saw it?
Yes, sir.
We have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, I know it is.
While Mr. Orty is retrieving an exhibit for me, let me ask you a question. I'm going to show you states. Let me ask you this. The components of pistol ammunition such as 9mm and rifle ammunition such as 5.56 or 223 Remington, and when I say the components, the projectile, the shell casings, externally you're familiar with them as a combined cartridge, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen the projectile separated from the cartridge, either before manufacture or otherwise?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the shape and the dimensions of the projectiles?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 68F. And I may have to bring this up to you, but just looking at that, that is an expended projectile that was recovered in this case. Would you be able, by looking at that, to distinguish that from a 5.56 projectile?
It does not appear to be a 5.56. It looks to be a 9mm or a handgun round.
And would that also be based on not just the size, but the shape and how it appears?
Yes, sir.
Publishing states 139M is in Mike. Have you had an opportunity to look at this photograph previously?
Yes.
Are there things that you notice on that person and that rifle that you recognize?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to walk through it with you a little. I'm going to try to get a precise point here. First of all, do you see something coming across this person's upper back that you recognize?
Yes, there appears to be a sling over his shoulder under his arm and attached to the rifle.
And does that sling appear to extend above his elbow right here? Or
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, does it appear that the way that this individual is utilizing that sling to fire this rifle, is that something that you recognize?
Yes,
Is that the correct way to utilize it?
it's a way.
Have you seen people utilize slings in that fashion?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a blocky formation on the upper part of that rifle?
Yes, sir.
Could that, or would that be consistent with a brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a front sight here above my pen?
Yes, sir.
That is a triangle shape.
Yes, sir.
Do you see a barrel extending out right below that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the profile of that barrel?
Yes, it's tough to see in the way this image is coming up on the screen, but when I looked at it before, it's more obvious that it has a taper towards the front end of the barrel, consistent with a government profile barrel.
Okay. Now, would those items alone that we just discussed, other than the brass catcher and the sling, and I'm going back to 54QQ, be consistent with the appearance of this rifle?
Yes.
Going back to states 139M, would the length of the handguard be consistent with the firearm we just looked at in 54QQ?
Yes.
States 139N. I'm trying to find a better photograph with that barrel. Does that give you a better view of the barrel?
Yes.
Okay. And you can see maybe in better contrast the sling going across this person's back?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated that bird cage, and there was more of a descriptive to that term, or that there was more to that description. How did you phrase?
The A2 bird cage?
A2 bird cage. Would this muzzle flash that you're seeing, would there be anything about that is inconsistent with that being the type of muzzle device on that firearm?
No, sir.
Now, going to a separate photograph, 139S. In this photograph, do you see consistency in the sight, the length of the barrel, the style of the barrel, the length of the handguard?
Consistency
From
compared
the
to...
previous photographs?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, we've seen the muzzle flash on this firearm. I want you to look at the muzzle flash in the upper part of states 139T, with what has been previously described as the third shooter. Do you see the person with the orange covering over his head?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be a different, I guess for lack of a better term, shape of muzzle flash?
Yes.
Is that something that type of muzzle flash is being mitigated by that bird cage?
Yes, and the barrel length.
And the barrel length?
Yes.
When you have a shorter length barrel, is it more consistent with having a bigger fireball like that?
Yes.
And you're basing that on your experience in firing short firearms or AR-style rifles and seeing them fired?
In physics.
In physics. States 54. State would tender states 55, A as in alpha through double N as in November.
Any additional objection other than those previously made?
Made, Mr. Gonzalez, Mr. Sonardi.
Yeah, no, the previous motion was filed to keep that out, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
No new objections, Your Honor, but there are previous objections that have been filed.
Yes. Mr. Wise?
No new objection.
Okay, and Mr. Petridis? Okay. Admitted?
Publishing 55AA, do you recognize these containers?
I do.
What are they?
Those are ammo cans.
States 54 double B is in Bravo. Is that just another photo of the ammo cans?
Yes, sir.
States 55 double G is in Golf. Do you recognize the items inside of that ammo can?
I do.
And what are they?
Those are rifle rounds for either 5.56 or 223.
State would tender states 53A is an alpha through X is an X-ray.
Okay. Any objection? New objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No new objections, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise?
No new.
And Mr. Petridis? Okay, admitted. 53A through X.
Just going to briefly publish 53A. B. Detective, you didn't participate in any kind of searching of any residences or vehicles in the city of Jacksonville in this case?
No.
53F, have you previously seen this photograph?
Yes.
And I'm going to direct your attention to this item, 53G. Do you recognize the item?
I do.
What is it?
It's referred to as a bikini cover for an optic.
And do these two cups, do they cover the opposite ends of the optic?
Yes, they cover the glass on both the front and the back to protect it.
And these areas here, these bands, are they utilized in some way to keep the cups on the
They
optic?
provide tension to keep them on.
And in this case, do you see a, trying to turn it the right way, do you see a logo associated with a firearms manufacturing company that manufactures parts and components?
Yes. 6 Hour.
6 Hour, okay. So you recognize that as a corporate logo for 6 Hour?
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned earlier that at one point in your career with the TPD, with Tampa Police Department, you carried a 6 Hour manufactured handgun.
Yes, sir.
Was that the P320?
Yes, sir.
In addition to manufacturing handguns, do they also manufacture rifles?
Yes, sir.
And do they manufacture parts that go to their weapons?
Yes.
Do they also manufacture optics such as that, similar to that Vortex optic that we looked at earlier?
Yes.
Now, that bikini cover, would that be consistent with fitting onto an optic that is designed for a rifle?
Yes.
States 53 K is in kilo. Have you previously seen this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Now, these items that appear, would you agree with me, to have been torn?
Yes.
Do you recognize them as packaging for items associated to firearms?
Yes, sir.
Up here, do you see something that you recognize where my finger is?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the second half of the logo for Magpul.
And would that be the first part of it?
Yes, sir.
And is that right there, the Magpul logo next to the
Yes, sir.
You previously testified that that is a company that manufactures components, parts, magazines for AR-15 style rifles.
Yes, sir.
And while we're talking about earlier Sig Sauer, I want to talk to you about them. Do you see in this package here the word Romeo 5?
I do.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that and what does it designate?
That is it's a package for an optic.
That attaches to a weapon?
Yes, sir.
Is it utilized as a sighting system?
It is.
Up here in the right-hand corner, and you may not be able to see it very well where my finger is, do you also see Magpul on labeling?
Yes.
And going back to that Sig Sauer optic, do we see nomenclature here associated to the magnification and the battery position on that optic?
Yes.
The part that was on the upper part of the previous photograph that had the full word Magpul, down below it is, as part of the label, we see this kind of rounded off rectangle. So I want to walk through this with you. PMAG D60, what does that stand for?
Polymer magazine D60 is a style of drum magazine which holds 60 rounds for an AR/M4 chambered in 5.56 by 45.
Is 5.56 by 45, is that another nomenclature for 5.56 NATO?
Yes.
So that could be utilized, that 60-round drum in an AR-15 rifle?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this literature or labeling here?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a chassis system that you can place a Glock inside of, which turns the Glock into a shoulder-fired weapon, essentially.
States 53W is in whiskey. Does this also appear to be labeling from either that same D60 drum?
That's for the same product, yes.
Okay. And this gives a compatibility chart of weapons it's compatible with?
Yes, sir.
Are those all AR-15, well, most of them AR-15 style rifles?
They all accept the same magazine. They're not all designed the same.
And here we see a compatibility with 5.56 times 45 and 223 Remington.
Yes, sir.
Publishing states, 59C. Have you previously seen this photograph? And I may have to zoom out.
Yes.
In this individual's left hand, does he appear to be carrying what could be or consistent with a pistol
Yes, sir.
with an extended magazine?
Yes, sir.
The person to his left, does he appear to be carrying some type of object in his hands?
It appears he's carrying a rifle.
States 59F. This individual, does he appear in his left hand to be carrying an object shaped like a pistol with an extended magazine?
Yes, sir.
And would the same be true if 59G is in golf? Flip it over.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With this being the extended magazine where my finger is?
Yes, sir.
States 59I. Have you seen this photo previously?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you this, and then I want to move to 59J, as in Juliet. If that individual, the object in his hand, is a rifle, would you agree with me it has a very short barrel?
Yes.
Do you see an item on the side, a rectangular shaped object?
Yes, it looks like a brass catcher.
States 128A. Have you previously seen this photograph?
Yes.
All right. Let me ask you, you've indicated that you've shot Glock pistols extensively.
Yes, sir.
Would tens of thousands of rounds be a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen many, many Glock pistols in your career?
Yes, sir.
And in your private life?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with how they appear, the design of the lower part of the weapon, especially the trigger guard and the grip of the weapon?
Yes, sir.
Does the grip of a Glock have a proprietary angle to it, a grip angle?
It does.
That's different than other pistols.
Yes, sir.
It's more canted?
It
Is
is.
that right? Okay. And looking at this, and I know you said you've seen this previously, and I'm going to try to zoom in. Can you see, well, first of all, does that appear to be a handgun in this individual's right hand?
It does.
Does he appear that his index finger is indexed down the slide of the firearm?
Along the frame or the slide, yes, sir.
And in this area here, does that appear to be the trigger guard?
Yes, sir.
That's exposed. Now, that design and style of trigger guard that is square like that, would that be consistent with a Glock handgun?
It would.
And this object sticking out from the bottom of his palm, would that be consistent with an extended magazine?
Yes, sir.
So I have a question for you. I wanted to go back to 139S. This photograph of this individual with this rifle. Other than this sling, and I'm trying to remember the other, this rectangular object on the top of the rifle, is there anything that would allow you to say that that is not the same rifle, it's the rifle depicted in 54 double Q?
No, sir.
Is this rifle consistent with the rifle in appearance, style, and otherwise as the rifle being utilized by the shooter in 139S?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated earlier that a sling can easily be detached and attached?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I have the witness step down?
Yes?
Your Honor, we would tender States 57 for admission.
Subject to previous objections, any additional objection, Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
Oh, same, Judge.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis? Okay, it'll be admitted.
And for the record, the table has safe for nothing. Your Honor, may I have the witness step in front of the jury box?
Yes.
So, Officer DeJesus, I'm going to have you, first of all, can you confirm the bailiff's finding that that is completely wrong? Now, this weapon actually has a sling attached to it, right? And that sling, at the point where it is attached to the weapon, would that be considered a single point of contact? And you can hold it up so the jury can see it. It's attached here at the back on both sides. Is that right? I know it's hard, you all are sitting way back there. Can you all see that? Okay. So, if you can point it that direction, I think that's really the only clear area in the courtroom. If one was to fire that weapon, would they have some kind of an object on the back to put into their shoulder to stabilize the weapon?
No, sir.
Versus the other gun?
It's a
Okay. So without a buttstock, there's no way to stabilize it into your shoulder. Is that accurate? With this only? With the buffer tube only? Okay. So if one was to fire it, how would they hold it?
You'd have to hold it out, kind of floating switch, and 2 points of contact is very important.
Okay. And would it be easier or harder to maintain accuracy or to shoot accurately with that firearm versus the other firearm we saw, the Black Forge AR-15 that has a butt stock that can fit into your shoulder? And does that have to do a lot with stability, not being able to stabilize the gun into your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could show the jury real quick on this sling, how easy it is to attach and detach? It's just that simple. Okay. And this item here is the brass catcher that we looked at earlier?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. If you can remain standing. Your Honor, we would tender States 56 for admission.
Okay, other than previously made objections, any new objections? Mr. Gonzalez?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sonardi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Wise? Mr. Petridis?
didn't catch the item.
Pardon me?
I didn't catch the item.
56.
No further objection.
Okay, admitted.
Officer, first of all, is this the other weapon we were looking at in the photographs earlier? Okay. So with this weapon, you actually have a buttstock that can be adjusted, is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
So if one was to fire this, how would they hold it?
The place to stop on your shoulder, you
you hold the forend and you put your cheek against the buttstock, sighting down, the sighting system, and fire.
So the individual we saw in the photograph with the hoodie on and it had a sling going across his back, was he holding the gun correctly to shoot it accurately? And does this firearm, it states 56, actually have 2 points that a sling can be attached to?
Yes.
Can you show those to the jury?
One at the toe of the buttstock and one at the front end of the handguard.
So that has a portion of the weapon that's designed to make attaching and detaching a sling fairly easy.
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier that, and I'm going to hold it down because I really can't point it back this way, but that these 2 screws here can be removed and that this hand grip can be taken off. Is that right?
Yes.
Revealing a rail under here.
Yes.
Where you can attach an optic.
Yes.
How hard is that to do? And then this is the rail on the bottom.
Yes, sir.
Can everyone see that rail? Is that commonly called a Picatinny rail?
Yes, sir.
Does that have standard slots that are standard in the firearms industry?
Yes, sir.
For attachment of optics such as that Vortex optic or a Sig Sauer optic, like a Romeo 5?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You can return to the witness stand. I'll turn to the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Good afternoon. Is it Officer or Corporal DeJesus?
Good afternoon. It's good to see you again. It's Officer DeJesus.
Officer DeJesus. Quick question. Mr. Harmon showed you what was admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 58. I won't get it. I'm going to describe it unless you feel like you need to look at it. It was an exhibit of a gentleman standing next to a vehicle with a pistol, holding a pistol with an extended magazine. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you just typically, what would that weapon weigh?
A handgun?
The handgun with the extended magazine?
Depending on the make or model, anywhere from roughly a pound to maybe at most 28, 30 ounces.
Okay, a pound being 16, so 16 to 28 ounces,
And
depending on the
roughly, yeah. Depending on the manufacturer, material it was made with, how many rounds are in the magazine, if it's a full magazine.
What about if it's a Glock? Does that tell you anything additional?
It's going to be lighter. It's going to be lighter, and it's a polymer frame weapon.
Okay, more toward the 16 ounce range.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Sonardi?
Very briefly, Your Honor, if I may. Good afternoon, Officer DeJesus, correct?
Good afternoon, yes, sir.
All right. Officer DeJesus, other than related to this case, have you ever been qualified by any court as an expert in firearms?
No, sir.
All right. The other question is, I observed in some of the state's exhibits, the photo exhibits that were being presented with the individual handling the exhibits were using gloves. Is there any particular reason why gloves were used?
I was not there, sir.
You don't know why they would use gloves when they're showing the items?
Probably preserve evidence.
To preserve
not
evidence?
place fingerprints on them.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Wise?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, how are you?
Doing well, how are you?
Great, thank you for asking.
I want to go back over a few of the different areas you've covered. So I'll kind of back up. You were asked early on about different brands of ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Max Tech is a common brand, right?
It is.
You were asked about specific brands. That was one of the ones you rattled off, right?
It is.
It's also, in comparison to a lot of the other brands, it's a cheaper brand as well, correct?
It's more economical.
More economical, right. You're familiar with ammunition reloading as well, correct?
I am.
Do you do any reloading? It sounds like you shoot a lot.
I do not do reloading.
But a lot of people in the firearms community do, correct?
Back when it used to be cost effective to reload, yes.
Right, and quite a while ago, it was cost effective, especially during the COVID times, because ammunition got very expensive.
Well, that's when it became not cost effective,
Okay.
because primer prices went up quite a bit.
Oh, okay. It was also kind of scarce back then. It was hard to find a lot of ammunition, right?
For a short period of time, yes, sir.
But basically what reloading is kind of a way of recycling casings, correct?
Yes.
A person who is a shooting enthusiast can replace the primer in a casing, reload powder, and put another projectile in it, basically, right?
They could.
A little more complicated than that, but in general terms, that's how it works, right?
Yes.
And that's something that any member of the public can do if they have the knowledge and the equipment to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me talk to you a little bit more about jacketing, because that's something we heard.
Jacketing?
Of projectiles, bullets. Generally speaking, the different calibers we've talked about today, 9 millimeters, 300s, things like that, the bullets that are fired generally have a lead core, right?
Not always, but yes.
Okay, well, what else can the core be?
Steel.
Steel, okay. So they have a lead or a steel core, and then they have some amount of jacketing on the outside, right?
Yes.
And what's the jacket? Is that typically copper?
Well, it depends. It could be bonded.
Okay.
We have different materials.
Gotcha.
That's what you're going to find on cheaper ammunitions. There's some ammunitions that don't have a core at all,
Okay.
and so it save cost, weight.
Okay.
So there's a lot.
Okay. But most of the time, and especially the ammunition we've seen today, most of those have a core of something and then jacketing on the outside, right?
Okay.
And the jacketing, the amount of jacketing can vary, correct? And I saw you shake your head, but just or nod your head rather, but for a matter.
I mean, if you say so, and yeah, it can vary. There are variants.
What I was getting at is just please give me a yes or no instead of shaking.
No, I
your head.
understand.
I would object to let the witness answer the way that he sees fit to answer. the
Okay, well,
question.
that's fine. If he is, but if
Yes,
he can't
ma'am.
answer yes or no as opposed to nodding or shaking your head.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. So we saw a couple of the boxes of ammo earlier had FMJ, and you said it's full metal jacket.
Yes, sir.
And that means the jacketing covers the entire projectile, right?
Yes, sir.
And then on the flip side, you could have, what are commonly referred to as hollow points that may have very little jacketing on the outside, right?
Yes, sir.
And that can make a big difference in what happens to the projectile when it hits something, right?
It can.
And in fact, in the military, it's pretty much always full metal jacket, right?
It is always full metal
It
jacket.
is, and that's actually, that's like an international law, right?
Geneva Convention, yes,
Right.
sir.
And the reason for that is because full metal jackets are going to basically penetrate further and not mushroom out, right?
Yes.
And that's for humanity. I mean, so people aren't injured unnecessarily.
Judge, I would object to relevance at this point.
Approach the bench real quick. Indicated.
Thank you. So, sir, the more jacketing that's on a projectile, the less the projectile is going to split apart when it hits its target, correct?
Depending on when it hits, sure.
Sure, and there's a lot of variables, of course,
Yes, sir.
right? But generally, a bullet is going to have a tendency to mushroom out when it hits something, right?
Again, it depends on the material it hits, but yes.
Sure.
And the type of bullet.
But the jacketing is, basically the purpose of jacketing is to allow it to penetrate more into its target without splitting apart, correct?
Yes.
Now, even when jacketing splits off a projectile, you're often going to still see rifling marks from the barrel that the projectile was shot with, correct?
I don't know.
Okay, so as a firearm expert, you're not familiar with rifling?
Well, I'm familiar with rifling, but I can't tell you what every projectile is going to look like once it hits an unknown barrier and then it continues moving to an unknown target.
Okay, well, let me just give you a basic hypothetical thing. As a projectile is fired through a barrel, any of these center fire rifles we're talking about, or handguns, they're going to have spiraling inside the barrel, right?
They are going to have rifling, yes, sir.
That's, well, the spiraling, that's the rifling, right?
Yes, sir.
And when a jacketed projectile goes through that barrel, the barrel is going to leave markings on the projectile.
It is,
right?
yes, sir.
And now we don't know what may happen to the jacketing when it hits the target, because there's a lot of variables there. But if hypothetically jacketing splits off, there could very well be rifling still on the jacketing pieces that are split off from the projectile, correct?
Yes.
Now, we heard a lot about brass catchers. Brass catchers are legal, correct?
They are legal.
And brass catchers attach to the ejection port of a firearm, correct?
Incorrect.
Incorrect? Okay.
You are
Tell me-
incorrect.
Explain to me how they work then.
They attach to the receiver and they encase or completely cover the ejection port. Because if they covered the ejection port, then the rifle wouldn't cycle, then you'd have a malfunction.
Good point, good point. Yeah, I used the wrong description, but they're intended to encompass the ejector.
They are.
Would that be a
Yes.
better way to explain it?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, to ensure that all the casings are captured, then it's going to need to seal around the receiver.
It doesn't seal around the receiver. It's a mesh bag. There's no seal.
Okay, well, how does it stay on the rifle?
It attaches to the receiver via the Picatinny rail. And then the metal frame in there helps give it structural integrity, a shape, as to not block the ejection port and fit over the ejection port. That's why it's significantly larger than the ejection port. Gives the rifle room to cycle and eject the brass.
And the purpose is to capture every casing that's ejected from the gun.
That is the purpose.
So if it doesn't fully encompass that, it's not going to really be able to serve its purpose, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when someone is shooting at a range, they are typically expected to pick up the casings they fired, correct?
Dependent on the range rules, yes, sir.
And if you don't do that, there's going to be casings all over the place, right?
Yes.
Like peanuts in a country bar.
Yep.
Right. So it's certainly not illegal by any means, or even unusual for someone firing a rifle such as an AR to use a brass catcher to prevent having to go around and pick up all the casings that will be fired from the AR.
Is that a question?
That's the question. Because actually, and I think, because I believe you testified early in your direct, and maybe I missed this, that it is not uncommon to see brass catchers at a range. And then I think you said later that it is uncommon.
I never testified to.
Well, let him clear it up. Go ahead.
I never testified that it was common to see them.
Okay. Is it uncommon to see them?
It is relatively uncommon.
It serves a valid purpose if you're firing a gun at a range.
Asked and answered, argumentative.
Well, go ahead. You can ask the question.
Okay. Whether it's common or not, you see a valid purpose for using a brass catcher when you're firing something like an AR that's going to rapidly fire, as you described, potentially a magazine that holds 60 rounds.
Objection to vagueness.
Well, he can answer if he knows.
Repeat the question.
When you're firing a gun such as an AR that may hold, we saw earlier, a drum magazine. I'm going to ask you a little bit more about that. We saw an example of a magazine for an AR that could hold 60 rounds, right?
Yes.
if you're firing a gun that could fire 60 rounds in quick succession, you can see a valid reason why someone may want to attach a brass catcher to prevent having to go pick up 60 casings on the ground. Would you agree?
No, because I've fired plenty of AR-15s and never put a brass catcher on one.
Sure, but you can see a reason why somebody may want to.
If you're asking me about logic and whether I agree, sir, those are two different things.
Okay. Well, I'll move on to another topic. You said that there are many different manufacturers of AR-style rifles, correct?
There are.
In fact, one of the ones you were showing you weren't even familiar with, I believe. Is that correct? that
is correct.
And I think this is covered, but just to make it clear, the 223 and the 5.56 NATO, they're essentially, can be fired interchangeably, right?
In one way, not both ways.
Okay, explain that if you
I can fire a 223 out of a 5.56 chambered weapon. I can't fire a 5.56 out of a 223 chambered weapon.
Gotcha, okay. And the one that you were showing just a moment ago, I think is the 5.56, right?
I don't know.
The one you held in front of the jury, you don't remember if that was a 5.56 or 223?
I didn't look at the markings on the barrel.
Okay. All right. Regardless, whether it's a 223 or 5.56, that's shooting a projectile that is much smaller than what a 9mm fires, correct?
Yes.
Because 9mm is going to be a 38 caliber class, right?
Yes.
And when we say 223, that's basically a 22 caliber class, right?
It is a 22 caliber class, yes.
In the firearm world, that's one of the smaller projectiles you're going to deal with, right?
Yes.
In fact, people may be familiar with, the 22 that kids shoot sometimes. That's also a 22 caliber class, right?
Yes, but you keep saying class referring to rules by competition shooting. 223 and the 22 that a kid shoots are two very different caliber rounds.
Absolutely, but the width of the projectile of both is 22.
With significantly less powder behind it, yes, sir.
Absolutely, no question about that. The 300 blackout is kind of in the middle of the two, isn't it? And by I should clarify, middle of the two, I mean in between a 223 and a 9mm as far as the size of the projectile.
Yes.
I'd like to, may I approach Madam Clerk here?
Sure. I'll speak for her.
So I'd like to show you one of the photos that you were just discussing. This is 54II. I believe this is a photograph of one of the rifles you were just holding in front of the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that 55 caliber? This is 54 II. Now, you discuss the gas system some on direct, but the ARs basically all have a gas system, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that, in layman's terms, I guess you could say, basically it's a tube that captures gas that's being expelled when a projectile is fired, that then carries it back to help the ejection port open up and shoot the casing back out. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And even if hypothetically this handguard were to be removed, you would still see the gas tube on top of the barrel, right?
You would.
And I think you described earlier, these handguards are there basically, at least in part, to project or to protect the shooter's hand, correct?
Yes.
Because typically when we're firing a gun like this, and I'll show you 54JJ, if, for instance, the shooter is right-handed, they're typically going to put their right hand here, correct?
They are.
they're gonna put this against the shoulder, the butt.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And then the left hand is gonna be holding the rifle somewhere up here, correct?
Yes.
And if there's not a handguard there, that barrel can get very, very hot, correct?
Very hot.
So if you don't, I mean, you can't realistically shoot this thing without a handguard on it. Would you agree with that? At least safely?
You can.
You
Shoot
can,
it. You
but-
shoot it one-handed.
Right, yeah, you pretty much would have to shoot it one-handed. or you're
Yes,
gonna
sir.
get burned, right?
Yes, sir.
Going back to 55II, this front sight, and I think we saw it on the rifle you just held up, that cannot be flipped down, correct?
It cannot.
And you were shown a couple of still photos from the homicide shooting and asked if you can see that in the photograph. You recall that?
I do.
Did you watch the video that those stills were taken?
I'm sure I have, but not recently.
Okay. Well, you'd agree with me, if we can see that in the photograph you were shown, we probably should be able to see it in the video as well, right?
Possibly.
Well, I mean, do you have any kind of special eyesight that would allow you to see something from these photos or the videos that the jury would not be able to see?
No, sir, I don't have special eyesight.
And the point I'm getting at is if you can see it in the photos and the video, the jury should be able to see it as well. Would you
They
agree?
should, yeah.
This one, I think this was covered in pretty good detail, but this AR, and I'm showing you now 54JJ, when it was collected, it didn't have a sling on it, right?
I wasn't there when it was collected.
This photograph, you'd agree, there's no sling on it, right?
I would agree.
Obviously, probably a dumb question. There's also no brass catcher on this one here, correct?
There's not.
And this one, again, to show you 54KK, it's got a pretty prominent stock in the back, correct?
It does have a butt stop.
All right, let me ask you a little bit about then the other AR style rifle, which was the 300 Blackout. And I believe that was the first of the rifles you showed to the jury, correct? So you showed.
I don't work.
Oh,
The
right.
first one we showed the jury, yes.
I'm going to show you 54cc. This is the front end of that rifle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, I think this was covered already, but obviously this one has a pretty short barrel, correct?
Yes.
And just like the other AR, and I guess the back kind of covers it, but it's going to have a gas system as well, correct?
It will have a shorter length one, but yes.
Sure. Shorter length. And that gas system is going to be basically underneath this handguard, correct?
Yes.
And I don't know if this was covered as much, and again, the back kind of blocks it, but this is also a handguard, what I'm circling right here, correct?
Yes.
And that's an area where a person, if they're firing with two hands, would hold the front of the gun.
Yes.
And I think you covered this earlier, but this is a hand stop that would prevent them from pushing their hand too far, right?
That is correct.
Because in this one, if you push your hand too far, you might actually shoot yourself. right?
Yes.
You're asked a little about red dot sights. The red dot sight is something that would mount on top of one of these firearms, correct?
Yes.
And I think you were even shown the two end caps that had elastic, I don't know if it was elastic, but they had some kind of, you call it a tension, basically something with the tension to hold those two caps on.
Yes.
And those would be consistent with the red dot sight, correct?
Yes.
The 5.56 NATO that you showed earlier did not have a red dot sight on it, is that correct? The one that you held?
The second one that I held?
Yes, sir.
That did not have a red dot sight on it.
We'll go back to drum magazine, something that came up earlier. You were asked about mag pulls, and we saw some of the cardboard things in the photographs. One of the things that's manufactured, and I think one of the cardboard pieces we saw was for a mag pull drum magazine, correct?
Correct.
And that one actually would hold 60 rounds,
Yes.
and that's something that could be attached to 5.56 AR, correct?
It could be inserted into one, yes.
Yeah, probably a better way of saying it. And they call it a drum magazine because it's round on the bottom, right?
Yes,
Obviously, if it's holding 60 rounds, it's going to have to be large enough to hold 60 rounds, right?
it is.
And basically what it looks like is it's a circle on the bottom, and then it would have something on the top that it could be put in as a magazine, basically, on the bottom of the rifle.
Yes,
Right. So if someone is firing an AR with one of those, you're going to be able to see the drum piece of the magazine extending below the rifle, correct?
you should.
And in the photos you saw of the shooter holding what you thought may be the .556, you would agree that you don't see a drum magazine.
I do not.
One of the other things you were asked about when you were shown the photographs of the cardboard pieces, something that said KPOS Scout, right? You recall that?
You're talking about the chassis system?
Exactly.
Yes,
And the chassis, and you kind of described this, but basically the Glock chassis system is something that would allow a Glock firearm basically to be held more like a rifle.
yes,
It would give it kind of a stock where you could put it in your shoulder, right?
yes, sir,
And it would give you a place to hold it towards the front as well, correct?
yes,
And it would give it a longer barrel, correct?
yes,
You would agree with the photograph you're showing of a person who is believed to be holding a Glock firearm with an extended magazine, that doesn't have a chassis system on it, do you agree?
didn't appear to have one,
Right, I mean, didn't have a long barrel, right?
didn't,
Didn't have a butt stock.
did not.
Even if a person were to, and this probably, may sound dumb to someone who's experienced in firearms, but even if a person were to put a chassis on a Glock is still going to fire the handgun cartridge, correct?
Correct,
The 9mm. It's not going to change the caliber of the gun.
that is correct.
And no Glocks fire a .223 or a .556, correct?
That is false.
That is false?
Glock makes an AR-15 that fires .223 and
Okay,
.556.
yeah, I should have clarified that. As a handgun, you make an AR-15, I guess, but there's not a handgun Glock makes that's firing a .223.
No,
And how about a 300 Black gun?
no.
You were asked a little bit about Glock switches. You'd agree with me, you were not shown any photographs of a Glock switch.
I was not.
Now, let me ask briefly about how extended magazines work, or just how magazines work in general. If a Glock has a 30-round extended magazine, it can hold 30 rounds in the magazine, and you can have one round in the chamber, correct?
Glock doesn't make a 30-round magazine, they make a 33-round magazine.
Okay. Well, you can get an aftermarket
Sure.
made by another manufacturer that could put a 30-round magazine in a Glock, right?
Sure.
I mean, in the firearms world, especially as to Glocks, there are many, many companies that make accessories for Glocks, correct?
That is a fact.
And there are many companies that make 30-round magazines that can be inserted into a Glock firearm, correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, you're familiar with the fact that you can go to a firearm store right now and buy a 30-round magazine that can go into a Glock handgun, correct?
I'm familiar that I can go to the Glock website and buy an OEM Glock 33-round magazine. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you can get that even on Glock's own website.
You can get it in any gun accessory
So
distributor.
if we're talking about a 30-round magazine holds 30, the chamber holds one additional, correct?
If you chamber the round after loading, then eject the magazine and refill the magazine. If you take the time to do that, then yes.
And that gun, in that situation, that gun could fire 31 rounds before it'd have to reload.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you briefly about some of the other things that we saw in that safe that you were shown photographs of. I'm almost done, but you testified of a couple of other firearms in that safe. And I'm showing you now what's 54G. And we see two things sticking up in this photograph. Neither one of these are the AR-15, right?
That's correct.
And I think you said this one is consistent with a bolt-action rifle.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That very well could be a 30-06.
Could be.
in a 30-06 round, none of these AR-15s are going to be able to fire 30-06. Right?
No,
This is consistent with a shotgun.
it is.
Shotgun rounds, of course, are not going to be able to be fired out of an AR.
No.
Right? And just you were shaking your head. I think that was a no.
I said no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. A couple of other types of ammo. 357 mag. Not going to be fired out of either one of these guns we saw today, correct?
Correct.
380 auto. Can't be fired out of any of these guns we saw today.
Correct.
20 gauge, 12 gauge. Those are shotgun rounds, right?
Those are.
Certainly not going to be fired out of any of those guns.
They're not.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Petrides? Okay, redirect, Mr. Harmon?
Counsel, can I have this back?
Oh, hold on.
Thank you. This is 54, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Officer, you testified earlier, and I don't want to go cover the same stuff over, but you have fired tens and tens of thousands of rounds through Glocks. You've fired tens and tens of thousands of rounds through AR-15s.
Yes, sir.
And you've seen these weapons eject shell casings, correct?
I have.
All right. Now, when those shell casings eject, depending on the circumstances, depending on the surface that the shell casings are hitting, they can go anywhere. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And if you have multiple shooters on a firing line near each other, the shell casings can hit the other person shooting next to them.
Yes, sir.
You ever had that happen?
Yes, sir.
Is it common?
It is very common.
Have you had shell casings either from your gun or from other guns around you in either training or on ranges end up in weird places?
Yes.
Like where?
My pocket, down the back of my shirt,
Ever had them in your holster?
in my holster. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when counsel was asking you about the brass catcher, and he used the word sealed, you made a point of saying it doesn't seal to the firearm. Is that right?
That is correct.
So if a person is shooting an AR-15 with a brass catcher, and to his left, someone else is shooting a fully automatic, converted with a switch, Glock 9mm, whether it's a 17 or a 19 model, those shell casings are going towards the person with the rifle. Would it be possible for the shell casings to hit that person or end up in the brass catcher?
It could be possible.
You were asked about the firing system, and counsel went over with you about the gas firing system of an AR-15, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's actually a direct impingement gas system, is it not?
It is.
And does it not use the propellant, the gases caused by the propellant when it's ignited, the propellant within the round? It uses gases from that, pushes it down a tube back towards the receiver. I can rephrase.
Yes.
Does it use gases from the round being fired?
It does.
Do those gases travel in some way back to the rear
They
towards
do.
the shooter?
Yes, to the bolt.
And do they function the bolt? Do they push the bolt?
Yes.
And is that what causes the gun to cycle?
Yes, the gas hits the gas key, which then pushes the bolt carrier group rearward into the buffer tube, which is what ejects the round, cycles in your round into the chamber.
And that gas block that we were talking about earlier, that's part of that system?
That is.
Does that change any of your testimony about the gas block or the length of the gas block on the AR-15 that we were looking at that does have a butt stock?
No.
Or the length of the one that's on the smaller AR pistol?
No.
Okay. Now, we talked about that a little bit earlier, but the smaller weapon, is that what's technically in the firearm industry called an AR pistol?
It is.
And it's not what we would think of as a pistol, like the handgun you have on your belt. Is that some kind of nomenclature that is utilized pursuant to federal regulations because of the barrel length?
Yes, it's a.
Okay. Gotta rephrase.
Okay.
Is that some kind of nomenclature that's utilized because of federal regulations?
It is.
You were asked if the 300 blackout is in between, if I understood counsel's question correctly, between a 22 long rifle and a 5.56?
No, I think he was trying to ask me if it was between a 22 long rifle in diameter and a 9mm in diameter.
On a diameter. And it's the diameter of the bullet, is that what determines the caliber?
Not always. It depends on what round you're speaking about. but yes, in general.
Generally speaking, a .22 long rifle projectile, it would be similar in diameter and thickness to the projectile being utilized in a 5.56 NATO round?
By category, yes, but they're significantly smaller.
In weight?
In weight, yes.
Okay, the projectile?
Yes.
And you said there is an extreme difference between the amount of powder behind that and the
Yes.
round? So I want to ask you about council's questions to you about being able to see something in a still photo versus a video. In your career as a law enforcement officer, in fact, in this case, you went seeking video at Truth 18.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever collected video from crime scenes?
I have.
And investigations?
I have.
Have you ever had to review the video?
Yes.
Are there times when in investigations of cases such as this where you need to slow down or get a still frame to really get detail to look specifically at something?
Overruled.
Are there times when you have to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And can that assist you in being able to see minute detail or being able to see something when you either slow the video down or stop it?
Yes.
Is there any reason as an investigator why you would not do that? Why you would not take advantage in a video of stopping it or slowing it down?
No.
Let me talk to you real quick about projectiles. Council was asking you questions about hollow point projectiles, full metal jacket projectiles. There's also a thing called a TMJ, total metal jacket.
Yes, sir.
Okay. These are different types of projectiles that are loaded into ammunition.
Yes, sir.
Hollow points are commonly called defensive ammo or duty ammo.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But whatever the projectile, how it reacts is going to depend on what it hits, right?
Yes, sir.
Does the medium it's going through, does that also affect it?
It does.
Sheet metal and automotive glass, like tempered glass on automobiles. Have you ever seen 5.56 go through those kinds of barriers?
I have.
And do you, in fact, in your training, do you train on vehicles that have either been donated or for the specific purpose of shooting into those vehicles or have been purchased for that reason?
I have.
Is that something you've experienced over several years?
Yes.
And seen how 5.56 projectiles react to those kind of barriers?
Yes.
And how about 9mm ammunition?
The same. It's very difficult to predict what a round's going to do when it goes through tempered glass.
And 9mm ammunition, would you agree with me, is traveling at a much different muzzle velocity than 5.56 ammunition?
Significantly slower, yes.
Would it be fair to say it has a lot less energy?
Yes.
Okay. So they're going to react somewhat differently.
Yes, sir.
The higher velocities and energy that are behind a 5.56 NATO round, is that going to affect that round when it hits something like sheet metal or an engine block or some kind of solid piece of metal like, say, an engine mount or something like that?
Yes, and its lightweight characteristics, it's going to be deflected very easily. It's going to be affected a lot by a barrier.
In your experience in shooting 5.56 into cars, do they get chewed up frequently?
Yes.
Mangled?
Yes.
Split?
Yes.
Do the jackets fly off of the underlying core?
Yes.
Whether it's steel or lead?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about reloading, and then you were asked briefly about the cost of ammunition during the COVID pandemic. Do you recall what happened to ammunition during the COVID pandemic?
Yes, sir.
Was there a run on ammunition?
It became difficult to source.
And counsel asked you about reloading being cheaper, and I think you said reloading actually became more expensive during that time period.
It did.
And why was that?
Primers became, it was no longer cost effective due to the price of primers.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, may this witness be excused?
We'd ask that it be retained, Your Honor, under subpoena. You can leave.
Okay, so you're excused, subject to being recalled. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, members of the jury, it is 5:10, so we will go ahead and take our evening recess. So just remember my previous instructions on the break. Don't talk to anyone about the case. Don't read, watch, listen to any news or social media posts about the case. Don't do any independent investigation, and we will begin tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. See you then.
All rise.
Okay, very good. All right, so I'm looking at, is the lineup tomorrow pretty much the one that you emailed, Ms. Doherty?
It is, however, there's still I meant to get a 2-hour interview played today that I still need to get played tomorrow. So I think we're gonna stick with the morning, but the afternoon may change because I still need to play that for the jury judge.
Okay.
So we're obviously not gonna get through the afternoon, but we may have one or two. I'll email defense counsel. And
Okay.
then we will play the interview in the afternoon to ensure that I get the Jacksonville people on.
Okay, and so then if we play the 2-hour interview beginning at, let's say, 1:30, it'd take us to 3:30, so who would finish out the day?
Judge, some of the morning people may, do you think we can get through all those in the morning? Potentially. We can try to have someone present right after lunch, Your Honor, to testify and give ourselves at least the last 2 hours of the day. Yeah, maybe, Deputy Steidig and Alverson.
Okay.
Judge, we'll take Howard off and Jones off.
Well, is Jones JSO? Don't you need to get,
He is, but I don't know if we notified him because we weren't sure if we're gonna be able to get Alverson on. But I will double check that to make sure, but I believe he is not here. I think all the other ones are here,
okay,
but I will double check.
okay. All right, see everyone tomorrow morning.
Court adjourned.